Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Prologue 1. Do you know how hard it is to walk on four legs without tripping? Because I don't. When I woke up in this colorful world approximately 21 minutes ago, I was scared. How could I not be? I wasn't in my home, I had no idea how I got here, and I'm pretty sure I was drunk. I don't really remember. And that's when the memories hit me, or at least the memories of the past year hit me. My name is Prince Blueblood, I said as I looked at my new visage in the tall mirror placed in my room. I am the nephew of Princess Celestia. I tried to match my tone of voice to that of this body's natural speaking tone, and I am a noble of Canterlot. Pfft! I almost burst out laughing when I said the name of the city. Canterlot? Like a cantering horse? That's fucking hilarious, ha 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 ha. Okay, maybe I did burst out laughing, but can you blame me? It's a stupid name. I mean, I understand that this country is run by ponies, but you don't see humans calling New York City something stupid like New Ligament City, or replacing Brooklyn with Bone Klein, Washington? More like Runnington. See? It's stupid. But something interesting about this body is this. With a subtle flare of heat on my forehead, as if my body was previously frozen solid and the layer of ice over my forehead just melted away, metaphorically of course. A book flew from a nearby shelf and in my direction. And promptly slammed into my face. Gonna need to get used to that, ahem. I mean, darn peasant literature hitting me in my... Okay, yet I can't do this guy's act. Sorry Princey, I'm going to have to change your style. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually sorry. At the top of one of the towers of Canterlot Castle, a white alicorn with an aurora-colored wispy mane was sitting next to the bed of a short purple alicorn with purplish-blue hair, the tips of her mane moving slightly in an imaginary wind as if made of smoke. Those two were none other than Princess Celestia, the princess of the day, and the newly freed Princess Luna, the yet public princess of the night. How are you feeling? Celestia asked as she placed a plate of fruits on the stand next to Luna's bed. We are feeling fine, dear sister, Princess Luna answered with a raspy voice. Ever since her transformation into her original form started almost nearly a month ago, she has been bedridden and weak. I see, Celestia said quietly, if you need anything, please just ask. I have some matters to attend to, so I will be taking my leave. She turned around and exited her sister's room at the top of the spire. Wait, sister, wait. Luna tried to get her sister's attention, but her rasped throat wouldn't allow her to shout loud enough. Celestia was already outside her door. We just want something to entertain us for the while, she whispered dejectedly before grabbing a bite of one of the fruit on the platter. Yuck, persimmon, she spit the fruit out. As I was saying, Your Highness, I can't allow you to enter the library, the annoying blue-furred guard in front of me said, his shiny golden spear blocking my way of doing some research on the things I can do in this new world. And why, may I ask, am I not allowed to enter the royal library? I asked the fool, how dare he do his job? Doesn't he know that I'm Prince Blueblood? I have Prince in the name. Because you need permission from Princess Celestia to enter the library, he spoke in his monotone voice, likely wishing for me to leave him to do his job. Ha ha ha. Foolish security guard. You activated my trap card. I'll tell Auntie Celestia that you wouldn't allow me, a prince may I remind you, to enter the royal library, that is for the royal family may I remind you, which I just so happen to be a part of. Being a prince is fun, but I need to enter that library in order to do more fun things. Ho ho ho, the possibilities will be endless. With my knowledge of the modern world and Blueblood's money, I could do so many things. But first I need to enter the library, hey he ho ho ha. Sir, please stop laughing like that, it's making me want to punch your face. The guard said in a monotone voice, and I couldn't help but laugh louder, a smile full of teeth showing as I lean on the wall next to the entrance to the library as support. Ha ha ha, oh you are hilarious Jeremy, my name is Flower Dust, but you can't talk like that to nobility, what would your wife say if she found out? I'm gay, and I'm sure my husband wouldn't care, would definitely chastise you for disrespecting your boss. If I was some other, less kind noble, I would have had you fired. That doesn't seem like that bad an option right now, but I am a kind prince, really you should be thankful I'm not reporting you to Celestia. She. Report what to me? I paused, the guard quickly turned down the corridor and bowed. I follow his gaze and felt the smile on my face dimming in intensity, into a more relaxed and subdued smile. Ah, Auntie Celestia. I was about to enter the library and read a nice book, but this ruffian of a guard would not allow me entry. How rude! I told the white-furred, wispy-haired, horned horse with bird wings. The subdued smile on my face like a mask of sheet iron. Unbending and unflinching. Blueblood, she started, slowly walking towards me, her eyes not leaving mine. Are you? She started saying something as she walked even closer. Before she suddenly grabbed me in her long legs and hugged me to her chest like I was a stuffed teddy bear. Ooh! You want to read a book? So cute! I have a way better idea, she smiled as she looked down at me, weakly struggling to escape her iron-hard embrace. Why don't we spend the afternoon together? She asked and smiled as she nuzzled her cheek on my head, ruffling my blonde hair as she does. Ahaha! What a lovely jest, Auntie, your jokes are as great as ever, but I know that you have a very busy schedule, and I would simply feel the worst if I somehow managed to ruin your day. I tried to turn her down as diplomatically as possible. But it was of no use. The want of what was essentially a 1,000-year-old wine mom to spend time with her strapping little baby simply outweighed her want to actually do her job. I had no option but to accept the request of the monster in white feathers. And as she dragged me away from the library, I stared at the eyes of the guard that made all of this happen, and I swore that I will get my revenge. I just got this new shipment of cheesecakes all the way from France. They are simply the most delectable treats, I assure you. You must try some, after I eat these magical French cakes, obviously. Chapter 2, Prologue 2. So, Blueblood, Celestia began, the two of us were currently sitting on a lovely little table just outside the castle. The garden was lovely, clearly well kept. What book were you looking forward to reading? She asked before floating an entire slice of French French cheesecake into her mouth and ate it all in one bite. I was looking forward to reading a law book, I told her truthfully, gently cutting off a corner from my slice of cake and lifting it with a floating spoon. A law book? Why would you need to read that? Oh! Don't tell me! Celestia said in shock, her two front legs holding the sides of her face as if she was recreating an image of someone screaming. But, why would she be shocked? Did she figure out that I'm not actually Blueblood? What happened to Blueblood anyway? Are you a practicing lawyer? I always knew you wanted to do something important in your life that wasn't just hanging around with all those rich friends of yours. Celestia guessed incorrectly, why would I want to be a lawyer? I just want to know what I can legally do as a prince, and how far my title and authority can go. I'll be careful not to break her guess though. Celestia seems to be in a good mood compared to the prince's memories. Ahaha, well, you know me, always trying to move forward. Wait, that doesn't sound that Blueblood. Why, right. That's more like it. And I am so very proud of you, Celestia spoke before picking up another slice of cake, casting the conversation into an awkward silence. At least it was awkward for me. Quick change of topic. And what about you, Auntie? You seem to be in a chipper mood today. Has something good happened? I ask, taking another bite of my cake. It's surprisingly good. Celestia finished her slice before slumping into her chair. So much has happened recently, Blueblood. My sister is back, the new elements of harmony have been picked, and I still keep getting letters about the grand galloping gala. But none of those matter because my sister is back, and soon she will be back to her normal self, and no longer bedridden. How could I not be at least happy for that? Half of those words meant nothing to me. The Grand Galloping Gala is some rich people's party, you get the tickets a year in advance so it's really exclusive, I know about that. Elements of harmony are some magical doodads that when combined with some doohickey or another make a thingamajig that does something, magical gadgets and gizmos, I think. But Celestia has a sister? The prince didn't pay enough attention in his talks to remember such a thing. Tell me more about your sister, it seems to cheer you up. I just hope I myself wouldn't need to call her auntie as well, that would seem mighty awkward seeing as we haven't ever met. I say, and Celestia immediately perks up. You want to know more about Luna? She smiled and closed her eyes, reminiscing on the past. Very well, I shall tell you about my dearest sister. And so my new aunt spoke about her sister who was banished to the moon for 1,000 years. It was interesting at first, but after she started getting into the nitty-gritty I lost most of my interest. Why should I care that Luna wore a yellow dress to the wedding of some minotaur they knew? Oh, the minotaur hated the color yellow and specifically asked for nobody to wear it. How interesting! Truly, my mind is aflame with curiosity and intrigue. I really do not care. Oh, why don't we go and visit her right now then? I quickly change the topic, if only to get Celestia to stop telling such a grandma's story. Are you sure? She asks. I can tell the guard at the library to give you entry whenever you want. I notice that the story wasn't that interesting to you. She said, and I quickly came up with an excuse to not look like an asshole for making her stop telling the stories. I would be thankful for the library pass, yes. But I want to spend more time with my favorite family member even more. There, now she should know that just because her stories got really boring really fast, it does not mean that my excuse to stop listening is because I dislike hanging out with her. I'm not going to call her an old hag, she could probably twist my body like a pretzel. And not in the kinky kind, that would just be weird. I mean in the painful kind where your bones are snapped. Sniff. Wait, is she crying? Sniff. Oh no, please don't cry, Blueblood doesn't know how to handle crying people, and neither do I. Celestia wiped the tears from her eyes before pulling me into a bone-crushing hug, something that was even more painful on account of the table between us and the cheesecake that is now squishing into our fur. You said I'm your favorite, Sniff, she whispered as he hugged me. I can't really rebuke her on that. Blueblood doesn't really have family other than Celestia, seeing as he was adopted because of being related to the bloodline of one of the founders of the nation, making him a very distant relative to Celestia, and also a prince by technicality. Yet. I mean, ahem. Of course you are. You are my dear Auntie Celestia, it would be preposterous for me to not love you. I love you too, she said before letting go of the hug. Now, let me introduce you to my sister. The two of us left the table, a maid was waiting nearby to clean after us, and we went in the direction of one of the spires of the castle. Lying in her bed, under a heavy blanket, in a room of purple and black, with the windows closed and the drapes down, Luna sneezed. We hope that next Celestia visits us, she will bring this treasure called the milkshake, but sometimes fate deals us an unfair hand in Lulu, come meet your new best friend. Luna groaned and sunk deeper into her bed. Chapter 3, Prologue 3. Luna was sick and tired. Literally so. For more than a month she was bedridden, her magic rapidly increasing in power as her body tried to return to its original form. Not this younger body she was trapped in, but her true form as an alicorn princess. And when he saw his first griffin he was so scared, he thought it was going to eat him. But there was no need to worry, I calmed him down and taught him that griffins are people just like ponies are. However, it doesn't help that Celestia was doing just above the bare minimum in making her time easier. I am sure that story does not interest a lady of such high esteem as Princess Luna, Auntie, perhaps we should change the topic to something less personal. And then there was Prince Blueblood. Luna didn't know what to think about the stallion, adopted by her sister at a young age, claimed to be the last heir of the line of Platinum, and was obviously uncomfortable with talking about himself. For example, Your Highness, what are your favorite foods? We might be able to find a topic of discussion if we explore your culinary preferences, yes. He also seemed to enjoy changing topics, already on his fourth change of topic. Bluey, I'm sure Lulu wouldn't mind if you dropped the title, we're all a family here, aren't we? Celestia said before she looked Luna straight in the eyes. Most likely preparing her ultimate technique from 2000 years ago, the secret ability of hers that would make even the strongest of wizards bend to their knees in compliance. And as Celestia's pupils widened and her eyes started to wet, Luna knew that she was doomed to the horrible fate of agreeing with her sister's demand. Because not even Star Swirl the Bearded was immune to her puppy dog eyes. Fine, Luna rasped out, you can simply call us Luna, but only in private, we have an image to maintain. She told the prince. PFFF, image to maintain, Celestia murmured to herself, her childish side clearly taking over as her prim and proper persona fell long before she entered her room. Luna decided to ignore her sister, if only to protect her sanity. And as all this went down, in the corner of her eye, Luna saw Blueblood head toward one of the windows and open the blinds. And the rays of the setting sun invaded her room like an angry bull on a rampage in the middle of a bazaar, and Luna could do nothing but hiss as the darkness that she loved so much was taken away from her. Looking at his hoof after opening the window, she could see Blueblood grimace and wipe it on his leg. This room is filled with dust, when was the last time someone came and cleaned it? He asked as he turned back to look at the two, millennia-old siblings. I haven't had someone clean this room since Luna was bedridden, and it has been almost a month since, Celestia told him, and Luna couldn't help but grow worried at the direction of this talk. Someone will need to clean this room, tomorrow preferably. We can move Luna into one of the guest rooms for the day and return her when the cleaning is complete, he said, levitating a handkerchief from his pocket and wiping it on a small lamp above the dresser. The purple lampshade turned pink as a thick layer of dust was wiped off, revealing the true color underneath. Even Blueblood seemed surprised by how much dust was on it, and suddenly, Luna felt that maybe getting someone to clean the room would not be such a bad idea. You know, Celestia began to stand up from her position next to Luna's bed, you have a point. Luna couldn't help but agree with her sister's sentiment on the matter. Why don't you show Luna around the castle grounds tomorrow while her room is being cleaned? And now Luna had to disagree. That's a terrible idea, Auntie. Luna is obviously unhealthy, moving around the castle would do her no good, it could even worsen her condition. Luna had to agree with Blueblood on that matter, she could barely talk, let alone stand upright long enough to walk. I know it would not be easy, Celestia began, that is why I have already prepared a wheelchair and snacks for tomorrow. Celestia smiled before turning toward the door to Luna's room. And do not worry Lulu, I planned everything from the start, and with that, Celestia took her leave. Leaving Luna and Blueblood to watch in astonishment at how the most powerful pony in the world just strong-armed them to hang out for a day. She planned this from the start. Luna heard Blueblood whisper to himself, and when she turned to see his reaction, she was surprised to see a smile filled with excitement. How cunning, Celestia, but two could play at that game. He turned his head to look at Luna, and she almost shivered at the large grin on his face. Princess Luna, what do you think of getting back at my dear aunt for setting this up? I would like to hear your thoughts before planning anything, and as Luna looked into his eyes, she started to smile. Her cunning sister could play the goofy pony all she wants, but she can also be cunning if she wanted to. She was a princess as well, after all. We think, Prince Blueblood, that if everything goes well tomorrow, she said, it will be the start of a beautiful friendship. If that is the case, I will be looking forward to planning with you, he said and left her room, leaving Luna alone with her thought. Oh, right, would you prefer mushroom or pea soup? Until he returned less than a minute later and asked her what she wanted for dinner. Yes, Luna was sure that Blueblood and her would get along wonderfully. And would you like tea or juice with it? Very wonderfully. The options for the tea are we would like mushroom soup and a pitcher of cold tea. I see, I will go and tell the chefs immediately, he once more turned away. "Blueblood," Luna rasped out to him, making sure he listens carefully to her next words. "Tell Celestia to get pink cake for tomorrow, she'll know what we speak of." Blueblood nodded to show that he heard her, before turning back to the door. "Oh, we almost forgot," she called out once again, stopping him in his tracks. "Yes, Princess Luna, what is it that you almost forgot?" he asked, subtly gritting his teeth and once again being called. "Could you kindly bring us a story to read?" she asked of him, and he gave her a tired smile. "I'll be sure to tell a maid to bring you a book. Now if there's nothing else, I also happen to have matters to attend to before Celestia whisked me away. Have a good night," and he was once again on his way to leaving her room. Luna couldn't help but smile as the stallion tried hiding his unwillingness to serve but decided to end her toying with him there. She only met the unicorn, after all, and she wouldn't want the first impression of her new family to be an overly negative one, even if it was in a dusty and dark room. But whatever Blueblood may think of her, she was sure that tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. "Now," she whispered to herself as she leaned back into her bed, "how shall we hatch this cunning plot on my dear sister? Mayhaps we shall replace her hygiene products with poison joke, but how shall we get the flowers? Maybe we shall." And so Luna spent the rest of her time until and after dinner thinking of ways to get back at her sister for putting her in a dusty room for a month just so she would spend time with her nephew. Classic Celestia. Chapter 4, Prologue 4. Leaving Luna's room and passing her orders to a maid, I made my way back to the prince's room. "She already prepared a wheelchair and snacks," I said to myself as my mind went back to the Alicorn princess of the day. She knew that Blueblood would suggest moving such an esteemed person as Princess Luna to a clean room and have someone clean all the dust. I smiled at the thought of living with such a cunning person as an auntie. Truly, a politician's worst nightmare. However, while I may not be able to play you like a fiddle on account of my own memory of your personality dating back only a year, I will simply have to do what Blueblood would do with any other such guest, and crank it up to 12. My sharp grin subdued in its intensity as I thought of what to do. And I already have a plan in mind. Inviting Luna to join was merely an act of kindness. In truth, my goal is to live a rich and relaxing life until I'm old, for is that not the dream of every orphan from the streets? If I wish to live such a rich and relaxing life, as Prince Blueblood no less, then I will simply need to show dear old Celestia why I deserve the money and authority given to me as a prince. Using my knowledge of the modern world, I will invest in the correct facilities and business to ensure that the money will keep coming on the off chance that I am banished from the castle and lose my title. With that steady supply of money, I would not need to worry about hounding Celestia for bits, making it a win-win. I will receive my money, and she will think that the prince has matured. And the first step in that plan is to showcase to her that I should not be relegated to some background job. I can do more than simply wine and dine with the rich and elite. And when I get more power in the castle, I will get more money, and with that comes more power which leads to more money. Yes, my new life in this world will truly be exquisite. It was early in the morning, before the sun started its ascent over the horizon, when Celestia woke Luna up. "I assure you, dear sister, you will love it today. Blueblood even came and asked me permission to buy you a gift," Celestia told her as she gently levitated her weak sister off her bed and into the wheelchair. "A princess must have the best of the best, even if just for a day," he said. "I'm sure he'll bring the best chefs from the city just to show you the wonders of this new age. He's over the top like that sometimes." I remember, back when he was still going to his magic school, that Luna closed her ears to Celestia's nostalgic ramblings for the nth time, content to simply let the sound roll off of her and into the distance, enjoying the tranquility of the morning. A tranquility that was interrupted by the hurried steps of servants all around the castle as they moved about carrying letters, documents, and even a large block of ice. "What is going on?" Luna rasped, bringing her sister away from her nostalgic story of how Blueblood found the keys to the castle after they went missing, and how that was how he got his cutie mark. "Let me ask. Excuse me, Marigold. Celestia stopped and grabbed the attention of one of the passing maids. What is going on? Oh, Princess Celestia, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Everybody is busy fulfilling the requests that Prince Blueblood left on the Chief of Staff's table this morning. He gave very specific instructions to not tell you about what he's planning, but if you ask I can't say no, ma'am. The maid answered as she pulled a bunch of documents closer to her chest, away from the princess's prying eyes. Nodding in understanding, Celestia responded with a relaxed and warm smile, the same one she holds in her public outings. There is no need to tell me, I am sure that whatever Blueblood is planning, he wants to keep as a surprise. When you're done, could you please tell Raven to get someone to clean Princess Luna's room, Celestia told her before returning to her sister in the wheelchair. I'm sure he's just excited to show you what the castle has to offer. I need to open day court soon, so I'll leave you in the gardens where the snacks are ready. I'll tell Blueblood to find you there and then you two can have as much fun as you want. I'll be back by 5, Celestia told Luna as she wheeled her towards the outdoor table where she ate the cheesecake a day prior. And if anything is bothering you, tell one of the servants, she told her as she parked her near the table overlooking a nice and open section of the gardens, before leaving her there and returning to her royal duties for the first time in more than a day. Leaving Luna alone to wait for Prince Blueblood to show her around the castle. But it wasn't all bad waiting at the table, at least she has given us the chips of potatoes. Luna smiled and levitated a chip into her mouth. Maybe she could get used to this new modern era. What is that? I asked as I looked at the block of ice that was wheeled in front of me. I explicitly asked for a black ice sculpture. What I'm looking at is not black ice, is it? I asked the servant who brought the ice for the sculpture. Your Highness, we don't have black ice in the castle. I interrupt the pony trying to give me the most useless excuse. Do we have black ink in the castle? I ask him, prompting him to stop and think for a moment before he nodded. And we have a quick way to freeze water into an ice block, right? I ask slowly, as if I am talking to a toddler. The pony nods slowly, likely already seeing where this is going. Then what was stopping you from making the water black, and then freezing it? I ask rhetorically. Your Highness, we didn't think of. I didn't ask you to think, did I? God, I love being a prince. I asked for a black ice sculpture, and for that, I need black ice. This ice is not black, is it? The ice isn't black, sir. No. He bowed his head and shivered, likely afraid that I will fire him or something worse. From what I saw, Blueblood isn't the kindest pony when he's away from Celestia. But damn if it isn't a pain to have to explain to these ponies how to do a simple job without them starting to tremble in fear. Something is gonna have to change about that soon. But that is a problem for future BB, I have my own problem. Then go ahead, and get me that black ice, I tell the servant, who keeps trembling instead of doing what I told him to. Any day now, in the next 10 minutes would be preferable, I tell him in a firm tone, and he runs away back into the castle, hopefully to do his job correctly this time. Now, I whisper to myself, what will I do with you? Looking at the giant block of ice. And as I thought of what to do with the ice block, someone called out to me, Your Highness! Your Highness! And so I turned to address them. Your Highness, Princess Luna is waiting for you at the 4th garden, an earth pony maid told me before she started greedily breathing air and wiping her brow after running all the way here. Very well, I will be there soon, I tell the maid, who smiled at fulfilling her objective, her legs shaking from the workout of running all the way to where she was. Meanwhile, I have a new job for you, I told her, and couldn't hold back the smirk that emerged when she paused her heavy breathing and tried to straighten up. I want this ice block to be sculpted into a dove. You have 2 hours to do so, I told her, and she stammered for a moment before replying. But Your Highness, I don't know how to sculpt, she said, and I smiled calmly at her, enjoying how her face seemed to relax simply by me changing my expression. Then find someone who can. I want a single dove. I do not want any other animals or creatures on this sculpture other than that one dove, I told her, and she looked at the large block of ice. But your highness, that ice can make 3, no, maybe 4 doves, why only 1? That was a good question, and I saw fit to tell her that. That is a good question. I'm glad your question wasn't something wasteful like why not sculpt a different bird or why do you need an ice sculpture, and for that, I will answer you, I said as I turned to look at my face reflected in the ice sculpture, or more correctly the face of Prince Blueblood. I want only a single dove simply because that is what I want, I explained to her while keeping my eyes on my reflection. There is no poetic meaning, there is no hate for an animal that isn't a dove, there is no hidden message with there being only one dove instead of many. And then I looked into her eyes and smiled a prince's smile. I want a single dove simply because I want a single dove, and that is all there is to it, and with those parting words of princely wisdom, I started my walk towards the meeting place with Princess Luna, leaving the large block of not black ice to the servants to take care of. I hope I won't need to interfere with the other requests I gave them, I thought to myself as I briskly walked in the direction of the 4th garden, and a genuine smile spread on my face, which only grew in size when I heard the maid sigh in exhaustion so early in the morning. I love being rich. Chapter 5, Prologue 5. Luna didn't know how long she waited at that table, eating those snacks, and listening to the buzz of insects in the garden. And she was fine with it, she was tranquil. Sure, she would much rather be in a dark room with the blinds closed, reading a book about 2 stallions who went on a quest to save a friend of theirs from the clutches of an evil wizard. The action was mesmerizing and the story was dramatic and catching. It's not homoerotic smut, she promises. Princess Luna, I apologize for my late arrival, and now the tranquility of the morning was gone, replaced with the white unicorn prince, standing next to the other chair of her table. You do not need our permission to seat yourself, Blueblood. You are just as royal as we are, she told him, and Blueblood took his seat at the other side of the table. Unfortunately, thanks to her current short stature, combined with the fact that the wheelchair that Celestia has given her was shorter than the other chairs at the table, Princess Luna was forced to crane her neck upwards in order to look the prince in the eyes. Just a moment, he spoke before moving his chair to sit diagonally from the princess, no longer forcing her to look over the table to see his face. That is better, thank you, she spoke, and Blueblood smiled. No problem Luna, he said as he levitated himself a biscuit and dipped it in a bowl of cream cheese. She will have to try that sometime. But if I could, I would like to start off this day of ours with a small feast, he smiled to himself before clapping his hoofs twice, which seemed to be a signal for a group of maids to hurry over and bring with them another table, one that was thankfully shorter than where she was currently sat and was covered with an assortment of breakfast foods. Thank you, kindly, he told the maid as soon as the new table was set before them. They nodded their heads and quickly entered back into the castle, hurrying off to do another task. It would seem that even after 1,000 years, maids still worked hard at the most menial tasks. Wheeling herself closer to the new table, leaving the snack behind, Luna got a better look at the food presented to her. From fried eggs and omelets to pies and salads, the table was covered in food that would be vastly expensive for her to eat back when she still ruled. Agriculture and farming have progressed vastly during the centuries you were gone, Blueblood said once he spotted her expression, already cutting into the breakfast pie and placing a slice on his plate. What was once an expensive delicacy can now be found at almost any household. Within reason, of course. Luna couldn't help but nod as she herself placed a large omelette with vegetables and mushrooms on her plate before pouring herself a glass of what seemed like orange juice. No. It wasn't orange juice, Luna quickly corrected herself after she took a sip. It was carrot juice. How? She whispered, questioning how one could juice a carrot enough to fill a pitcher of juice, something which Blueblood clearly misunderstood as he started a short history lesson about the changes made to the farming of animals in the past 400 years, something he seemed to know a lot about. Surprising from a prince such as he. Ah, I can see that you are questioning my knowledge. I assure you that I am not as, how shall I say this? Stupid, as I might seem at first glance, he told her with a small smile growing on his lips as he ate the unique breakfast. We did not question your intelligence, Blueblood, merely surprised as to a prince knowing something that as you have portrayed seemed inconsequential, Luna told him, a small smile growing on her face as well as she took another sip of her orange juice. Ah, I apologize if that was the case. The other members of this city's elite seem to think that merely because my wealth comes from a blood connection, my intelligence must be that of a worm and my subtlety that of a brick. He took another bite and his smile grew 3 sizes, showcasing his clean white teeth. Oh, how mistaken they are. And if Luna was questioning what the friendship between her and her sister's nephew was going to be like, Luna was now sure that it would be wonderful. Oh, how she loved to play with the high society of her old castle town, thinking that simply her being the younger sister, who has less social interaction with the masses, she must be easy to manipulate and control. And then Luna frowned as she thought about what she did to those same nobles under the control of Nightmare Moon. The rest of the meal went by with a subdued and awkward tone. Shining Armor was many things. He was strong, he was protective, he was the captain of the royal guard, he was charismatic, he was the brother of both Princess Celestia's pupil and a dragon, and he was also dating a princess. What he was not, however, was great at improvising. So when Prince Blueblood entered his office while wheeling around Princess Luna in a wheelchair, he didn't know what to do. Was he supposed to kick him out? Was he supposed to invite him to stay? Was he supposed to ignore him and continue doing whatever he was doing beforehand? He didn't know. Shining Armor counted himself as one of the few ponies working at Canterlot Castle who never had to interact with Prince Blueblood, seeing as their schedules and personalities were so drastically different, that even when they were in the same room, their interactions were minimal. That does not however mean that Shining Armor did not know of the rumors surrounding Prince Blueblood and his ex. Calling him selfish would be an understatement. Knowing not what to do, Shining Armor was forced to settle on the first course of action that entered his mind. Your Highness, I do only for whatever words he was planning on telling the prince to be cut off as Blueblood pointed at him and nodded to Princess Luna. This is Metal Shield, he's the chief of security here. If any pony manages to sneak into the castle he will take the punishment for failing at his job. Now, off to the room with the stars on the roof, observatorium, or whichever name they chose for it. And with a few words, a giggle from the princess, and a loop of the wheelchair on his carpet, the 2 royals left. Leaving not only the office but leaving the carpet with tracks from a wheelchair and leaving a confused expression on Shining Armor's face. My name isn't Metal Shield, he mumbled to himself as he sank into his chair, looking at his hooves in bewilderment. He doesn't know my name. After a number of long hours of being wheeled around the castle and being shown its more important rooms, from Metal Shield's office, to the balcony overlooking the entrance to the castle, and even the statue garden, where she spotted an old enemy still stuck in his stony prison. It is nice to see that even with Nightmare Moon and all the years we were away, Discord is still imprisoned in his stone cage. She thought to herself, a small smile on her face as she leaned back into her wheelchair, content to let the prince take her around. And now, the room I saved specifically for last, the ballroom, and with a telekinetic push, the doors in front of her opened up to showcase a beautiful sight. A large ice sculpture, made of black ice, sculpted into the shape of a gorgeous swan-like creature. A unicorn horn was emerging from the bird's forehead, and an image of a moon and star was carved into its breast. Beside the black unicorn swan, was another large sculpture, one made of regular ice depicting a white dove, also with a unicorn horn and the image of a sun on its breast. Those are... She whispered in awe as she looked at the 2 birds made of ice, Celestia and us. She heard Blueblood nod behind her. It was supposed to only be the moon swan, seeing as this was your tour, but we had another block of ice to use, so I ordered a dove. Although I did not expect them to catch on to the theme and make it a sun dove, a happy coincidence it seems, Blueblood wheeled her over to a table in front of the 2 statues, one filled with more food. Mostly fruits and sweets it seems, but it mattered not to Luna what was served to her. Because as she looked at the large black swan of ice, she couldn't help but reaffirm to herself, that this new modern time she lived in wouldn't be so bad if she could keep being with her family and eating this expensive food, reading her captivating books, and hanging out with her sister and Blueblood. Her friends. Are you crying? Oh dear me, please don't say that I did something wrong. Is the statue not to your liking? Is it the fruit? I could get replacements immediately if you wish, Blueblood stammered out quickly, confusing Luna as to why he was acting so before she felt a droplet land on her leg, soon followed by another and another. She was crying. And Princess Luna couldn't help but smile joyfully as the tears rolled down her cheeks, as for the first time since she returned, it hit her. She was no longer on the moon, she was no longer controlled by that nightmare, she was back with her dear sister. She was free, and so she cried. And as she cried, her short light azure hair burst to life like 10,000 stars in the night sky, her blue fur darkened to the color of the evening sky, and her body grew in size, breaking the wheelchair she was sitting in during the process. And as she lay on the floor of the hall, in the wreckage of her wheelchair, Luna could not stop smiling and crying. Princess Luna of the night was back. It was the end of the day. Princess Celestia just finished reading the friendship report her dear student Twilight sent her, and she was on her to meet up with her dear sister and nephew. Ha 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 ha, we are free! She heard her sister's joyous laughter, her cheerful voice echoing across the castle. Princess Celestia smiled, she knew letting Blueblood take care of her for the day would be a positive thing for her. Ah, yes, you indeed are free, though I do not believe you were forbidden from leaving the castle previously, were you? And her smile only grew when she heard her dear nephew trying in vain to understand the joy her sister was feeling. And if Celestia had her way with the world, no pony will ever need to be put in a situation where they would need to feel such intense joy and happiness, least of all her own family. And as Celestia entered the large ballroom, where in a month the grand galloping gala will take place, she was nearly taken aback by the sight that was happening before her. 2 large ice sculptures, an untouched table with sweets and fruit, and a dark blue princess rolling on the floor with tears of joy in her eyes, her night sky hair leaving traces of stars and moonlight as it floated mistily behind her, powered by the magic that grew over centuries of life. Celestia gently closed the door to the ballroom and went in a different direction. Her sister needed some time to readjust herself to her old body, and Celestia would not want to ruin her time. She paused as she felt a familiar grab of magic pull at her. She quickly turned back to the ballroom and strode inside, in the direction of the magic. Her nephew's horn dimmed as he saw her enter and the weak telekinetic grasp let go. "Sister!" Luna yelled and threw herself onto Celestia, her melodic giggles filling the room. "We are free, Celestia! We are finally free, how wonderful!" Her horn glowed and Blueblood stumbled into her, joining in the impromptu group hug. Celestia smiled, her sister laughed, and her nephew tried to hide his smile underneath a grimace and a roll of the eyes. It wasn't perfect, it might have been disjointed, they might not have similar hobbies, and Cadance might not have been there at that very moment, but the ponies who were hugging her were definitely, without any question or doubt, her family. Chapter 6, Kitchen Nightmare 1. It was on my 3rd day as Prince Blueblood that a letter arrived. Dear Prince Blueblood, you are formally invited to attend the special art exhibit hosted by Lady Fleur-de-Lis this Saturday at the Canterlot Museum of Art and Literature. I read the letter aloud before placing it gently on the desk in my room. I knew that the prince usually visited such events of high society, but I thought I would have a few more days to get used to this new persona I must inhabit. Saturday, how far away is that? Looking at the prince's memories, it should be 2 days from now. I really should get a calendar, seeing as I don't have a phone to remind me of the date. Very well, in 2 days' time, I shall visit this art exhibit. Hopefully, it won't be a waste of time. Princess Luna was smiling from ear to ear, her pearl-white teeth grinning out to the world as she flew laps around Canterlot Castle. Ahaha, we are flying! Look at us, sister, we are soaring the sky just as we used to! She shouted down to her sister, who was sitting under a parasol, watching the events unfold. Yes, Luna, I am happy to see you back to your usual self. I missed days like these, Celestia said, using magic to enhance the reach of her voice so her sister could hear her all the way up near the roof of one of the castle spires. As Celestia watched her sister fly through the air in her newly restored body, she thought of the pony that made it all happen. Her adopted nephew, Blueblood. Closing the book of Equestrian Nobility Laws, I took a deep breath and sighed. I have been reading it for several hours and I'm barely halfway through. How do law students back on Earth do this? Sure, my old job back on Earth required similar reading material to study for, but it wasn't as boring as this. I'll just continue this tomorrow, I said and closed the book, a small slip of paper acting as a bookmark, and placed a small note next to the book saying "Do not touch, Blueblood is reading." Now I can come back here tomorrow, and with that, I stood up and exited the library, ignoring the annoying guard stations outside, and headed towards the kitchens to grab something to eat. Luna was awestruck as she looked at the list one of the maids gave her detailing all the different kinds of food the staff were readily available to make for her. So many options, she whispered to herself, before looking up as the sound of hurried hooves and the clattering of pots was heard in the nearby kitchen. Hurry up! We need this mayo to be made of quail eggs yesterday. She heard some pony yell in the kitchen. Walking into the kitchen, she spotted a group of cooks and a chef working on slicing up vegetables and moving around large boxes filled with rows upon rows of small eggs. Ah, Princess Luna! One of the cooks exclaimed when he spotted her standing in the doorway, which quickly had the pony who must have been the head chef quickly turn to look at her. Your Majesty! We apologize for the disturbance our sounds caused you, but we are in a hurry as you can see. Do you need anything to eat? We will make it for you as quickly as possible, he told her, bowing his head in a show of respect for her authority. Raise your head, there is no need to apologize for doing thou jobs, we were simply curious as to the source of the commotion. The chef visibly relaxed as he raised his head. Still, as a chef, I must apologize, Prince Blueblood just came by and asked for a bowl of salad, mainly coleslaw with a few extra vegetables, which normally wouldn't be a difficult task. In fact, doing so will be far easier and quicker than the prince's usual demands, the chef explained to Luna, who nodded in understanding. But then he said that the mayonnaise for the salad shall be made using quail eggs. The chef turned and pointed at the boxes of quail eggs that the cooks were carrying around. So now we had to buy quail eggs, and we need to quickly turn them into mayonnaise. Even with magic to speed things up, it would take us an hour to do so without ruining the taste of the eggs. So we decided to quickly work on an appetizer for the prince to eat while his salad is getting ready, he said, and Luna once more nodded in understanding. Even 1,000 years ago, nobles would ask for the top of the culinary world, so much so that many times the castle chefs wouldn't even be able to provide their demands. It is wonderful to see, that in this new day and age, the acquisition of ingredients is so quick that the demand for a quail egg mayonnaise could be completed within an hour. We understand, while we are here we would like to also ask for the same food Blueblood wanted, we would like to taste this unique choice of food he picked ourselves. Luna smiled and told the chef before turning her back to the kitchen and went to search for Blueblood. A mayonnaise made of quail eggs, how delightful, she whispered to herself with a smile. Sitting on her throne during her day court, Celestia suddenly had the urge to try something new for lunch. Maybe quail egg mayo? She whispered, catching the attention of one of the ministers in the room. Did you say something, Your Highness? They asked the princess, who turned to them with a sheepish smile. Nothing important, just thinking about what I would like for lunch, she told the minister before turning to look at the rest of her court. Would any of you care to join me? We can make an hour-long break to get something to eat before we return, she asked them, receiving different answers in response. It was decided that an hour-long break shall take place for the court to eat some food before returning. Back in the kitchens, with the terrifying shiver going down his spine, the chef had the sudden urge to procure more quail eggs. Chapter 7, Kitchen Nightmare 2. I closed the book on nautical history and placed it on the corner of the table I sat at, I started tapping my foot and leaned forward onto the table, resting my head in my arms in the process. Where is my food? The kitchen staff weren't having a good time. Chef. Princess Celestia just ordered 4 meals of exactly what Blueblood asked. One of the cooks ran in to inform the head chef, who couldn't help but sigh in despair as he looked at the ever-shrinking supply of quail eggs. Why couldn't he just ask for normal chicken eggs? He asked himself as he thought back to the stallion that made this day the hardest workday of his life, which is really saying something considering he had to cook for royal diplomats and griffin guests. He didn't know that some ponies ate meat at that time. Now he does. Get more eggs. He yelled to the cook in charge of stocking the kitchen before he threw a shiny golden card at him, go straight to a quail farm if you must. Just get me those eggs. And with the cook running out of the kitchen on his sacred mission of acquiring more quail eggs, the head chef turned back to the loud kitchen, grabbed a sharp knife, and started cutting the cabbages like a machine. That coleslaw wasn't going to make itself. Raven Inkwell was an interesting figure to see in the castle. She was the royal secretary, making her Princess Celestia's right hoof pony and her #1 assistant. But other than working as the Solar Princess's right hoof mare, not much was known about Raven Inkwell among the rest of the staff of the castle, seeing as she barely talked with the rest of the staff unless it was to deliver an important message. And that enigmatic existence that Raven Inkwell had in the castle, led to a not insignificant amount of rumors to start about her. Some rumors said that she was a vampire who never left the castle, others said that she was actually a descendant of one of the Earth Pony founders of the nation. One preposterous rumor said that she was the secret lover of Princess Celestia, which in return started a rumor that she was actually the secret lover of Prince Blueblood instead, which further devolved into far more outrageous and simply slanderous rumors. Enough so that the sightings of Raven Inkwell around Canterlot Castle stopped almost entirely, making her elusive existence in the castle much more mysterious, and prompted Princess Celestia to punish those who spread those false and harmful rumors about the White Earth Pony. But the truth of the matter is, Raven Inkwell isn't good at social interactions. That was it. Ponies rarely spoke with Raven because she wasn't good at speaking with strangers. There was no deeper meaning. And where did she go after the hurtful rumors spread about her? Did she leave the castle? Quit her job and moved elsewhere? Did she truly become a vampire or a ghost and trapped herself at the deepest darkest corners of the castle? No, she simply started using the hidden passageways of the castle to move around quicker. Moving inside the walls of the castle was a much quicker way of travel, and she didn't need to speak to anyone as she did so. So it was to her surprise, when she was walking in the passageway hidden above the dining room, that she spotted Prince Blueblood walking around the room, looking at the paintings on the wall. What is he doing? She asked herself as she looked through the small, enchanted, one-way window of the hidden passageway, into the room. She watched on as Blueblood walked towards one of the paintings on the wall, one which seemed to be slightly tilted, and straightened it out. As Blueblood tilted the painting, however, a doorway appeared at the other side of the room, catching both Raven's and the prince's attention. Tilting the painting back to its previous position, the doorway disappeared. Blueblood then let go of the painting and trotted slowly back to the dining table, where he sat and opened a book he left there previously. Leaving the hidden voyeur confused as to how she didn't find that hidden passage beforehand. Move aside! The cook with the golden card yelled as he carried on his back a large crate filled with rows upon rows of quail eggs. You're back, wonderful! Take my spot and keep cutting the cabbage. The chef yelled at him the moment he entered the kitchen before he ran and took the crate of eggs away from him. Hurry up everyone! We need to finish this meal now. Put your work into overdrive. Chef yelled over the sounds of the kitchen as he picked a carton of eggs from the crate and ran to one of the unicorns in the kitchen to hurry up the mayo-making process. Yes, chef. Princess Luna was on her way to the dining room when she spotted her sister walking in the same direction followed by a group of old and important-looking ponies. Sister, should you not be handling day court? What are you doing here? She asked as she joined her sister in her walk. Hello to you too, Luna, Celestia said cheekily, pointing out that her sister didn't greet her before she continued, I am taking a small break from my duties. I grew rather peckish and decided that a nice lunch would be good to have. It wasn't until I was near the kitchens that I learned that Blueblood made a unique custom order from the chefs, and I decided that I would also like to try some of it. Blueblood's meal? What a delightful coincidence! We just asked for the same meal from the chefs, would you like to join us in our meal? She said, and Celestia nodded, leading the group of important ponies to the dining room. Chef! Everything is ready. One of the cooks shouted as he finished loading a cart with several plates and bowls of salads and soups. The croutons? The chef asked, receiving an affirmative response. The leek and onion soup? He received the same affirmative response. And most importantly, is the quail egg coleslaw ready? Yes, chef. For the first time in an hour, a smile spread on the chef's face, then get that food to their royal majesties. As the food finally arrived, I couldn't help but feel relieved. I have been waiting for nearly an hour, what took you so long? I asked the chef as he entered with the cart of food. I apologize, Your Highness, we had some technical difficulties, but I assure you, the food we made here for you is just as good, if not better, than anything else we make here for you, he said as he placed the plates of food in front of me. Very well, you may leave, I shooed him away and started eating my lunch. Just as he exited the dining room, the doors on the other end opened and Princess Celestia walked in with Princess Luna shortly behind her, followed by a small crowd of old ponies who I could recognize from the prince's memories as several important ministers and advisors of Celestia's day court. Auntie, should you not be managing your day court right now? You barely worked yesterday and 2 days ago you didn't work at all, you must be very busy, I told her as she walked closer to my seat and took a chair in front of me. Nice to see you too, Blueblood, Celestia said, and I heard Luna try to stifle a giggle, but I am just taking a break for lunch, no need to worry too much. It was then she spotted the book I was reading. Nautical History. She asked as she read the title, and I smiled as I started to explain to her my plan on getting a shipping license so I could manage a boat. I didn't particularly like boats when I was younger back on Earth, but like any normal human, I wanted to be rich. To do that, I needed to go to a university of higher education, something that was very expensive where I was from. So in order to not need to pay for my education, I joined the Navy. That was where I fell in love with the sea. I was on my way to getting a master's in nautical sciences before I found myself as the prince. I was going to be a ship captain. Now with the prince's pockets, I could easily finish my nautical science education here and get my diploma. But, I can't really tell all of that to Celestia, can I? So instead I explained that I want to start my own business and get money that way. Imports and exports are a lucrative business, after all. Nautical science, you say? If you wish I could oversee your test personally, get it done quickly so as to not waste your time, one of the important ponies that joined Celestia says, and I recognize him as Chancellor Naysay, the head of the Equestrian Board of Education. That would be delightful, thank you, Chancellor, I will send a letter when I feel I am ready, I tell him and return to my food. Soon the rest of the food arrives for all the ponies in the dining room, and I am humored to see several copies of the exact same meal that I ordered. The rest of the day passes on without any major incidents. But I couldn't help but think back to the secret door I found in the dining room, something to investigate later. Sitting on the floor of the kitchen, their bodies covered in oil and egg yolk, the cooks and chef of the royal family couldn't help but release a sigh of contentment as the horrible day that would later be known as the quail egg incident of 1001, was officially over. We did it. One of the cooks whispered. We made all the quail mayo we needed. Another said. I don't ever want to see a quail egg again. A third cook joined. We still need to clean the kitchens. The chef said before he picked himself up from the floor of the kitchen with a mighty groan, his back releasing popping sounds as he does. A collective sigh passes through the kitchen staff as they each start to clean up the mess that was made in the kitchen. At least nothing bad could happen. Chef Captain Shining Armor just asked for the same exact meal as every pony else. One of the cooks ran into the kitchen and was promptly thrown out when an empty crate that previously held quail eggs was thrown at him. Chapter 8, Artistic Avenue 1. It was my 5th day as Prince Blueblood, which meant that I was currently in a walk-in closet searching for something to wear to Lady Fleur-de-Lis's art exhibit. I can't look too casual, it is a high-class art exhibit after all, but I also can't look like I'm taking it too seriously. I need to look important, but not too important. High class but not too high class. And so I decided to go with a sky blue knitted scarf and a grey cardigan, both made by one of the best tailors in the nation. Going for a smart casual look mixed with the high class appeal of custom design and the seasonal clothes of early fall. Celestia was eating breakfast by herself, her sister was sleeping off her tiredness from using her magic the night prior, and she hasn't seen her nephew yet. It was when she lifted one of the breakfast muffins that she had the cooks make, that her cutie patootie little treasure walked into the dining room, dressed to impress. "Auntie! I didn't expect to see you here so late, it's already 10, shouldn't day court have started by now?" He asked her while adjusting the small enchanted bag he was carrying, able to hold inside of it more than 5 times its size. "It's Saturday, court doesn't start till 12 today," she said before passing him a pecan and banana muffin. "Thank you," he said as he picked up the muffin with his magic and took a seat in front of her. The duo ate their breakfast in a comfortable silence that was broken when Celestia finished her food. "Where are you going dressed like that?" she asked Blueblood, her eyes looking over his new outfit. Blueblood looked down at the clothes he was wearing before turning to look at her with a small grin on his lips. "This? I was invited to the special art exhibit hosted by Fleur-de-Lis at the Art Museum. I wanted to dress for the occasion," he told her. "I can't just go to an art exhibit wearing nothing, can I? I don't want my own art to steal the spotlight." Celestia took a moment to think over what he said, before bursting out laughing. Yes, very funny, I know. I worked on it all night," he said cheekily, which only made the Princess of Sunlight laugh louder. Celestia then decided to grab him from across the small table between them, pulling Blueblood into the crook of her neck, and hugging him tightly like a life-sized stallion-shaped doll. "I am so proud of you for helping me out lately," she whispered into his ear, causing him to freeze in her embrace. "What are you talking about, Auntie?" he asked shakily, trying to turn his head to look at her face. "Nothing, now stop moving, Mama needs to recharge," she told him and leaned onto his body, forcing Blueblood to stand up from his chair in order to stop Celestia from falling onto the table between them. She had a pleased smile all the while. The Canterlot Museum of Arts and Literature. The building was built roughly 80 years ago by an artistic architect who wanted a place to showcase and preserve modern artworks. Maybe that's why the building is shaped like a layered wedding cake, 4 stories tall, and each floor is smaller than the one below it. Doesn't really scream modern art, but who am I to judge? It was built so long ago that if this was back on Earth, Grantwood would still be considered modern. But I am not here for the museum itself or its history. I am here on the invitation of Fleur-de-Lis, who most likely didn't expect for me to come, seeing how the prince didn't really participate in such public outings, even among the high class. Time for that to change. "Fancy pants, is everybody here?" the white and pink unicorn model asked her husband as they both stood in the lobby of the museum, ready to start a tour of the exhibit the two of them prepared, showcasing the different artworks they had ponies from small towns and villages send over to them. The exhibit for today was to showcase the art of those who lived basic lives, a chance for them to showcase their art to the top of the nation, something that would usually be impossible for those who live outside of large cities like New York or cities of cultural significance like Canterlot. "I do believe that everyone we expected to come has arrived, shall we begin?" the white unicorn gentleman said as he readjusted the cuffs on the suit he always seemed to wear in public. "Of course, Fleur-de-Lis said before clearing her throat and gaining everyone's attention. "Excuse me, but we would like to start soon. There won't be any bathroom breaks for at least the next hour, so if any pony needs to go then and there they go." 4 of the ponies in the lobby went towards the bathroom. When they returned, Fleur continued, "As I was saying, the tour will continue for the next hour or so. We will showcase these works of art that have arrived for today. Are there any questions before we begin?" Fleur finished before taking a peek at her husband, who subtly nodded his head at her. There were several hushed murmurs among the crowd of the 1%, but no questions were raised. "Very well, let us start the tour." Fleur smiled before walking into the art gallery section of the museum, where the exhibit was waiting. "So far none of the artworks has caught my interest," one of the ponies told his wife, who nodded her head in agreement. "Yes, if some pony told me earlier that these works were from the country, I wouldn't have came at all." More murmurs of those kind started to sound in the gallery as the ponies looked at the paintings and statues before them. One was a filly's drawing of a pine tree, another was a wooden chair painted green and covered with small pebbles. One canvas was almost entirely blank except for a single red stain in the middle. That is to say, none of the works were good. Hidden among the crowd, Blueblood sighed silently in boredom. No pony noticed his arrival. There was no interesting artwork to look at. Heck! Blueblood doesn't even like art. The whole reason I'm here is to look good to the rest of the upper class, mingle with the top as it were, but this is so boring. He thought to himself as he looked at an oil painting of a valley. It wasn't an ugly thing, but it also wasn't something he could see becoming as well known as a Van Gogh, or even a Dali. Seeing as the crowd was moving on to another part of the gallery, nobody keeping their eyes on him, Blueblood smirked and walked off, away from the gallery and into the museum proper. "Boys, the job is simple. We wear these maintenance uniforms and walk in with these boxes of tools," a pony wearing a reflective yellow vest told 3 other similar ponies as they stood in an alley across the street from the museum. "We walk in, unscrew the case protecting the dreamer, and leave with the painting. No time for questions, let's move." And with that, the group of 3 earth ponies and a Pegasus crossed the street, carrying boxes, a bucket, a mop, and a sign for a wet floor. Intent on leaving the museum 300 million bits richer. Chapter 9, Artistic Avenue 2. Fun fact about myself: art doesn't interest me. Why should I care for some painting of some merchant's wife? It's just colors on a canvas, it doesn't impact my life in any shape or form, so why should I care? Simple, I don't. However, high-class ponies, the 1%, the top of the top. They love talking about art, they love discussing the deeper meaning behind this painting and the emotions the artist must have felt whilst making it. It's all bullshit. But in order to blend in, and keep the facade of a prince, I'll have to play along. I managed to escape the boring art tour, but I can't just go back to the castle, that would make Celestia suspicious. So here I am, staring at a statue of a pony sitting in the thinker pose. How wonderful! Boys, remember the plan, an earth pony carrying a box of maintenance tools said as he and his group strolled into the museum, past the check-in and security. Step 1 of the plan. We act like we belong, and take the painting, no funny business. Understood? He asked, receiving nods from his partners. And so they walked towards the painting section, placed the ladder under a ceiling light in front of the doorway to the small area where the expensive paintings stood, closing off one of 2 entrances in the process. That was step 2 of the plan. While one of the ponies worked on the ceiling light, blocking the path for security in case they'll need to run, the Pegasus of the group silently flew near the ceiling, above the eye line of the few denizens of the gallery, and one by one disabled the security cameras. Step 3 was complete. Now was time for step 4, using the maintenance tools. It was up to the 2 remaining earth ponies to quickly unscrew the latch holding the glass screen over the painting, keeping the artwork secure from the grasp of ponies. For that reason, the museum used special bolts that require a specific type of screwdriver to unscrew. But the thieves came prepared, Opening the toolbox, one of the duo took out a spray bottle with a clear liquid inside, while the other took a small device that looked like a mechanical pen. Spraying the liquid on the screws, the thieves gently placed the device above the metal of the screws, holding it in place before they heard a light ping. "It's in," the one holding the spray bottle said, causing the one holding the device to start turning it like a screwdriver. After a minute of careful turning, a screw fell off the casing of the painting. "One down, 3 to go." Everything was going as planned, everything was perfect, and soon they'll leave the museum as rich men. "Hey kid, what do you think this painting means?" The thief holding the special screwdriver heard one of the visitors of the museum ask another, a few meters away. Mum told me not to speak with strangers, mister," the child said, a foreign accent on his tongue. "I see, my name is Blueblood, now I'm not a stranger anymore. Wasn't that the name of Celestia's nephew?" "Nah, must be a coincidence." The thief kept unscrewing the casing. "Oh, okay. My name is Pip Pinto Squeak, but every pony calls me Pipsqueak," the colt said loudly, causing the Pegasus to nearly fall back onto the floor, but he managed to stop himself and return to silently moving near the ceiling. "Only a few cameras left." "Yes, okay, nice to meet you and all that, please answer my previous question." The pony who shared a name with a prince pointed to the painting he was talking about. It's called The Card Players, so it's about a game of cards." "I'm sorry, my mum is the one you should ask," the colt said before the adult stopped him from leaving. "No, I want to ask you specifically because you're unsure," he said, catching the attention of not only the colt but also the thief holding the mechanical device. "You do not know much about art or the intrinsic details behind the craft work of these masterpieces, but by not knowing, you learn more from these works of art than any other." "Really?" Pip asked as he looked up at the stallion that started talking with him about the paintings. "Hey," the thief suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, seeing his partner with the spray bottle. "Why aren't you twisting?" "We don't have all day." The thief blinked before noticing he stopped unscrewing the painting as he listened to the two strangers talk about art. Taking a look at the painting he was trying to steal, a classic of a unicorn mare sleeping in her bed, the sheets messy as if she turned in her sleep from experiencing a bad dream. The Dreamer, it was called, was estimated to be worth 300 million bits. "Now, let's try a different painting," Blueblood asked Pip, receiving a nod in response as the duo walked closer to the two thieves in front of the painting. "Excuse me, good sir, would you mind moving aside so we could look at the painting?" he asked as he approached the duo in front of the painting. "No, now scram," the one holding the spray bottle responded, catching the attention of both the Pegasus who just finished covering the cameras, and the third Earth pony, who got off the ladder to stretch his legs. "That's rude, do you not know who I am?" he asked, and in response, the thief with the device stopped unscrewing the case and turned to look. It was Prince Blueblood. Not a pony who simply shared the same name as the prince, no. It was Celestia's nephew himself. "Shit. I don't care who you are, we're busy here, scram." The thief who unscrewed the case wanted to stop his partner from digging a deeper hole for himself, but couldn't do so as he spotted the Pegasus of his group positioning himself directly above the unicorn, intent to drop on him in case he continued to cause trouble. Looking behind him, he spotted the thief on ladder duty take out a small hammer from a pocket in his safety vest and start walking towards the group. "I signed up for the painting, not an assault on the crown, I'm out of here," he thought to himself as he quickly placed his device back in the toolbox and start walking away from the painting. "And where do you think you're going?" Spray Bottle asked him. "We're not done here, if you walk out of those doors you're not getting a bit, you hear?" Device nodded his head and quickly left. Another year in a dead-end job is better than life in the slammer. Spray Bottle clicked his tongue in frustration before turning back to Blueblood and Pip. "Look, I told you to scram, didn't I? If you keep standing there like some idiot you can't blame me for what'll happen." Seeing the angry ponies gathering around him, Pip huddled closer to Mr. Blueblood and turned his head up to speak with him, only to spot another pony directly above them ready to drop. "Mr. Blueblood!" he yelled, trying to alert the unicorn of the pony, which instead caused the Pegasus above them to drop down on the unicorn's back, slamming him into the floor. "Enough games!" Spray Bottle yelled, causing the few other visitors to run away from the commotion that was happening. "Grab that painting and let's get out of here." Flirtalice wasn't having a good time. The art gallery that she and her husband spent almost a month getting ready was a monumental failure. "Enough games!" That was until she heard a muffled shout from a different part of the museum, which caught the attention of everyone in her exhibit. "What was that? Did they just slam me into the ground?" I mentally asked myself as I lay on the floor of the museum, a heavy feathered body holding me down as the two goons with hard hats try and rip a reinforced glass casing off the wall using sheer brute strength. "They did, didn't they? They slammed me into the ground. They slammed me. Hey! Let go of him!" I heard the little kid I just met yell before feeling the body on top of me move slightly as if pushed by a child. I said. Pip yelled again as he started to push harder, "Let go!" Scram! The Pegasus seemed to have enough of the kid trying to push him around, as he swiped his front leg into Pip's face, throwing him off to roll on the floor. A small trail of blood dripping from his nose. Spray Bottle watched from the corner of his eye as the annoying colt was thrown off his pal, likely breaking his nose as a result. No problem, nobody needed him to play hero, should have left the grown UPS to do their jobs. "Hey, stop struggling!" The Pegasus yelled before a loud crashing sound could be heard from his direction, causing Spray Bottle to once more look away from the painting, leaving Ladder Duty to take care of it. "What are you doing now?" He stopped talking when he saw the blonde unicorn that annoyed them stand up from the floor, his blonde hair dropping onto his face, making it hard to see his eyes, and the scarf that was around his neck moments prior now held in his hooves, the clothing accessory wrapped firmly around the neck of the Pegasus, who was struggling to get it off. Let go of me," the Pegasus choked as the scarf got tighter and tighter around his neck. "Hey!" Spray Bottle yelled, catching the unicorn's attention. He almost paused when he spotted the bloodshot eyes on the stallion, but decided that helping his partner was more important than the eyes of some idiot. He threw his right hoof towards the unicorn's face, a smile on his face at the thought of that nuisance leaving him to steal the painting in peace. He started to frown when he didn't feel an impact. Moving his head to see what was going on, he was greeted with a powerful glare, his hoof held in a telekinetic hold, and a glowing horn. "Shit!" Seeing all the ponies running out of the expensive painting room, a single mother turned to ask one of the guests what was going on. "There's some sort of fight going on, why isn't security doing anything?" "There's a fight? Oh no! Pip!" The mayor yelled before running towards the room, pushing past the crowd of scared onlookers. Her baby could be in danger. The reason security was so slow? There just so happened to be an entire group of some of the richest ponies in Equestria in the museum, and the owner thought it would be a good idea to leave most of the guards with them, good PR and all that. Who could have guessed that would backfire? Spray Bottle wasn't having a good time. His Pegasus was lying on the ground a few meters away, struggling to move as he massaged his neck. Ladder Duty was out cold, his ladder was toppled over him, his vest covered in blood from all the teeth he broke. And Spray Bottle? He was currently getting his head slammed into the floor over and over, thanking every deity he could think of that he decided to wear a hard hat for this job, otherwise a strong concussion wouldn't be the worst thing happening to him right now. Slam! He looked into the eyes of the unicorn above him. Slam! No, unicorn isn't a good word for what this person was. Slam! He was looking at a demon. Slam! And when Spray Bottle felt his eyes close as his adrenaline run out and the sweet embrace of unconsciousness took him, he stared into the eyes of the devil himself, and they were light blue. Pip! Clean Squeak was panicking. Not because of the ruffians beating each other on the other side of the room, no. She was panicking because her son was bleeding and unconscious. "Wake up, Pip!" she cried as she tried to shake him gently awake to no response. "No no 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 no! Please!" I smack. She turned her head to see the white stallion grab a scarf wrapped around the Pegasus, and rip it off his neck with a strong pull, ruining the scarf and leaving a section wrapped around the ruffian. Clean Squeak slowly crawled back with her son in her arms as the unicorn started walking towards her, holding the scarf in his mouth. She almost stopped breathing when she felt her back hit the wall. There was nowhere else to go. She closed her eyes and hugged her son closer to her when the unicorn took the scarf out of his mouth and held it in his hooves. But nothing came, she wasn't being hit. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the unicorn wiping the blood off her son with his scarf, his horn glowing as he worked. "Nothing serious, good," she heard him whisper under his breath as he cleaned the blood off before his horn glowed brighter, and with a small yell and another shower of blood, her little Pip opened his eyes. "Ow!" he yelled, his legs quickly moving to hold the scarf to his nose as the blood flowed like a leaky faucet. "What is going on here?" A yell cut through her thoughts as a short unicorn came into the room followed by a bunch of guards. Seeing them entering the room, the blonde stallion looked at the mother and son duo before quietly telling them "Excuse me for just a moment," and walking to the guards who just entered. "You! Did you do this? I will have you know that this museum is owned by the short unicorn." Stopped talking when the white unicorn opened his mouth. "I don't care. Are you in charge or are you not? Well, listen here, you scoundrel. I am the head of this establishment and I won't be. That's all I needed to hear." The unicorn then grabbed a bag from the floor and levitated it towards him, opening it when it reached him and taking out a large book. "What are you?" The head of the museum tried to speak, but the blonde stallion interrupted him. "With the authority handed to me by the crown, I am placing you under investigation and house arrest for its duration," he said as he opened the book, showing him what must be a certain law. "For workplace negligence." A bead of sweat started to form on the short pony's head, lacking security of a piece of historical importance, more sweat. "Child endangerment." Pip sneezed and wiped his nose with the scarf. "Insufficient safety regulations on a commercial property." Clean Squeak stopped listening to the words as the list went on, but when the unicorn finally closed his book and placed it back in his bag, the short pony asked him a question that even she wanted to know. "Who are you?" The white unicorn blinked before looking down at his ruined cardigan. With a sigh he took it off, revealing his cutie mark that was half hidden under the shirt. "I am Prince Blueblood Platinum, and you are under arrest," he said before turning his back on the short pony in charge and walking back in her direction. "What? You can't do this to me!" the short pony yelled as the guards that came with him picked up the thieves that lied on the floor and dragged them and the owner outside of the museum. "Actually, he can," a new voice made itself known, catching the eyes of every pony in the area. "Fancy pants!" the owner yelled in surprise as the gentleman walked in their direction, making sure to keep out of the room so as to not disrupt what will now become a crime investigation scene. "As a member of the crown, Prince Blueblood does have the authority to place you under house arrest and order an investigation if given sufficient reasoning. The list of crimes he read out will suffice in this case," the blue-haired unicorn said, and the owner of the museum slumped onto the floor, forcing the guards to actively carry him out. "I didn't know you were a prince!" Pip yelled excitedly, his voice nasally from the blood drying on his nose and the scarf covering it. "I didn't tell you," Blueblood smiled before taking out a small pouch from his bag, opening it, and depositing part of its contents in front of her. "Here," he said as he placed a small pile of bits next to her legs, "this should cover the hospital bills, lunch and dinner," he told her, a tired smile on his face. "Wah!" Clean Squeak managed to let out before the prince smiled at her and Pip, and walked away, leaving a trail of blood in the shape of his hoof prints behind him. "You seem to have had an exciting day," I paused when I heard a familiar voice tell me. "I managed to walk all the way back to the castle without anybody stopping me. Why now?" "Yes, Princess Luna, I did indeed have a most exciting time today," I smiled as I responded to the dark blue alicorn as she made her way in my direction. She smiled and looked at my legs. I can see that, luckily the blood wasn't mine. Yes, I'm sure you can, I smiled wider at her, which only causes her smile to widen in response. We both stared at each other for almost a minute, neither of us willing to look away from the eyes of the other. Sadly, it seems that the sunset had different ideas, as the rays from the window entered my eyes and forced me to lose the impromptu staring match with the princess of the night. "Have a good night, Blueblood," she said as she continued her walk, passing by me and ignoring the trail of bloody footsteps. "You too, Luna," I respond and continue making my way back to my room. I really need a shower. Chapter 10, Artistic Aftermath. Luna calmly walked down the corridors of the castle. The moon was at its apex, the stars in the sky glowed and sparkled on the dark canvas of the night, and Princess Luna walked through a wall and stood in front of a sleeping figure. It has been less than a week since her powers as an alicorn princess have returned to her, and she has yet to walk into another pony's dream, so who better to test her power on than her new friend, her sister's nephew, the pony who helped her get her powers back, and the one who just had a very tiresome day. That is correct, Princess Luna was entering the dream of Prince Blueblood. And with an ethereal hoof moving invisibly through the air, she touched the sleeping stallion's forehead. And entered his dream. An unnamed earth pony stumbled into his small, one-bedroom apartment. His mane was frazzled and untidy, and his coat smelled of booze. "Stupid bottle," he mumbled to himself as he drunkenly stumbled into his home. "Stupid prince, stupid painting," he kept mumbling and grumbling, unable to finish a sentence as the thoughts of the heist he participated in from earlier in the day continued to play in his head. It was all going to plan, too, he spoke to himself, nearly tripping over the small coffee table in his living room as he drunkenly walked around the apartment. But then spray bottle had to keep going. He cried out loud, holding a leg to cover his eyes as tears threatened to spill from it. All he had to do was let the prince look at the painting before continuing. There were no guards. There was no security. Everything was perfect. He yelled before he looked at the ratty couch he used as a bed, and he remembered something important. Shit! They're gonna squeal. He quickly pushed the couch aside, drunkenly tripping over and over as he moved the heavy furniture, just so he could reveal the dust-covered plank floor underneath it, or where a plank floor should be. He knew he was taking a big risk by making this hole under his couch. His landlord might actually kill him if he found it, but now he won't have to worry about it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is there? He took out a bag, one filled with all the money he saved over the last few years of being a petty thief. Quickly shoving any spare clothes and canned food that he could fit into his bag, he put it on his back and drunkenly ran towards the door. Only to crash into a pony waiting outside. "I'm really sorry," the pony said as he gently lifted him from the ground, his white fur almost giving the thief a heart attack before he spotted the blue hair of his mane. "I apologize for bothering you this late at night, but we have some things to discuss." A gentle smile graced the handsome unicorn's face as he looked into the thief's eyes. "So I thank you for letting us in." The unicorn walked past him and into his dingy and ratty apartment, dragging the thief in a telekinetic hold. It was then that he noticed that more ponies were waiting outside his apartment, almost all of whom were wearing golden armor, with the outlier being one wearing a long coat and holding a notepad. The lead unicorn sat down on his couch and urged him to sit as well. Seeing the guards outside told him that he was surrounded. Listening to the pony who must be in charge should have been the correct choice. Too bad for him, he was drunk. And scared. Drunk, scared, and surrounded by royal guards? That is a recipe for disaster. The thief turned and ran to the window above his sink. He was on the 3rd floor, but he should be fine. He was an earth pony after all. He was resilient. Too bad that instead of jumping out the glass pane, he instead crashed into a pink barrier that appeared around him like a bubble. "Why are you running away?" he heard the unicorn ask. "Do you have something to hide?" The thief tried to look for a way out, but everywhere he looked he could see only more of the bubble barrier, slowly closing in on him, trapping him in his own living room. Fine, enough theatrics. Dust blower, you are under arrest, please do not resist. And when the unicorn said those words, the alcohol and adrenaline must have hit the thief simultaneously, as he collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Seeing it all, Guard Captain Shining Armor couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. His first active job since the Parasprite incident, and this is how it goes. All his recent jobs were nothing more than clean-up duty. Arrest the diamond dogs who kidnapped Rarity, clean up the Parasprite infestation, clean up this, arrest that. Finally, he could question, interrogate, and maybe have a runaway who he'll need to chase after like some sort of action star. He was trained for this. But now the guy is out cold. I need a break, he whispered to himself before ordering 2 of his guards to carry the unconscious thief to a jail cell. Interrogation will begin when he wakes up. Celestia was having a busy night. She was supposed to be sleeping, getting ready for tomorrow. Instead, she was waiting for the results of what her guards found from the thieves her nephew took down. Knock knock knock. Open, she called to the pony who was knocking on her door. In walked a paper white-coated earth pony with brown hair tied in a bun on both her head and tail. A white suit collar around her neck was held with a red tie. Your Majesty, more results came in, Raven Inkwell said as she carried a pile of papers to Celestia, the bags under her eyes showing how tired she was. Good, Celestia picked up one of the papers and started reading. Anything noteworthy to report? Raven took a moment to think before nodding her head. Yes, Your Majesty, after the investigation into the museum has shown a clear discrepancy between the amount of money coming in and the money being documented. She told her. Money laundering, and so close to the castle. Tell Shining Armor that I want to know every underground connection the thieves had, and tell Notepad that I want him to put his whole focus on the museum owner. Where was he laundering money? How long? How much? We need answers. Celestia ordered, and Raven bowed her head and turned to leave. One more thing, Raven stopped in her tracks when Celestia called out to her. Good job, Celestia smiled when she saw the energy entering Raven Inkwell when she got the compliment. That girl really needs to smile more, Celestia thought to herself before she returned to reading the new documents. In the following weeks, 14 different ponies will be arrested and sentenced following leads that popped up in the investigation. And 2 works of art that were thought to have been lost for years were found and returned to the royal castle for safekeeping. But that is a story for another time. Luna didn't know what she expected to see in Blueblood's dream. Maybe a scene from earlier in the day. It's not every day that a pony gets into a fight that ends in blood. But no. Instead she found herself sitting at what seemed to be an empty train station in the middle of the desert. At least she believed it was a train station, seeing as instead of tracks, there was a metal railway lifted horizontally above the ground, held up by pillars. Luna decided to wait, she was simply visiting the dream, there was no need for her to start moving around and making a mess when there was no nightmare. After what felt like an eternity of waiting on the bench at the station, she heard something walk in her direction before they stopped. Turning her head, she spotted another pony waiting on the bench for the train. His coat was white but covered in dust and sand and his cutie mark was hidden under a leather belt and orange pants, not that Luna expected to see a cutie mark anyways, this pony wasn't real and the mind usually didn't create the finer details of the dream. What stood out however in this pony, was that his face was hidden under a mask and his front legs were wrapped with bandages. The mask covered his entire face, holding onto the back of his head with leather straps. It was white and only had a hole for his unicorn horn in a left eye, the other eye hole was covered with a patch of brown leather. There seemed to be a rounded orange triangle design on the mask, creating a line of orange going from the bottom of his cheeks, over his eyes, and connected just above where a hole was made for his horn. The mouth portion of the mask was instead replaced with a gas mask, extending into a small pipe connected to a small tank on the right side of the mask. Luna spent what felt like another hour silently looking at the surprisingly detailed pony before she realized. Oh, that's supposed to be Blueblood. That brought another thought to pass through her head. Why is this his dream? It was then that she heard the sounds of heavy machinery whirring in the distance, growing ever closer. Looking at the source, the train was coming. Dreamblood stood up from the bench when he heard it, looking at the train in the distance coming closer. Luna now understood why the tracks looked how they did. The train wasn't connected to them with wheels, but with powerful magnets instead. And it wasn't slowing down to pick them up. Dreamblood started to run towards the track, surprising Luna with what he was doing, before he jumped onto the fast-moving train and hung on the side of it before kicking in a window and swinging himself into the carriage. "Wait!" Luna shouted as she flew after him, now interested in what was going on in his dream. It seemed almost like a scene from a book with how it played out. Passing through the walls of the train as if they weren't there, Luna started to walk toward the carriage Dreamblood entered. She heard the sound of metal hitting metal, and passed by what seemed like broken yellow boxes before she once more saw Dreamblood. Catching up with him, she followed as he opened the door to the next cabin and entered. Instead of more yellow boxes like in the previous cabins, this one was almost completely empty, save for two things. In the middle of the cabin was a large pile of dynamite sticks, and a chair with a mannequin that also looked like Blueblood, but for some reason, it was wearing a mask that looked exactly like his face. A bomb was strapped to the chest of the mannequin and was ricking down rapidly. "It's cute that y'all think you're the heroes of this little adventure, but you're not," a voice similar to Blueblood came out of a radio in the mannequin's mouth. Dreamblood looked around at all the explosives as the timer on mannequin blood counted down. "Welcome to Pandora, kiddos." And with an explosion of dynamite, the dream ended and switched to another. This is a nice place to stop, Luna thought to herself as she left the dream, seeing that her friend was simply dreaming about some book or another that he read and wasn't having a nightmare. She walked back to her own bed in the castle, ready to return to her physical body and get some rest for herself. Chapter 11, Mysterious Missing Mare 1. Around a week passed since the incident at the museum, and the tabloids are still printing out stories about it. Prince Blueblood, brave or beast? Who wrote this? I ask loudly as I slam the newspaper on the table, rattling the single cup of coffee that was situated next to me. I get it. It was probably the most interesting thing that happened since that bug infestation in Philadelphia, but it has been a week already. Find something new to write. I angrily rant to myself before taking a long sip of my coffee. Blueblood, just the pony we were looking for. I spit out my coffee when the Princess of the Night loudly barges into the small dining room, only slightly scared of how a creature with hooves can sneak up on a person. I mean Luna. What is the reason that you were searching for me? Do you wish to order the servants to bring you something specific? I ask, wiping the coffee off my coat with a nearby napkin. Oh, nothing of the sort, we have found this page. Luna shows me a rolled-up piece of paper with words written on it. Yes, that is indeed a page, I say blandly as I read the words written on it. Why have you brought it to my attention though, might I ask? Luna huffs and smiles proudly, lifting her head back as to make herself look taller, something which doesn't do much on account of me sitting on a chair and her standing, but go off. It is the duty of the crown to assist its citizens in their struggles, she explained proudly, her hair flowing behind her in an invisible breeze, and the pony who wrote this paper is obviously in need of assistance. Of course she is, I think to myself as I look once more at the words written on the posted paper. Her daughter hasn't answered any of her letters, and the poster is scared that she is missing. Luna, may I be allowed to speak my mind? I ask her, receiving a confused blink and a nod. Of course you are, we are both of the crown, are we not? She asks before grinning slightly, although you hold a lower seat of power, and are below me in the succession line. My eyebrows twitched, and I have also lived centuries more than you have, not counting the millennia I spent trapped on the moon. My right eye twitched as she continued talking. And all of that is also disregarding me being an alicorn and you a simple unicorn. I get it. I yell at her as I stand up from my chair, No need to point everything out to me. I know. I sit back down and take another sip of my coffee. Luna frowned at my outburst. We apologize, Blueblood. Our desire was to engage in some friendly teasing, although it seems that we have stepped over a line, Luna said, giving a curt bow of sorry before once again addressing her reason of coming to me. We thought that we might investigate this case. We know that you have been cooped up in the castle for a week and we were starting to get worried. Damn it, Luna, now I feel bad for yelling at you. It was also to be our first time leaving the castle grounds since our power has returned to us in full, yet perhaps a later date would be more appropriate. She placed the paper in front of me and turned to leave, her horn glowing as she walked away. The paper slid slightly closer to me. Luna walked another few steps away before stopping. The paper once again slid just a few centimeters closer and Luna resumed walking. Once she was fully out of the room, I was left with nothing but my thoughts, a cooling cup of coffee, and a poster for a missing pony. Only for me to suddenly jump in fright when I heard a large bang on the window. Turning quickly to look, I relax when I spot Luna pressing a piece of paper onto the window. It read, "Investigate this case. Go outside. Take the credit. The news will stop talking about the museum." She repeatedly pointed at the paper, twisting her leg as if using body language to say go on. I silently gesture at the paper she left lying by my side, receiving many repeated nods from the princess on the other side of the pane of glass. I look to her side, before opening my mouth to tell her the window next to you is open, we can still talk. Luna paused her gesturing, looking to her left and spotting the open window only 2 meters away, her face flushed in embarrassment. Instead of moving to talk through the window, she proceeded to close it and returned to pantomiming. I sighed in exhaustion, drank the last of my coffee, grabbed the paper, and walked out the door, ignoring Luna giving me a supportive smile from beyond the pane of glass. And it's only 10 in the morning. Shining Armor was having an uneventful day. All the ponies that were connected to the museum debacle were arrested and in the process of being investigated, thus no longer part of his job, leaving the captain to sit back and relax after a good week of actually doing his job. Arresting criminals, protecting ponies, and serving the princess. This was what he signed up for. And with a content sigh, Shining Armor closed his eyes, basking in the midday sun shining through his office's large windows, landing on the many photos that sat on a corner of his desk. Breastplate twinkle, I require your assistance. Shining Armor opened his eyes as the voice entered his ears, the relaxing atmosphere from just moments prior replaced with the headache-inducing feeling of dread that followed him whenever the prince was involved. Loudly opening his office doors, Prince Blueblood strode in as if he owned the place, which Shining Armor had to reluctantly admit that by virtue of being of the crown, he technically did. "I require bodyguards to follow me as I work on an investigation," he said as he spun the chair that sat in front of his desk such that the backrest was facing him, allowing Blueblood to cross his legs as he leaned forward on the chair as if it were a table. "Prince Blueblood, I can't just give you some of my Shining Armor," tried to explain to the prince why he couldn't do such a thing, only for the prince to interrupt him. "Don't care," Shining Armor's headache began, "I am a prince, and it is the duty of the royal guard to protect the crown, which includes me." The headache only got worse when Shining Armor had to admit that Blueblood's words made complete sense. "Will you use my name correctly if I give you guards for the investigation you're doing?" he asked quietly, massaging his temple as the prince smiled at him. "Of course, I will," he said. "After all, how could I forget what a wonderful pony our very own Captain Twinkling Protection is?" Shining Armor swallowed a sigh and wrote a note instead, which soon disappeared in a puff of magic. "Done, now please get out of my office." Shining Armor couldn't even look at the prince at the moment. And once the prince was well and truly out of his office, Shining Armor levitated one of the photos on the table closer to him. "What would you do in my situation, Twilight?" he said to himself as he looked at the photo of himself, smiling at the camera as his siblings and parents hugged him as he showed off his high school diploma. "Pinkie Pie! Stop messing around! Princess Celestia said she'll be visiting in 7 days. A purple unicorn yelled loudly at her friend in the kitchen, trying to stop her from making a bigger mess of the library than she already has. When Twilight Sparkle got the letter telling her that Princess Celestia will be coming over to visit in a week, she knew that everything needed to be perfect, especially after her embarrassing performance at Appaloosa only 2 days prior. Crash boom clang. Twilight squinted her eyes as loud noises came out of the kitchen, her pink friend shambling out, covered head to hoof in white flour, making a powdery mess on the floor. "Hey Twilight," Pinkie Pie said as she tilted to and fro in a doozy, "maybe the library isn't the best place for guests." She coughed out a cloud of flour, before falling face first onto the floor. "Oh Pinkie!" Twilight rubbed her brow as she looked at her friend before turning to look out the nearest window. "I wonder what Princess Celestia would do in this situation." Sitting on her throne, Princess Celestia sneezed. "Everything all right, Your Majesty?" Raven Inkwell asked as she passed her a tissue paper to wipe her nose with. "Everything is fine, Raven," Celestia smiled down at her young secretary before looking at the almost empty throne room, soon to be filled with different ministers and chancellors as day court would start. "I wonder what Luna is doing." Princess Luna smiled cheekily as she looked through a pair of small telescopes connected by a bar of metal, called by the guards of the castle binoculars. She was currently spying on her friend as he went about the mission she gave him. Luna frowned for a moment as she remembered what happened earlier today. She wasn't expecting an outburst from the prince, or at the very least not one as loud as he had. She didn't know he would have such a reaction to joking about the succession line or being in a licorn. Although now that she had time to think it over, it sort of made sense to her where that anger could stem from. "I hope he realizes we do not think of him as any lesser, just because of his lack of wings," Luna mentally told herself. She sighed. It seems she still had much to learn in regard to friendship, and the surprisingly delicate art of playful teasing. How did he master such an art form? She asked herself in a whisper, her sudden voice scaring away a small phoenix that was nestled nearby in the tree she was hiding. Chapter 12, Mysterious Missing Mare 2. If someone told me a few months ago that I'd be spending my time investigating a missing person case on the behest of a talking horse, I would have punched them in the face and then checked for drugs. But now here I am, on my way to talk with the mother of a mare who supposedly went missing. "Your Highness, we have reached the town of Sire's Hollow, we'll start the landing now," one of the 3 guards accompanying me on this little side mission said before the carriage started to descend. Because of course the carriages in this world are enchanted to be carried by Pegasus. I'm not even going to question the concept of using people as horsepower for the moving of carriages. After a slow descent in altitude, the door to my carriage opens and I step outside. "You," I point at an orange guard, "carry my bags, and you," I point to a different guard, "write down everything that the mare will be saying even before she opens the door. I want everything written down, even if it's just her wondering whether her cake is ready. Am I understood?" The 2 guards quickly nod, one entering the carriage and grabbing my bags, and the other taking out a notebook and a pen. The 3rd guard stays at the carriage, making sure we're able to leave at any moment. Sire's Hollow was a rather small town, with just over 1,000 residents. It also happens to be the home of one Starshine Campfire, a sickly mare who is worried for her daughter. When she sent out the posters for her daughter, she expected the police to arrive and question her in a few weeks, maybe even a month if they were having a busy schedule. She did not expect some pony to answer her posters less than a week after she published them. And she definitely didn't expect Princess Celestia's nephew to be the one to do so. But that was how she found herself, slowly limping to her living room so the prince could question her about her daughter. "Before I start asking questions in regards to the investigation, I have to ask if you are okay, ma'am?" he asked as he noticed her pale look and sickly figure. "It's nothing serious," she told him with a gentle smile, lying to him without missing a beat. "It's just age catching up to me." Her smile wavered but she carried on, slowly sitting on one of the chairs in the living room, Prince Blueblood sitting in front of her. "I am telling you now, ma'am, we will find your daughter," he told her as he moved his blonde hair off his forehead and looked her in the eyes. Now, I will be asking some questions, he said, and Starshine nodded. I want you to answer all of them truthfully and to the best of your ability, am I understood? Starshine nodded once again, and the prince began asking his question. Leaving Starshine's home, I couldn't help but frown. Sir, is leaving her like that a good idea? The guard I had carrying my bags asked, worry plastered on his face as he thought back to the sickly mare. Her health is none of our concerns, guard, it is her choice to seek medical attention, we cannot force it upon her, I tell him and start walking to a different part of the town, intent on speaking with the father of the supposed victim. But your highness, she is not well. The guard with the notes yelled, forcing me to turn and address her. Do not raise your voice at me, I tell her, my voice the picture example of calm, her red feathers quivering in fear as her eyes met mine. I am your prince, I tell her, taking a few steps forward, your job is to protect me, protect my aunt, protect my cousin, each word was emphasized with a single step forward, and most importantly, protect the crown, my face was now only centimeters from hers. The orange guard carrying my bags looked unsure of what to do, so I ignored him and brought my full attention to the red Pegasus. Let me make something clear to you, Cherry Pop, her shaking seemed to intensify when I used her name. Some of the staff and guards might think me stupid for never using the correct name when addressing them. Those same people are dumb. I remember the name of every person who works for me, be it Captain Shining Armor, Raven Inkwell, Princess Cadance who I have yet to formally interact with, Chef Flower Cap who I burdened with the task of making quill egg mayo, and even the 3 guards that were placed with the duty of my protection. That mare is not your job, her health is not your job, I continue to tell her, you may feel bad for her, you may pity her, you may even complain about how unfair the world is to make illnesses get as bad as they can, and I would allow you to do so, sometimes I might even encourage it. But unless my life is in immediate danger, you do not raise your voice at me, I looked her in the eyes and asked her. Am I understood? She swallowed her saliva and nodded her head before giving me a quick salute and a sir yes sir. I backed off and nodded at her, good, and then turned to the orange Pegasus, the same goes for you Flash Sentry. He quickly nodded and saluted as well. Good, now let's find the father of this scenario. When I reached the building where one Firelight worked from, I didn't expect much. He was the head of the Sire's Hollow Preservation Society, so I expected his office to look like an old archive. I remembered when I spent a summer working in an archive for one of the Navy bases I was stationed at, it was filled with old boxes and even older documents, dating back to the founding of that naval base approximately 80 years prior. And just as I expected, his office looked just like an archive would. Dusty books and boxes of documents lined the interior, the door and windows of the building must have also been part of his preservation job, seeing as how they looked like they might just crumble into dust. But I was not here because of his job, I'm here because he's the father of the victim. Mr. Firelight, I called into the building as I waited outside the doorway, I am here to ask you some questions in regards to the whereabouts of your daughter. And just as I said those words, I heard a voice call back, just a moment. What followed soon were the sounds of hooves quickly clopping off the tiled floor of the old building, followed closely by a purple unicorn with aquamarine hair, wearing a red vest over a cream-colored shirt and tie. But what stood out about the older gentleman were the dark circles and wrinkles around his eyes, making him look older than he actually was. You know where my Starlight is? He asked, and I made sure that Cherry Pop wrote everything down. The discussion that followed would in most other cases be considered a waste of time, seeing as everything he told me I already knew. Everything other than one little detail, that is. You're telling me that she kept in touch by sending you letters on a monthly basis. I asked the stallion to repeat what he said, my brow furrowing in confusion. Yes. He cried, wiping snot off his muzzle with a handkerchief, and it's been months since her last letter, we thought that the next letter got lost, so we waited another month, and then another, but nothing came. "Ooh, my baby!" he cried, and I sighed in exasperation. "Could you perhaps let us see the last note you got from her?" I asked. Stationed on top of a roof on the other side of the small town, hidden under a camouflaging spell, Princess Luna spied on Prince Blueblood through the pair of binoculars she borrowed from the empty desk of Captain Metal Shield. She saw the stallion he was questioning crying as he gave him a note, she saw Blueblood massage his forehead as he read what was written, she saw one of the guards writing down what was being said between the two, and the second guard was standing outside, making sure nobody will interrupt them. Although it seemed like Blueblood got enough information out of the unicorn, he soon left and started walking back to the carriage that he rode in, but not before buying a glass of lemonade from a stall being run by a pair of fillies, who seemed amazed at having a real-life prince drinking from their stand. He then returned to the carriage and flew off in a different direction than Canterlot. And so Princess Luna, still camouflaged, flew after him, intent to make sure her new friend was still doing fine. "Good evening, I need you to get at least 10 guards, a construction expert, an engineer, and a doctor that specializes in magic and hexes." The sheriff of the Flamefall County Police Department blinked when he saw the blonde unicorn sitting on his chair, behind his desk, ordering him what to do while looking out the window. "May I ask why you need all of those people?" the sheriff asked, before adding, "Your Highness." Prince Blueblood turned his chair away from the window looking at the sunset, now facing the sheriff with the setting sun illuminating his back. "There's an illegal town built a few clicks north of here, and it's run by a powerful unicorn," the prince told him, "and I also need you to bring an arrest warrant for one Starlight Glimmer." He smiled down at him. The sheriff gulped before turning and leaving his office, already shouting orders to his precinct to get ready for what might be the biggest case they got involved with in years. Chapter 13, Mysterious Missing Mare 3. The target is 27-year-old Starlight Glimmer, the sheriff of Flamefall County told the officers of the precinct as they stood in an empty office space, cleared out to make room for more ponies. "According to the investigation made by our Prince Blueblood and the Royal Guard, the mare has been researching advanced magic for the past 11 years and has never stayed in one place for longer than a year." The sheriff made sure everybody that was available would be in this meeting, from Prince Blueblood and his protection to the construction investigators and medical specialists that will be coming with them. 5 months ago, she sent a letter to her father, telling him of building a town where nobody has a cutie mark, and everyone is equal. Whispers started to spread across the precinct when the sheriff told them, "We already have an arrest warrant ready, your job is to make sure none of the people living in her town start any trouble, try and keep confrontation to a minimum with them." The police officers nodded. "Our target is wanted on a number of charges, most notable being the illegal removal of cutie marks without a specialized medical license, and the illegal construction of a town. There's more to take her down for, but those are the main points of this operation." He turned to look at the more armored police officers, wearing equipment specifically made to take down unicorns. The tools themselves will be proven mostly worthless against a magician that knows even the basics of combat, but most regular unicorns simply throw objects around with telekinesis or fire beams of concussive force. "Make sure everything is ready, we're leaving early tomorrow morning," he told them, receiving plenty of nods in return. "Any questions?" "Yes, Mushroom Puff, what is it? Why are we leaving tomorrow morning? Why not now?" "That is because we don't need to hurry, the target doesn't know we are coming after her, and it is better to be safe than sorry. We'll be doing a check of equipment once this meeting is over," he told his officers before turning to the rest of the ponies in his precinct. "We will be moving out tomorrow at 8, please be ready and here by that time." The sheriff turned to look at everyone in the room. Meeting adjourned. Flamefall County is a small county situated near the northern edge of Equestria. Its towns don't have many commodities and its main attraction for tourists is a wealthy ski resort situated on top of a rather large series of underground tunnels. For all intents and purposes, it was a glorified ski and caving region, which meant that most of the towns in the county were tourist hot spots. That is how I found myself sitting at a family-owned inn in a nearby village, a mug of hot cocoa in my grasp and a warm blanket covering my body, sitting on a surprisingly gentle sofa while looking at the fireplace. While sipping from the cocoa, I thought, how will I explain this to Celestia? Surely once I return to the castle, she will throw aside all of her duties for the day and make sure that I am fine and uninjured, babying me as if I am a gentle foal who can't take care of himself. I'm almost 30, both me as a human and Blueblood. I don't mind being treated special because of our familial connection, but I don't want it to happen every time I leave the castle. As I thought of what to say to Celestia, I turned to look at the figure that stepped into my private space, pushed me to the side, sat next to me on the sofa, took my cocoa, and covered herself with my blanket. This isn't a love seat, I don't think this thing can hold both of our weight, I told the mare who was sipping from the cocoa that I paid for. She put down the empty mug and gave me a quizzical look. Art thou calling us fat, Prince Blueblood? Princess Luna asked as she shimmied herself backward on the sofa, taking the entire seat for herself, before pushing me off the sofa and away from the heat of the blanket with a gentle nudge from her leg. And what is a love seat? Still laying on the floor, I explained to the princess of the night that a love seat is a chair that was invented by some old king so he could be able to hold his wives while sitting down, or something along those lines. I don't research furniture. How long were you planning on simply following me from afar, Princess Luna? I ask her as I push myself off the carpeted floor. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed that you were checking me out. I flick my hair, receiving a huff of amusement from Luna. I move another sofa closer to her and grab another blanket, but in all seriousness, this investigation that you brought up to me this morning has really gotten out of hand fast. She looks away from me for a moment and sighs, yes. This morning, we wish to apologize. That caught my attention. Apologize for what? We made fun of you, insinuated that you were lesser of a prince on account of not being an alicorn. We wish to apologize for that. You are just as much a prince as any other of the crown, and a lack of wings does not make you any lesser than us nor Celestia, so we would like to apologize for our remarks at that time. We held no ill will in them. I blinked slowly as I listened to what she was saying before I turned my head fully to look at her and asked her, what are you talking about? Luna turned to me in shock and opened her mouth to ask something, but I cut her off. You already apologized for that, didn't you? I practically forgot it happened already. Now it was her turn to blink slowly. In fact, I find it more insulting that you thought bringing up my lack of wings or my position in the chain of succession was enough to hurt my feelings for longer than 5 minutes. I know I likely won't be the ruler of Equestria. Celestia has been ruling for more than 1,000 years without stepping down. Why would she do so in my lifetime? I laugh to myself as I lean back on the sofa. I mean, what are the chances? After our insightful talk, Luna left back to Canterlot, promising to tell Celestia of what I'm doing. It has been a full night since then, and now I find myself wearing a winter coat as I stand on top of a cliff overlooking a small collection of houses stationed in 2 rows, a lone road in the middle between them and a larger house at the end of it. So this is the place, I say out loud, getting a nod from a sheriff. Even with his body covered with a heavy winter coat, colored blue to distinguish himself as a cop, he still had his white sheriff's hat and a walrus mustache. He kind of looked like Sam Elliott now that I think about it. Once we get down there, we should be able to get her arrested and under custody easily, he told me. I'm more worried about what will happen if she tries to resist. You said she was a powerful unicorn, yes. I nodded and told him what was written in the letters Firelight showed me. Then let us hope it won't come down to that, the sheriff said and turned to address the crowd of police officers and specialists, while I walked over to the 3 guards that were here for my protection. Why is it so cold here? Cherry Pop asked out loud as she shivered in her armor. Canterlot is way warmer than this. That's because we're near the border, the green guard who was left with guarding the carriage yesterday said as he pointed towards a row of mountains in the distance. See those mountains over there? The other side of those is white snow, as far as the eye could see, and if you keep moving even further north, you'd reach Yakyakistan. It also helps the cold that it's still fall, and winter is just around the corner. Why aren't you also cold? Flash Sentry asked the larger green Pegasus, his wings rubbing against each other in order to generate heat. My special talent is building igloos, and that was all the explanation the two smaller guards needed. Walking into the makeshift village, we were welcomed by many smiling ponies. Welcome! 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 They were all smiling, their flanks had the same cutie mark, and their haircuts were mostly the same. It was almost like a sight out of those cult movies, where the normal family moves to a new town, but everybody is acting weird. You know the movies I'm talking about. All their cutie marks are the same, I hear Cherry Pop say. And their houses look the same as well, yes Cherry Pop, we can all see that. And their main designs are also. I cut her off. Let me finish that line for you, Cherry Pop, they also look the same. I turn around to look at the Red Royal Guard. Do you have any other wondrous observation that none of us was able to spot? Maybe how this rock on the ground looks just like that pebble over there. No? Nothing? Good. I take a deep breath and count to 10. If you have nothing but the most obvious observations to add to a given conversation, then perhaps it is a better idea for you to be quiet, I tell her and continue walking toward the house that presumably belongs to Starlight Glimmer, ignoring the stares from the police officers on my back. Is he always like this? One of the officers asks, receiving an affirmative grunt in response from Cherry Pop. I stand right before the door to Starlight's house. You, knock on this door for me, I tell Flash Sentry, who looks around to see if I was addressing anybody else, and walking up dejectedly when he notices that everyone is looking at him. I make way for him to reach the door, where he quickly knocks on it 3 times. No magical trap was activated, better safe than sorry. Coming! A cheerful voice calls out from the other side of the door. The sheriff walks up to stand next to me, and we wait in quiet as we hear hoof steps getting closer from the other side of the door, before it opened, revealing a light purple unicorn with a dark purple mane, purplish blue eyes, and several light turquoise streaks in her hair. Ah, you must be Starlight Glimmer! I say loudly as I quickly grab her hoof and shake it, causing the mare to blink rapidly in confusion before taking her hoof out of mine. Thank you so much for inviting us in. I say loudly, moving into her house, followed closely by the sheriff and my royal guards, ignoring the unicorn's protests. She quickly catches up to us as we stop in the middle of her mostly empty house. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, she tells us. I give a quick look to my guards, gesturing in her direction a few movements that got a nod out of the green Pegasus, who nudged Cherry Pop and Flash Sentry before whispering in their ears what I told him with those movements. Miss Glimmer, you probably don't know who I am, but I certainly know who you are, I tell her, making her look at me instead of at the sheriff who was carefully taking out a pair of cuffs, or at the guards who started to circle her. You see, for the last month or so, I've been following a trail that caught my attention. I ignore the blinks of astonishment from the guards at the obvious lie. You see, it all started when a detective pal of mine brought over a poster he wanted me to look at, I told her, lying through my teeth. It was this missing person poster, posted by one Starshine Campfire. I'm sure you can find that name recognizable. Starlight started looking around her, her hooves shifting around as if waiting to run. I smirked. What I'm trying to get at, is that you are under arrest, and as those words leave my mouth, the guards that surrounded her jumped. Unfortunately, with a quick aquamarine flash from her horn, Starlight was at the other side of the room, throwing a wooden bed straight at us. We all quickly ducked underneath the bed, letting it fly and crash behind us in an explosion of splinters. After her! The sheriff yelled and a group of officers ran into the house, and down the tunnel that was hidden underneath her bed. I sighed at seeing Starlight disappear. I knew she probably would have tried to fight and escape. I just hoped it would be more exciting than throwing a bed and running away. We'll take it from here, the sheriff patted me on my shoulder. Thank you for bringing this up with us, Your Highness. I nodded and walked outside, intent on leaving the rest of the job to the people who actually get paid to deal with this. I sat underneath a pine tree as I waited for my guards to get the carriage ready so I could return to the castle. My job here was done, all I had to do was wait for the eventual report, and bada bing bada boom. Zap zap crash. I quickly stood up as those sounds hit my ears. I turned to look at my guards, only to find them out cold. "You!" a voice said, and I turned to see a very angry unicorn, with a shining purple horn pointing at me. "Oh! Starlight wasn't caught yet. You took everything from me." She growled at me, and if this situation wasn't as serious as it was, I would have told her that I didn't take anything and that she was being stupid. But alas, years in the Navy taught me how to act when someone was pointing a gun at me. "At the very least, I am going to take your cutie mark from you before I leave," she yelled, and with a flash of pain, I felt as if a piece of my leg just got cut off. "Ha ha ha! With this, you won't be able to use your magic to stop me." She smiled as she looked into a glass jar, inside of which was a compass star, the same one from the cutie mark on my flank. But, regardless of the seriousness of this situation, I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins as the danger of the moment made itself known. And I smiled. "You know," I told her, "I don't need my magic to beat you into the cold hard dirt." "What?" she asked, looking away from the jar and towards me. "Or more specifically, my hoof." And as my hoof made contact with the unicorn's face, the jar she held fell to the ground and I suddenly felt a warm energy flow through me as my cutie mark suddenly flew back onto me. My smile only widened when Starlight turned back to me, her brows glaring at me and her horn glowing once more, ready to fight. "Yes!" I yelled, running towards her, my front legs flying towards her as I punched in her direction. She simply growled as she ducked under a punch, shooting a thin beam of turquoise energy out of her horn which I quickly rolled to the left to avoid, my smile widening at the sound of tree branches snapping behind me. "This is what I live for!" I yell excitedly as a blue glow surrounds my horn, and a heavy tree branch is thrown at Starlight, who ducks under it while walking backward, her eyes not leaving me as I continue to move closer and closer. And just as I'm about to hit her, I quickly dodge to the side and evade the massive pile of snow that fell from the branches above me, before springing forward and decking Starlight in the face. The action! The adrenaline! I yell as I throw another punch. Starlight quickly teleports a few meters away, her horn ready to blast another spell as a bruise grows around her eye. This excitement! I smile wider as I dash in her direction, ducking beneath the low-hanging branches in the way, ignoring the scratches on my body from all the dodging and rolling. And just as I reached her spot, my hoof ready to rain another few punches at her, her eyes turned to pinpricks. And with a flash of aquamarine light and the sound of a hoof hitting flesh, we both disappeared. Leaving behind us a snowy forest clearing, with pockmarks of magic and broken branches, a magical carriage, and 3 unconscious guards. And my smile couldn't have been wider. Chapter 14, Mysterious Missing Star. "What the hell do you mean the prince is missing?" Sheriff Oakflank yelled at the 3 royal guards who stood in front of him. These 3 knuckleheads had a single job, making sure that Prince Blueblood is safe and protected. And what does he find? They failed. First Starlight Glimmer managed to escape, and now Prince Blueblood has disappeared. What's next? The princess finds out. "Oh! Sir, we assure you that Starlight couldn't have gotten far," the orange Pegasus tried to reassure the fuming sheriff. "Yes. She couldn't have made it far with all the snow outside. All we have to do is send out a search party. I'm sure that we'd find both of them before the princess even finds out about it," the red Pegasus also said loudly, likely in an attempt to reassure herself more than him. But Sheriff Oakflank ignored both of them and instead focused on the pony behind them, a pony that only the green guard managed to see walk in, and smartly kept his mouth shut. "Until the princess finds out about what?" the pony that stood behind the guards asked, and likely not hearing that the pony who asked the question wasn't the sheriff, the red guard answered. Until she finds out that both Starlight Glimmer and Prince Blueblood are missing, of course. Oak Flank and the two male guards looked at the only female Pegasus in the room as if she was the stupidest pony they'd ever met. And seeing the looks aimed at the inexperienced royal guard, Princess Luna couldn't help but agree. We have returned from an arduous day of flying all over the country. Now it seems that the guard managed to catch on to what was happening, and not just to Canterlot and back. We have spent our precious time assisting these fine ponies with the return of the cutie marks that were removed and held by Starlight Glimmer. The mare slowly turned her head to see that her two co-workers were looking away from her. And what do we hear when we reach the precinct? Cherry Pop finally turned her head enough to see the new princess of Equestria, Princess Celestia's long-lost sister, Princess Luna, staring at her as if she was not even worth her pity. Such was the sheer amount of disappointment that could be felt directed straight at her. That the pony you three were specifically tasked with protecting has been taken. None of the guards could look at the princess, and Oak Flank couldn't blame them. If he was as young as them, he might have started crying. But he wasn't young. Oak Flank has been in the police force for over 40 years, he knew how to deal with angry nobles. Your Majesty, he bowed his head, exactly how he did it 24 years ago when the grandson of a visiting diplomat was full-napped. Allow me to show you where the scene of the crime happened. Perhaps you would be able to find something we didn't. He waited for the princess to nod before he straightened up, grabbed a winter coat, and led the princess of the night to Blueblood's carriage. Looking at the scene in front of her, Luna frowned. Broken branches littered the clearing, burnt spots in the dirt indicated where blasts of magic were struck, and the snow has clearly been shifted as if some pony rolled and ran through parts of it. A clear sign of a struggle, which if Luna followed the order of events that seemed to form when she looked at the marks, all ended in one spot. A circle in the ground, devoid of snow, or grass, almost as if something appeared and ate everything inside of the circle but the ground itself. Or more realistically, moved it somewhere else. But how can that be? Luna whispered as she studied the empty patch of dirt. A teleportation spell is carefully adjusted to only take the things you want to teleport. The grass and snow should still be here. Luna took another look at the clearing, and at the small indents in the ground that were slowly disappearing as the slow wind pushed snow to cover them, but not enough for them to disappear. Hoof steps. They're bigger than the ones that look to be walking backwards into the circle, so these must be Blueblood's. Luna studied the two sets of hoof prints. Starlight Glimmer walked backward, keeping her horn aimed at Blueblood. Luna looked in the direction that the hoofs would be facing, seeing the burnt spots on the ground and a pile of snow below a tree clear of the stuff. Starlight tried shooting Blueblood, which caused him to roll out of the way, leaving these spots of shifted snow and dirt, so she tried dropping this here pile of snow on top of him, but he once again moved out of the way. Luna studied the hoof prints more carefully. Starlight's prints only started here, but Blueblood was running from over there. Luna looked to a different part of the clearing, where she could spot another two sets of hoof prints, where this time the smaller pair disappeared before reappearing next to the path leading to the circle. So she teleported to get away from him, but why didn't Blueblood? You say, of course. Blueblood is a prince, not a warrior. Luna exclaimed when she finally pieced all the pieces together. He doesn't know any spells that he found to be useful in this situation, so he used his larger body to his advantage in close quarters combat. Luna once again looked over the prints where Starlight seemed to have teleported away from him, noticing that the smaller set of prints was stepping over itself, almost as if trying to balance itself after being hit. Eyes now wide, Luna looked at the circle of missing snow where the two sets of hoof prints ended. Starlight was planning on teleporting herself to a more secure place to continue the fight, but Blueblood caught up to her and hit her again, ruining her concentration on the teleportation spell. That's why the snow and grass are gone. She lost control of the spell, so it took everything in its radius. A realization hit her, but if that's the case, that means she also lost control of where the spell dropped them, and Starlight is a powerful unicorn. A teleportation spell going haywire to a unicorn like her. The two of them could be anywhere in the north. Luna quickly spread her wings and flew back to the Flamefall County Police Department, intent on telling the sheriff of what she figured out. Starlight was cold, but she was also warm. Her whole body hurt, and she didn't know why. She tried moving her legs, but she found herself too tired to do so. She tried opening her eyes, but found herself too cold to try. "What's happening?" she asked out loud, barely able to hear herself with how dry her throat felt. "Just hang on," she heard a voice from underneath tell her. "I've almost reached shelter." She didn't recognize who that voice was. It sounded like they were carrying something heavy, but she didn't care enough to check what they were carrying or who they were. Because Starlight was cold, oh so cold, but she was also warm. And when her tired and cold mind returned to the gentle embrace of sleep, she dreamt of a stallion walking through a frozen tundra, carrying another unicorn mare on his back, her body wrapped with the only coat the two of them had, leaving the unicorn who was doing the carrying without a coat, forcing him to face the elements of the frozen north all by his lonesome. Chapter 15, Tundra Terror 1. Cold, oh so cold. Those were the words that kept repeating in Starlight Glimmer's mind as she slept, her headache away. All she could remember was getting punched in the face, and her horn releasing an unseemly amount of magic all at once, knocking her out. Why is everything so cold? She wanted to open her eyes and look, see for herself the reason she was freezing, but she couldn't. Be it the magical fatigue from her spell going haywire, or just the freezing shivers of her body as she tried in vain to rub her body, generating even the most meager amount of body heat. She didn't know how long she's been cold, it could have been an hour or it could have been days, but nevertheless, she was cold. Oh so cold. When Starlight finally opened her eyes, it was to find herself laying inside of a cave, a campfire made of small sticks and twigs burning a meter away from her, and her body covered in an unfamiliar coat. "Where am I?" she asked raspily, one hoof quickly moving to massage her throat as she felt her breath leave her lungs as if grinding on sandpaper. The cave itself was 5 meters tall, and 3 times as wide. She could see the entrance of the cave, a white canvas painting the outside of the cave in a heavy snowstorm. She could just barely make out a pile of sticks laid in front of the entrance like a fence, trying to stop the snow from getting too far into the cave. "Hey you're finally awake," a voice she could barely recognize called out to her before a figure hidden on the other side of the campfire threw a bundle of twigs and dried pine leaves into the flame. "You?" Starlight rasped as she squinted her eyes, looking at the pony who moved around the fire and sat next to her. His white fur was matted and wet, and his blonde hair was sticking to his face. He wasn't wearing the coat she had previously seen him wear when she tried to get her revenge on him, and the tips of his hooves were red. With eyes widening, Starlight weakly tried to crawl away from the unicorn, only to trip over herself and slam her chin onto the floor. "If you're going to try and kill yourself in the snowstorm outside, could you at least give me back my coat?" he asked her, his eyes not leaving the fire and 2 sharp wooden sticks that seemed to be burning some sort of creature she couldn't recognize. "Why are you here?" she asked, weakly turning her body around so she could look at him. "Why are you asking stupid questions?" he replied to her with an eye roll. "I should be asking how long you think it would take for you to send us back, but if you think running into that snowstorm outside is the best option, I think I'll take my chances in this cave." "Why would I send you back?" Starlight returned his question back at him, causing the stallion to stop looking at the fire and turn to look at her as if she was stupid. Starlight wanted to punch him in the face. "Because if you send me back to Equestria, you wouldn't have a murder charge on your profile." Starlight paused. "What? You are a wanted fugitive, Miss Glimmer?" The stallion turned back to look at the fire, his magic levitating out a small fish impaled on a stick, giving it a closer look before levitating it towards her. "It's better to not add a crime as horrible as regicide to your much tamer list of medical malpractice and illegal construction work. By the way, I hope you like eating blind cave fish because that's all we have." Starlight tried to grab the fish in her telekinetic hold but had to quickly move to her hooves when her horn started to ache. She looked at the prince, eating the see-through fish with a look of annoyance on his face, before looking at her own fish. It was small, half the size of her hoof, with see-through scales and no eyes. She gulped, her dry throat uncomfortably itchy as she looked at the tiny fish. She wanted to throw up. She always saw the act of eating meat as lesser. She was a pony, after all, her diet was mostly herbivorous. But seeing the small fish, the smell of food wafting into her nostrils, and the lack of anything else to eat, Starlight caved, and she cried as she ate the underground fish. She cried not because she found it disgusting, no. She cried because right there and then, that bland, blind cave fish, with no spices or oils, that was being cooked over a rudimentary campfire. It was the tastiest thing she ever ate. Starlight didn't know when it was that she fell asleep, but when she next woke up, it was to find herself once again in that same cave, the snowstorm outside stronger than previously, and the campfire in front of her barely burning. Looking around the cave, she spotted Blueblood exiting the deeper part of the cave, around a curve hiding it from her view, carrying a makeshift wooden spear in his telekinesis, a few more fish impaled on the end of his makeshift fishing device. When he spotted her looking at him, he sighed and slowly walked up to her, before lifting her from the ground and placing her on his back. She was too tired to push him away. It was a miracle she was able to keep her eyes open with how tired and cold she felt. "We need to get moving, the storm outside isn't going to stop anytime soon, and we can't just stay here until it does, we'll both freeze to death," he explained to her as he started carrying her deeper into the cave. As they moved deeper into the cave, Starlight was able to see where the fish came from. A large underground pond. The crystal-clear waters of the spring allowed her to spot the many fishes swimming in the pool. She even managed to spot a small crab scuttling its way under the surface of the pool. "Where are we going?" she asked, turning her head to look away from the pool. "Deeper into the cave," Blueblood explained to her, before stopping and pointing his spear at the other side of the pool. Starlight followed where his spear was pointed, faintly managing to spot a section of the cave wall that seemed to be covered in bricks. "What is that?" she asked. "I don't know, but whatever is over there, is preferable from freezing to death," and with those words, Blueblood continued walking around the underground pool. Starlight tiredly nodded her head, her hooves dangling off the prince's body as his body heat warmed her up. The soft beating of his heart and the movement of his lungs slowly lulled Starlight back to sleep, making her last view before the sweet embrace of dreams be that of herself, reflected in the water of the underground pond, the only source of light being Blueblood's horn. Before that reflection started to ripple when a small fish swam through it. Blueblood paused after reaching the other side of the large underground pool. He stood in front of what looked like a stone door built into the walls of the cave, the bricks around it only holding it in place to reinforce it. Seeing it, he was reminded of a video game he used to play years ago, Skyrim it was called, and just that memory caused a small smile to spread over his tired face. Readjusting the passenger on his back, he put the spear on the ground and used his magic to open the door. The stone slab that made up the door ground and shook, before slowly moving to the side, allowing him to see what was on the other side. With an excited smile on his face, an unconscious criminal on his back, and a spear with 3 fish in his hold, Blueblood walked into a corridor of bricks and stone. Each step he made moved dust from the floor. As he looked at the walls he could see carvings and images of yaks and dragons. A war between dragons and yaks? "I should read some of this whenever I get back," the prince whispered to himself as he walked deeper and deeper into the underground tunnel. It wasn't long before he reached another door, one much bigger than the one at the entrance. He tried to push on it, but it barely budged. He tried harder, and it only moved slightly. He thought of giving up on moving the large rock until he heard a faint sound coming from the other side of the rock. Sounds of somebody crying? Blueblood tried once again to push the door, dust and cobwebs flying about as he pushed harder and harder, each attempt to move the door of carved stone one managing to move the slab a centimeter at a time. But someone was on the other side of that rock, and whoever they were, they must know a way to get out of there. And with those words in his head, Blueblood finally managed to push the door open, the large stone slab sliding backward before falling into a large pond of crystal clear water. "Is anybody there?" he called out to the room, the faint crying he heard from the other side of the door all but gone. The room was large, with a large pond of water in its middle, with 4 walkways from the corners of the circular room all acting as a bridge, connecting to the middle of the room, above the pool of water, where an elegantly carved pedestal stood, a soft glow emanating from whatever it was holding. Readjusting the hold of the passenger on his back, he walked up the nearest walkway, the thing emanating the glow from the pedestal almost in view. And when he reached, he couldn't stop himself from gasping. On the pedestal was a broken piece of a gemstone, almost in the shape of a triangle. It was red with subtle lines of green underneath the crystal surface, twisting around like the designs of a marble. But what stood out the most was that the gem only took up a fifth of the room in the pedestal, almost as if it was a piece of a larger whole, like a puzzle. Blueblood slowly moved his hoof to touch the crystal, stopping to look for any traps, before nodding to himself and picking up the gem. And then he heard it again, the voice crying from before. He heard it far more clearly than before. "Hello? Is anybody here?" he asked again, his voice echoing over the walls of the empty room. Seeing that nobody was answering him, he looked to the other side of the room, away from where he came from, and spotted another door. With the gem held in his magic, and starlight on his back, he kept walking towards the door. Deeper and deeper into the cave, and deeper into the ancient ruins that it held. And as he kept walking deeper into the ruins, he once more failed to find the source of the crying. And he also failed to notice the red and green gem pulsating in his magical hold as if it was a distress signal on mute. And so deeper into the cave he went. Chapter 16, Tundra Terror 2. Ponyville was home to a colorful cast of characters, but none were more colorful than the elements of harmony, or at least their current bearers. From the sporty and loyal Rainbow Dash to the kind and timid Fluttershy. From the cheerful and happy Pinkie Pie to the honest and helpful Applejack. From the elegant yet generous Rarity to the most important pony in the group. The smart and magical, Twilight Sparkle. Twilight. Another letter arrived. Oh! And we can't forget Spike the Dragon, of course. Looking up from the book she was reading, the purple unicorn quickly turned to her little brother. "Another letter? Then if you could," she said, and Spike coughed into his hand before opening the paper scroll that the Princess of Day uses to write her letter. "Dear Twilight Sparkle, I am sorry to tell you that my visit to Ponyville this weekend has been cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. Due to the circumstances in question being a more private matter than I am used to dealing with, I would kindly ask you not to overthink the cause. Still, I look forward to when we next are able to properly speak, face to face. Your teacher, Princess Celestia." Twilight paused to take in what Spike read to her, before yelling at the top of her lungs, "She's not coming." Raven Inkwell was tired. Ever since Prince Blueblood disappeared 2 days ago, Princess Celestia has been investigating any possible sightings of the missing prince, leaving her to do all the work. She understood that leading the nation should the available members of the crown be unable to do so is part of her job, but that doesn't mean that she has to like it. "Raven, our Appaloosa liaison just sent us another letter, deal with it." And with those words entering her ears, the Earth Pony secretary sighed quietly into her hooves. Why can't Celestia do this herself? The Princess of the Sun was having a stressful day. When news reached her of her nephew disappearing in a teleportation spell, she was terrified. She spent hours pacing back and forth in her chambers, hoping for news to reach her, telling her that her darling nephew was found and safe. But when no news reached her, she started to fear the worst. And nothing is worse for a MO aunt than imagining her nephew in horrible scenarios. Oh, how worried and scared she was for him. When he gets back she would make sure he wouldn't leave her sight for at least a month, no, a year. Oh, how scared he must be right now, being all alone without any pony to take care of him, How terrible! If only she knew where he was, he wouldn't have to be so scared. Princess Celestia quickly started searching for a hidden box of cakes she stored secretly for stress eating. Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. When Starlight once again opened her eyes, she found herself still being carried by the prince, a glowing gem in the shape of a broken triangle levitating next to his head like a lamp, and a song leaving his lips as he carried her on his back down the mysterious ruins the two entered. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Starlight tried to move her legs, wincing as the feeling of needles and pricks assaulted her as blood started flowing back to her numbed limbs. The prince stopped his song when he felt her move and turned his head so he could see her from the corner of his vision. Wakey wakey, he smiled down on her, making the situation Starlight found herself in more annoying than she would like. Okay, scratch that, being stuck in the middle of nowhere is already a horrible situation, the annoying attitude of the prince is actually a somewhat welcome thing. Why are you still helping me? Starlight asked, causing the prince to stop his walk, turning his head further so he could look at her more clearly. Her coat was matted, and sweat stuck to her face, she was obviously not well. But even still, the prince not only gave her his coat, but also carried her on his back through how many kilometers of freezing tundra, and even got her food and fire, and for what? Why is he doing this? The prince looked at her, thinking over the words he was going to use, before sighing and telling her. Starlight Glimmer, you are under arrest. He told her, causing the purple unicorn to wince as the situation of what happened when she was previously lucid hit her. But, Prince Blueblood cut her chain of thought as a prince of Equestria, I do not make the laws, I enforce them. This means, that until you reach a court hearing and trial, you are under the protection of the government, and subsequently, the crown. He turned away from her and started walking once more. Until we return to Equestria and you are handed over to police custody, it is my duty as a member of the crown to assure your safety. Starlight could feel the somewhat positive emotion that the prince previously shared when he interacted with her, however briefly, almost completely evaporate. She was no longer talking to Prince Blueblood Platinum the individual, she was instead dealing with Prince Blueblood of Equestria. If I wasn't such an upstanding individual who respected the law and order of the nation, I would have left you out in the snow to freeze. Starlight could almost feel the sneer on his face as she looked at the back of his head. Because allow me to remind you, it was your law-breaking that got us into this situation in the first place, so unless you can finally walk on your own or can utilize your magic to help us in any form at all, I would kindly ask for you to shut the fuck up / and let me get us out of this place. And so a silence descended on the duo as they walked deeper into the ancient brick tunnel. It was hours later, that Blueblood decided to stop for the time being and catch some sleep. He was close to finding an exit from the ruins, he could feel it in his gut. So with thoughts of no longer being underground, Blueblood went to sleep. In his dream, he found himself standing on a flat, empty plain, floating in the middle of space. Everywhere he looked, he could see stars and suns, planets and galaxies, nebulae and streaks of shooting asteroids. It was a unique thing to dream about, especially when he was lucid. Until he heard a voice from before, the sound of someone crying. He quickly looked around, hoping to find where the crying was coming from, yet he couldn't find it. Hey! Anybody here? He yelled out, and the crying stopped. I'm over here. He heard the voice of a woman call out to him in response. He turned to look at where the voice was coming from, yet he couldn't see anything. Where? He asked, his head turning around as if on a swivel, searching for the woman, yet only finding more stars and nebulae. I'm over here. Behind you. He turned behind him, hoping to find the source of the voice, yet he still didn't see anybody. Down here. The voice, now much closer than before, called out to him, and Blueblood looked down. And he saw. A loud roar echoed through the tunnel where the two unicorns came from, waking the two of them up. What's going on? Starlight asked in a panic as Blueblood once again picked her up and placed her on his back, before he picked up the glowing gem and started running deeper into the ruins. "Something is coming," Blueblood answered, running past intricate statues of long-dead warriors, yaks who lost their lives to an ancient dragon war centuries ago. Roar! The roar of whatever creature was suddenly chasing them was heard closer. The prince ran past detailed murals on the wall, stone statues and carved walls, before reaching an almost dead end. In front of him stood the largest door he found yet, twice as tall and wide as the stone slab that acted as a door to the room where he found the glowing gem. Good news, this time it was an actual door instead of an intricate stone slab. Bad news, it looked very heavy and Blueblood doubted he had time to open it before whatever was now chasing them would reach him. But he didn't really have a choice, did he? Grabbing the gem in his hoof, Blueblood put all his effort into his telekinesis, a magical skill that is found in all unicorns. Which sadly for our protagonist, was something he wasn't used to doing. With a blue glow both around his horn and around the large stone doors, Blueblood pushed. The doors barely moved, but they did. That means he could open them. He pushed again, the glow around his horn growing in intensity as his telekinesis worked harder than it ever did, both since Blueblood took over the body of the prince and before it. Slowly, the door was opening wider and wider, and a loud noise similar to chalk grinding on a board sounded out as the two large stone slabs slowly slid apart, barely making out the staircase on the other side. "Behind you!" But it was too late. Just as Starlight screamed her warning, a large white beast exited from the darkness of the tunnel behind them, its tiger-like face illuminated by the glow of the gem in Blueblood's hoof. Its ape-like palms on the ends of its front legs were dissimilar to the cat-like paws on its back legs, its large quadrupedal body almost reaching the ceiling of the ancient ruins they found themselves in. Almost without thinking, Blueblood ran towards the doors, and to the small opening he managed to make in them. He knew he would have to squeeze to make it through with Starlight on his back, so he threw her. "Ack!" Starlight cried as her body hit the stone floor on the other side of the door, her head quickly moving to see the large white beast descending on top of Blueblood, and she knew that if she didn't do anything right now he was going to die, and if he died, she was as good as dead. And so, ignoring the ache in her horn, and the pins in her body, Starlight Glimmer pointed her horn at the beast, and fired a beam of aquamarine light. Smack! With a sound akin to flesh being slapped, the beast was thrown away from Blueblood, buying the prince just enough time to run past the small opening, and swiftly close the doors behind him. Shutting the two of them away from the monster, but also away from the path that was known. What was that? Starlight yelled between heavy breaths. Her horn was still sore from the teleportation spell. Now the pain from her horn almost made it impossible to keep her eyes open, but she had to move through the pain. "I don't know," the prince said, before slowly leaning his back on the wall next to the door, and sliding his body down, a few chuckles escaping his lips. Those chuckles soon turned to chortles, and then to full-blown laughter. "We almost died. Ha ha ha! How exciting! This is what I'm talking about. Out in the open seas, in a brawl, and even exploring ancient ruins, haha! The rush! The adrenaline!" Blueblood laughed, a wide smile on his face as he turned to look at Starlight. "You saved my life, how amazing! How would you like to become my bodyguard when this is all over? I can get you acquitted of all crimes, you'll have a stable job, what do you say?" He asked her, his eyes wide in excitement and the smile still on his face. Starlight gawked at the new persona of the prince. "What about enforcing the law?" she asked. "Enforcing the law? Bitch, I am the law. I'm Prince Blueblood motherfucking Platinum. I tell the judge you're innocent, he apologizes to me for fucking up, you get it?" He leaned his body forward, eyes still wide with excitement. "Become my bodyguard? Or go to jail? I'm not telling you which option you should choose, but I do know which option allows you to not get arrested for attempted regicide." Starlight grimaced when she heard his offer. Before she sighed, and crawled closer to him, before leaning next to him on the wall and grabbing his hoof in her leg. Blueblood's smile only got wider when she nodded. This is so exciting. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Haha. Starlight was already regretting her decision, but then again, the last few years of her life were filled with bad decisions. What's one more? Chapter 17, Tundra Terror 3. Starlight didn't know what she expected would happen when she agreed to Blueblood's offer. From whatever position she looked at it from, the moment he asked her to become his new bodyguard after she saved his life from whatever that creature that attacked them was almost like a scene from a novel, where they later have a heartfelt talk about the shared past the two had, putting differences aside, leading to a change in how the plot of the book goes. None of that happened to her. There wasn't any shared past to talk about, seeing as they knew each other for less than a week. Or maybe more. Starlight spent so many hours asleep and then underground she doesn't know how much time passed. But in any case, after shaking hooves with the prince, his attitude hasn't seemed to return to his normal "oh woe is me, I am much more important than you since I'm the prince, ho 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 ha" attitude, and instead stayed as the "I'm the prince baby. And I will punch you to prove it. Let's fight" attitude that seemed for some reason both out of character to what she knew of the stallion, but also unquestionably a way that Blueblood would behave. And that's what happened. Nothing. Nothing really changed other than the fact that she was now walking on her own, and the flat corridor has turned into a rising staircase. Climbing. Yay! How far has she climbed? 50 meters? 100? Maybe a kilometer? Starlight didn't know. But in any case, with Blueblood holding the glowing gem in his magic, the two unicorns were able to see the top of the staircase and another stone door. The door was large, far bigger than the one at the bottom of the stairs, carved with ancient imagery of yaks and dragons, depicting scenes from an ancient war. Shit! She heard the prince mutter to himself as he looked at the large door, 10 meters tall and each side 3 meters wide. It would have to be a chore to open it by himself. But luckily for her new employer and the pony who's going to keep her out of prison, she managed to get her magic back after firing the beam at the snow panther baboon monster or whatever that creature was supposed to be. And so with an aquamarine glow to her horn, she grabbed the two heavy doors and opened them, eliciting a whistle of appreciation from the prince. And the first thing that Starlight saw when she opened the door, was the outside world. On the other side of the door was a large open cavern, large enough to house every pony from her village and then some, larger than the cave where she kept the cutie marks. It was a huge cavern that opened up to the outside world. The floor of the cavern was green with grass and moss, surrounding a fresh mountain spring trickling into the cavern from small holes in the ceiling, likely from melting snow. The pond in the middle of the cavern was large, larger than the one at the bottom of the mountain where she ate the fish. It was the size of a basketball field, the moss on the stones and the grass growing around it giving the place an almost magical feel when compared to the frozen plains outside the cave. But what really caught her eye, was the large statue standing in the middle of the pond, facing away from her and looking in the direction of the entrance. "This place is beautiful," she heard the prince whisper as he walked into the cavern, his hooves brushing on the soft grass. Starlight quickly followed after him, intent on circling the spring and getting a look at the statue. And so, while the prince started drinking water from the fresh mountain spring, she stared at the large stone figure. It was of a yak, with a large horned crown on his head, his body covered with heavy regal robes, intricately detailed, and his face was hidden beneath a large stone beard. "Here lies the tomb of our hero, King Tarkus IV, may his memory rest with the lives of his comrades," she read, looking at a stone plaque beneath the statue. And for the first time in years, Starlight was glad she learned how to read ancient yak in school. It was either that or Griffin Gaelic. She learned both. The duo decided to take a rest in the spring. They had water to drink and they had grass to eat, even if Blueblood wanted to throw up at the prospect. "Look over there," Blueblood pointed outside of the cavern, at a mountain a few kilometers away. Starlight looked to where the prince was pointing, seeing the mountain in question. "What is it?" she asked, not noticing anything strange about the mountain. "Do you see that cliff?" he asked, pointing at a flat stone cliff illuminated with an orange glow. "Yes, it looks pretty with the setting sunlight on it, sure, but why point it out?" she asked. "It's not the setting sunlight," he smiled as he looked at the cliff, or more specifically at the light illuminating the bottom part of the cliff, its source is hidden between a valley out of view for the two ponies. "The sun is behind us, illuminating the entire side of the mountain in front of us. The mountain I'm pointing at is behind that other mountain, covered in its shade," Blueblood explained. "The light on the cliff is also only illuminating the bottom half of the cliff. If it was the sun it would be illuminating the entire mountain, or at least the top that isn't shadowed by the mountain between us." He smiled when he noticed that starlight was starting to catch on. "So the light is coming from the bottom of the cliff?" "Precisely, which means that whatever is at the bottom of that cliff is generating enough light to be seen from here," he smiled. "So there's a wildfire over there?" Blueblood shook his head. "If there was a fire, we would be seeing much more smoke, and if it was lava from a volcano then the light wouldn't reach that far up the cliff," Blueblood explained. "That over there, is civilization." He turned to smile at her, the setting sun reflected in the golden hair on his head, and also our ticket of reaching Equestria. Seeing the smile on the prince's face, Starlight felt her lips curling upwards mimicking his own. "Soon, they'll be out of the snow and mountain. Soon, they'll be home." Chapter 18, Tundra Terrific. "My prince!" a grey-haired yak yelled as he ran up a set of stairs on his way to a large wood and stone manor. Guards moved out of his way, and some quickly opened the doors for him as to not slow him down. My prince!" he called out as he entered the large manor, seeing the intricately detailed wooden throne at the end of the entrance hall, and the dark orange-colored yak sitting at a table below the throne. "Fergus," the orange yak says as he looks at the grey-haired yak who ran into the manor, "what meaning is there behind commotion this morning?" "My prince!" The now identified Fergus ran up to the orange yak and bowed to him before speaking. "Two ponies are at the gates. They say they've been surviving out in the cold and need to make contact with Equestria." Fergus took a few steps back to give his ruler room. "Ponies at gate? Open gate, let them enter. Get food and clothes ready. Ponies must be cold, they not strong like yak." The prince yelled before standing up from the table he sat at and made his way to the door of the entrance hall, intent on meeting with the ponies. Starlight wasn't happy. Blueblood was right, the glow from the bottom of the cliff that they saw yesterday was indeed a city. She was ready to get something to eat, an actual bed to sleep in, and make contact with her homeland so the princesses won't kill her when they hear that Blueblood was forced to take care of her for several days. But instead of all the good things that should have come with reaching civilization, Starlight was stuck in the snow outside the walls of the city while Blueblood was off talking with a gatekeeper. "Look at them laughing, it's like they're best friends already," she muttered to herself as she watched the prince speak and laugh with the yak who was standing at the top of the wall. "Open gate!" She could faintly hear someone shout from the other side of the wall, before the large wooden gate to the city opened, and Starlight laid her eyes on the yak that stood beyond it. "Ponies! Welcome to Yakyakistan!" The orange yak with the horned golden helmet shouted at them, a wide smile on his face. "Thank you for welcoming us," Prince Blueblood told the yak, giving him a curt bow. Starlight started walking closer to the gate so she could get a better picture of what was going on. "I am Prince Rutherford, Prince of Yakyakistan. Hope you not too cold." The orange yak yelled before turning his back on the two ponies and started walking into the city. "Follow me." I adjusted my tuxedo collar as I sat down in the great hall of Prince Rutherford's castle/manor, the glowing gem I picked up in the cave sat in my pocket. My coat was still worn by Starlight, but that was fine by me. By this point in time she's used it more than I have, seeing as I only bought it a day before arresting her. "Allow me apology for poor condition," the yak prince said in his naturally loud voice as he sat on his throne. "Was not expecting you today, what surprise." "Yes, allow me to also apologize to you, Your Highness, I told the prince, giving him a bow. We did not expect to make it to your city either. Our predicament came from a teleportation spell going wrong, leaving my bodyguard and I lost in the tundra several kilometers from here. No need you apologize. Prince Rutherford told me, and no need bow, yak don't need bowing. He smiled as he turned his head. Several yaks walked into the room carrying plates of food and goblets of drink. We shall speak more about you soon, he told us, a smile on his face. For now, let us eat. Starlight looked at the plate in front of her, filled with bread and cheese and root vegetables and meats of all kinds. It was only a few days ago that she ate meat for the first time, and now, seeing the roasted chicken leg on her plate, next to the buttered potatoes and gravy, she couldn't help herself but eat everything on the plate. She was hungry. Okay. Sue her. Looking at the prince sitting on the seat next to her, closer to the yak prince, she could see him eating much slower than her, trying to keep a modicum of decency as he ate. Only to throw all of it out as he chugged from the goblet like a stallion starved, rich golden mead sliding down his chin as he drank the alcoholic beverage. Staring at her own goblet, she pushed it toward her new boss. She's not really a drinking type of girl, and somebody needs to stay sober for what's coming next, and seeing as both her prince and the Prince of Yaks seemed to be in the midst of an improvised drinking game, it might as well be her. I like to imagine I have a strong alcohol tolerance. You kind of had to be good at holding your drink if you didn't want to embarrass yourself in the Navy. And then the thieves just stood there. As if I didn't just catch them stealing. Who does that? I was definitely not 100% sober right now, it would be dumb to think I was. Haha. What next? What next? The orange yak prince laughed loudly as he urged me to continue the story, his face red from all the drinking we'd done already. Next? They dropped on me. And they started trying to take the painting by force. Haha. But then this child, little boy, maybe 7 or 8, tried to get them off me. Oh no. Did they hurt boy? They did. I yelled angrily, slamming my hoof on the table, and I was angry at that. It's okay to beat me up, I can take it, damn it. But don't you dare lay your hands on children. Prince Rutherford slammed his hoof on the table as well, causing a louder sound than mine. Good. Children pure. Must be protected. Yet. So I beat them up. All of them. They try hitting children? How do they like me hitting them? Haha. Ha ha ha. Yes. They get what deserve. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Starlight looked dispassionately at the two princes, laughing like loons in a drunken stupor. Miss, your rooms are ready, a yak lady came and told her, leading her away from the two powerful individuals who were acting like drunk idiots. Don't worry about your husband, we will bring him to his room soon. Starlight took a moment to hear what she was told before quickly turning to correct the yak, only to see that they were already gone. Still hearing the sounds of drunken cheer down the hall, Starlight decided that catching some sleep will make her feel less like she made the worst decision of her life. My head was pounding, I feel like I had just drank an entire buffet's worth of alcohol and am now suffering the consequences. You're back! A voice yelled as I pushed myself up from the floor. Seeing my surroundings, I can confirm that I am no longer in Yakistan. The flat empty plane of space I stood on was exactly like when I tried sleeping in the tunnel's endless space, with stars and nebulae as far as the eye can see. Look down here! A woman's voice called to me, urging me to look down, seeing my hooves standing on the flat expanse of an endless nothingness. No. Over here, to the right. The voice called once more, urging me to turn my pounding head to look in the direction, passing by stars, clouds of space dust, asteroid belts, a decapitated head, and planets with rings around them. Wait a minute. I focused on the head, just laying on the ground in front of me. The head looked like a weird mixture between an antelope, a cat, and a snake. The head was mostly covered in purplish-red fur, wide yellow eyes with slit pupils that stared up at me from the empty floor, and a pink neck extended downward before being cut off, like an action figure with missing pieces. The top of the head was covered in titanium blue scales that extended past the head like a mane of flowing hair, only instead of hair it was closer to a yellowish-green cobra hood. Topping it all off with a pair of backward curving antelope horns. "Hi! Now we can finally speak face to face," the bodiless head said as it smiled up at me. I looked at it and blinked slowly, rubbing my eyes with my hooves before opening them again, seeing that the head was still there, smiling at me with eyes full of what looked like excitement and hope. "I'm not drunk enough to deal with this." Chapter 19, Stars and Snow 1. "Hi! Now we can finally speak face to face," the decapitated head on the floor said as it looked up at me with its big yellow eyes. I looked at it and blinked slowly, rubbing my eyes with my hooves before opening them again, seeing that the head was still there, smiling at me with eyes full of what looked like excitement and hope. "I'm not drunk enough to deal with this," I muttered to myself and turned away. "Hey! Wait! Don't leave me here!" the head yelled after me as I walked away from it, intent on either finding a way out of this void or waking up from this dream, whichever came first. "At least stay and talk with me," the voice grew quieter as I got farther and farther away. "I don't want to be alone anymore." I paused in my walking and turned around, facing the head on the floor, now almost a colorful dot in the distance. "Fine," I called out to the head, "we can talk." "Really?" the head asked quietly, sounding almost as if it was about to cry. Sighing to myself for what I'm about to do, I started walking towards the head. And as I walked closer and closer to the head on the ground, never once did it let its eyes off me, always looking, hoping that I wouldn't leave it. And as soon as I reached it, I laid down on my stomach, my head resting on my front legs so I would be in height with its eyes, and waited. The head looked at me, a quivering smile slowly spreading on its face as it watched me simply laying in front of it. "Kaie!" it squealed, "Finally we have someone to talk to," it said loudly, rattling my ears. "It's been so long," it said with a smile. "Do you know how boring it is to simply sit inside a crystal as nothing but a head for more than 1,000 years? I shook my head, rubbing my ears in the process. "No, but I can imagine it's not enjoyable." "Not enjoyable? Not enjoyable?" the head repeated louder, "This place is torture." And then it screamed, "Ouch! I didn't even do anything wrong!" the head yelled, moving side to side by using its neck as an axis. "Can you not shout so loudly?" I asked the head, causing it to stop moving. My ears already hurt, the acoustics in here are something else. The head blinked before sheepishly looking away. Sorry." "Yeah, whatever. Look, I don't know who you are and what you want from me, so if you're secretly some evil monster that's planning on taking over my body for your nefarious plot, just do so now, I don't have time to play around." The head looked at me blankly, before it laughed out loud as if I just told it the funniest joke it heard in years. When you consider the fact that there's nothing here, it might actually be the only joke she heard in years. "Haha, I like you, wanna go out?" it asked, a smile on its face. "Sorry, I'm not into girls the size of my head," I told the head, a small smirk on my lips. "Oof, shut down." The head smiled widely as it looked at me. I smiled back at the head. And as we both sat there in the absolute silence of the space around us, the head asked a question. "What's your name?" My eyes widened in surprise. I didn't introduce myself yet. Shit! I didn't introduce myself yet, have I? I asked out loud. Isn't it more proper for the one asking to introduce themselves first? I looked at the head. It is, isn't it? I haven't had a conversation in more than 1,000 years, sorry. It smiled sheepishly before coughing to the side. Ahem. My name is Sio. I woke up, laying on a bed made of hay, my eyes pointing at a tall wooden ceiling. What was that dream? I rolled off the bed, finding a change of clothes already there, of what must be the comfiest yak clothing. Those that can fit on a pony at the very least. Exiting the room after donning my new change of clothes and making sure the glowing gem I picked up is still secured in my pocket, I made my way down the nearest flight of stairs. Ah, Prince Blueblood! A large orange yak saw me and pulled me into a suffocating hug, and then I remembered what happened last night. After drinking ourselves drunk, Prince Rutherford agreed to take me back to Equestria on his ship after I show him the cave I found with King Tarkus For's memorial. Prince Rutherford, good morning, I told the loud yak leader as soon as he let go of me. No. Good morning to you. Come. Breakfast is ready. Come join. And he quickly started walking away, forcing me to jog to catch up with him. Celestia was sleeping longer than usual. The thought of her son-nephew in danger made it practically impossible for her to rule the nation or get a good 8 hours of sleep. She slept from late in the afternoon to the late morning, waking up only to move the sun and then wallow in her worry. Your Majesty! A letter from Yakyakistan arrived. Her secretary told her as she entered Celestia's room, passing over the letter. Reading it over, Celestia blinked when she spotted a specific word, so she reread the letter, and then she read it again but with a smile slowly growing on her face. Dear Princess Celestia! I have found myself in the city-nation of Yakyakistan. No need to worry for my well-being. I will be back in Equestria before the Grand Galloping Gala. I also got a new bodyguard. Love you Prince Blueblood Platinum. She smiled widely, color returning to her aurora of hair before she read the last part of the letter and chuckled. P.S. Tell Shining Armor that I'm not going to be able to remember his name. Your Majesty, is everything all right? Raven Inkwell asked the Princess of the Sun, only to release a surprised cough as the princess dragged her into a powerful hug. It's more than all right, Raven, Celestia told her young secretary, it's wonderful. Celestia got up from her bed, and left her room, leaving behind her a red-faced and confused secretary. My name is Cosmoso, he woke up. The decapitated head stared blankly at the spot the pony who talked with her previously laid before puffed her cheeks with a humph. I wasn't joking about going out tough. She sighed dispassionately. Only a few more hours Cosmos, and then you can talk again. The next few hours for the decapitated head felt like an eternity. Chapter 20, Stars and Snow 2. After a hearty yak breakfast, Starlight and I left the walls of Yakyakistan, accompanied by Prince Rutherford and some guards as we lead them to the spring cavern with the statue. Once again, I must thank you for agreeing to bring us back to Equestria, I told the yak prince as we slowly moved up the snowy slopes of the mountain. Nonsense! We both princes, must help each other, yes. He laughed joyfully, shaking some snow and forcing Starlight to hold on to a nearby rock. It is least I can do for bringing discovery of yak history to light. Nevertheless, your assistance is appreciated all the same, I replied to him with a small smile. And it wasn't long before we reached the open cavern at the top of the mountain. The gentle sounds of the mountain spring trickling down the walls into the pond in its center entered our ears, and the relaxing smell of the green grass and soft moss on the floor, and the tall stone statue that stood in the middle of the pond. Magnificent, one of the yaks accompanying the prince whispered as he looked at the statue, before turning to look at the open stone door at the back of the cave. Excuse me, Prince Blueblood, but is this the door you and your friend here came from? I looked to the door he pointed at, and nodded my head, yes, I tell them as I take steps closer to the door. At the other side of the ruins down here, there was the cave where we came from, I said. There was also some large monster down there, Starlight chimed in, already taking a seat on the soft grass near the pond, holding her cheek with her hoof. A monster! Rutherford yelled, turning to look at Starlight in surprise. Hey! Starlight sounded when she noticed the eyes of the yaks on her, before nodding, yes, there was this white ape cat creature down there, we had to throw it off to escape, she explained. Indeed, we locked it behind the doors at the bottom of this staircase, so be careful if you plan to explore down there, I said and turned back to Rutherford. So? We have shown you the cave, will you tell us how long we'll need to wait before we can set sail back to Equestria? I asked him, receiving a nod in return. I can ready ship to carry you in 3 days' time, do not worry Blueblood. You will be back in Equestria before 10 days pass. He yelled with a cheer, quickly joined by the other yaks. 3 more days? Very well. Suddenly a thought popped in my head, in the meantime, Prince Rutherford. Yes. What are your thoughts about trains? I asked the orange yak. I'm listening, he replied with a smile. The castle of Canterlot was in a joyous mood. Not for any celebration or event, even though Janitor Barry is getting married, but because news arrived that Prince Blueblood is safe. Or, it would be more realistic to say that most of the castle was joyous. Sadly, 3 royal guards were stuck spending the day cleaning up after the tourists visiting the public section of the castle. This is so dumb. Why are we being forced to do this? A red Pegasus asked as she used her spear as a tool to pick up the trash from the floor, grimacing in disgust when the smell of what she was cleaning hit her nose. This sucks, sure, but we also kind of failed to protect the prince. I'm just glad we're not getting fired, the orange Pegasus said with a chuckle, that trailed off when he noticed that his colleagues weren't laughing along. What about you Wildflower? Since Flash Sentry is obviously fine with not complaining, do you have anything to add? Cherry Pop moved her attention to the green Pegasus. I'm also glad we're not fired, the larger Pegasus told his friend, can we get back to work? I want to finish this soon so I can buy my sister a present for her birthday next week. Ugh, fine. Cherry Pop groaned as she dropped her trash into a bag. It's Wallflower's birthday next week? Tell her I said happy birthday, Flash told his large green friend as he too placed the garbage he picked up in the bag. Sure, Wildflower said as just like his co-workers and friends, put the trash in the bag. Cosmos perked up when she heard the clip-clip of hooves on the endless space of stars and planets that was her prison. So, she turned her head to look at the now familiar form of the white unicorn. I think we were doing our introductions. Cosmos smiled, yes. My name is Cosmos, what's your name? My name is Prince Blueblood Platinum, the unicorn told her, and her smile grew wider in excitement. The first person in hundreds if not thousands of years that she can talk to, and it's a prince. The future keeps looking brighter by the day. Cool. Wanna date me now? She asked him. No. Haha. Shut down yet again. She laughed. Yep, the future keeps looking brighter and brighter by the minute. Chapter 21, Stars and Sea. And here we are, Prince Rutherford of Yakyakistan said as he led Starlight and I towards a wooden dock on a snowy beach. Yakyakistan, by virtue of being a city-state, has itself situated close to the northwestern sea for ease of reaching by sail. She's a beaut, I muttered as I beheld the large ship. It was 15 meters wide and 60 meters long, at a height of 5 meters to allow room beneath the deck, made of beautiful brown wood and covered by decorative shields, each painted to look like a family insignia of a high-ranking yak family. In its center was a single large sail, ready to be unfurled, of white with a stripe of checkered blue and yellow. It looked like a mixture between an old Viking longboat, and a more modern wooden yacht. And it was glorious. She is, yes. Designed by my great-grandfather, she was. The yak said as he joined me in staring at the marvel of nautical Yakyakistani craftsmanship. And in a week, this beaut will be bringing you home. Rutherford exclaimed with a yell, slapping me on the back. A smile spread on my face at the thought of sailing this absolute work of art. Oh, and about that proposal you had for a train, the prince said, and my mind was quickly pulled back to reality. The ocean can wait, I have a job to do. So, what do you want to talk about? Cosmos asked the White Prince as the two of them sat once more in the middle of empty space. Prince Blueblood stared at her quizzically. "Aren't you the one who brought me here to talk?" he asked her, lifting an eyebrow in confusion. "I didn't bring you here, you just started coming," she told him. "You found my head and started popping in here every few hours since." "What do you mean I found your head?" Blueblood asked her, still confused as to what was the reason he kept appearing in this space with her. "You see," Cosmos started, "my memory is a bit foggy, but once upon a time, long ago, I was just doing my thing, flying through space, moving around planets and such, when suddenly bam!" Cosmos exclaimed with a loud noise, "My body was trapped and split into 6 crystal pieces and scattered across the world." Blueblood stared at her, before nodding his head in understanding. "Makes sense, I did pick up a glowing gem before I came here the first time," he said. "Do you know why you were trapped and split into these gems then?" "Nope," Cosmos answered, popping the P at the end. "Really? No idea?" Blueblood asked her again. "No, nothing," she told him. "Aha! Nuh-uh. Welp, that's a disappointment," Blueblood said as he tried again to get comfortable on the flat space. "Yeah, if I knew why I was here, maybe I wouldn't have been so bored all this time," she groaned, before widening her eyes as a light bulb appeared above her. "Hey! Why don't you find the rest of my body?" she asked the prince. "I mean, sure, I guess I can do that," the prince shrugged, causing the decapitated head to vibrate in excitement, "but I'm also very busy, so I can't go looking for them," he told her, causing her to stop her excited head jiggles. "That's a shame," she sighed, "but, if you ever find one, you'll get it, right?" she asked him, receiving a shrug and a nod from the prince. "I mean, sure, if I find them then I'd take them, I just won't be actively looking for them." The prince rolled his shoulders as he tried to find a better position to lie on the nothingness of space. "And hey, soon I'll be back in Equestria, we'll be able to find some clues as to why you're like this if I search the library," he told her. "By the way, my back is killing me, so I'm going to stretch with a walk, wanna come with?" Cosmos looked at the prince, as he stood upon his legs and then stared at herself, a head without a body. Only for her to yelp in surprise as she was enveloped in a blue glow before being lifted from the floor and deposited on the unicorn's back. And for the first time in however long she's been trapped, Cosmos felt the heat emanating from another living body. And she smiled, as the White Prince carried her on his back, as if she was a princess. "Read backpack. Wanna go out with me now?" "No." "Haha. Shut down yet again." Starlight held tight to the deck of the ship as the waves rocked it across the freezing waters of the north. "Ha ha ha. You'll need to try harder to take me. Come on, Mother Nature. Do your worst." And as Starlight held onto the ship, she held even tighter onto the body of her new employer, and the singular lifeline saving her from being thrown into prison for the rest of her life. Trying to stop him from being thrown overboard by the waves and wind. And for what must have been the 100th time since she agreed to Blueblood's deal, Starlight regretted her past decisions. 11 days, 9 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. That is how much time passed since Princess Celestia received news of her Blueblood disappearing. So when she received news of a Yakyakistani vessel sailing near the Northwestern Sea, nearing the harbour of Seattle, she paused whatever she was doing and went there, dragging her little sister with her as the two stood on the docks of the chill city, staring out to sea as a large Yakyakistani boat sailed nearer. Squinting her eyes at the boat, Princess Luna gasped as she saw the figure of a white unicorn, a wide smile on his face as he stood at the forecastle of the ship on his back legs, one leg in front of the other as he spread his front legs and shouted something. "I'm king of the world." Luna wasn't as well versed in lip reading as her sister sadly, so she couldn't figure out what he actually said, but nevertheless, the two princesses were glad to see the prince return to safety. Only to gasp when he jumped off the ship toward the cold water of the sea, only to relax as a large wooden box floated over to catch him. Blueblood walked along the box until he reached the edge, where he proceeded to keep walking as a new box appeared in front of him, continuing the walkway. Princess Celestia! Princess Luna! So good to see you, he called out to them as he kept walking over an improvised walkway of floating wooden crates. Luna, did you do something with your hair? It looks wonderful. He kept walking, and crates and boxes from behind him started to move forward to act as new steps. Celestia, why do you look so glum? You should smile more often, everyone likes to see you smile. Princess Celestia couldn't help herself. With a flap of her wings, she flew to the prince and picked him up in a hug. I was so worried about you, she told her nephew as she hugged him close to her chest. There was no need to worry, Auntie, I got a new bodyguard to protect me, he told her awkwardly as he patted her leg. A new bodyguard, you say? Well, I must thank them for keeping you safe, Fro-oh. Celestia stopped talking when she spotted the purple and aquamarine unicorn, walking down the magical walkway of floating boxes before they levitated back to the ship. Auntie, I would like to introduce you to my new bodyguard, Starlight Glimmer. Her little prince said with a smile as he gestured to the mare with his arm. And as the Princess of the Sun looked down at the mare who was the cause behind the whole fiasco, she forced herself to smile warmly at her. Hello, Starlight Glimmer. Perhaps she smiled a bit too warmly? Ahem. Hi. Starlight said, sweat already dripping down her forehead in the late autumn wind. Only for the warming exchange between the two to but interrupted. Farewell, Blueblood. We speak more of the deal when official letter arrive. A yak from the ship yelled as he waved his leg in farewell to the Prince of Equestria. Farewell to you too, Rutherford. Blueblood waved back to the orange yak as the ship turned tail and sailed back north, leaving the pony passengers back in their homeland. Oh, and Auntie, Starlight will be paying off her prison time by working as my bodyguard, okay? Thanks. Blueblood quickly told Celestia before squeezing out of her hug and running into the city, quickly being followed by Princess Luna. Leaving Celestia and Starlight alone at the Seedle docks. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Streets of Seedle. You wouldn't happen to have a wallet on you, yes? I asked the alicorn following after me as I make my way down the streets of Seedle. That's your question? She exclaims as she speeds up her walk to catch up with me. You've been gone for almost 2 weeks and the first thing you say to us is, hey, can I borrow some money? What is wrong with you? She yells, frightening several nearby ponies who quickly look away when they recognize me and my cohort. I look at her from the corner of my eye as I turn left at the intersection. I mean, I've been gone for 2 weeks, right? Think of this as me coping with such a tragic event, I explain to her with a cheeky grin as I turn into a nearby alleyway, startling a cat that was napping on a dumpster. What? Luna shouts as she follows after me as I move dexterously between dumpsters near the walls and puddles on the ground, twirling around a back door that almost opens onto my face, smiling at the pony who opened it before grabbing the trash bag from her hooves and chucking it into the nearest dumpster. We are so sorry about him, I hear Luna tell the pony as I continue making my way between the alleyways before I reach my supposed destination. Tinted windows, a small wooden canopy above the door, a brown welcome mat beneath it, and a generic illustration of a keg sat on a sign hanging off the canopy. Yep, this is the place, I nod and walk in. The inside of the building was much cleaner than some might expect from a building located in an alleyway, but these deep alleyway places are always the best. Or the worst, it really depends on which side of town you are at. The place was mostly empty, save for a gruff-looking griffin sitting in a cubicle in the back and a fancy-dressed minotaur behind the bar. Blueblood. Where are you going? I hear Luna call out to me as I close the door behind me, walk into the hidden establishment, and sit at the bar. What are you doing here? The griffin near the back asks as he stands up on leopard-looking feet, his front talons tapping on the clean floor as he makes his way to sit next to me. Shouldn't you ponies be up near Main Street? He taps a claw on the wooden bar as he leans next to me, squinting his eyes as I smile at him. Sigmund, leave the stallion alone, the Minotaur says as he readjusts the black and white vest he wore before taking a few steps to stand in front of me. So, what can I get for you? Blueblood. Luna yells as she enters the bar, her eyes immediately catching on to me before she spotted the two other people in the room. She coughed into her hoof, told them, "Excuse us for just a moment," and grabbed me in her magic, floating me outside of the bar and back into the alleyway we just came from. "So, do you have the money?" I ask her as I floated upside down, a sly grin still on my face as she tried to glare a hole into my forehead before she seemingly gave up and placed me back on the ground gently. "Yes, we have money, but we will be talking about this," she sighed and followed me back into the bar. "So, will you be ordering anything?" the Minotaur asked as I sat back on the bar stool, Luna grabbing a place next to me. The Griffin from before already back in his corner at the back. "Yes," I smiled, "I'll have a Negroni, and the lady will be having an iced tea, you know, not of the tea kind." The Minotaur chuckled and turned to the shelf of bottles behind him, grabbing several of them at once and several cocktail shakers. "Did you order for us?" Luna hissed in my ear as she kept her eyes trained on the Minotaur. "I did, trust me, you'll like this new modern stuff," I told her, rhythmically tapping the wood with my hooves as I waited. A smile on my lips. "So?" Starlight started before swallowing the rest of her sentence and looking away from the frosty princess of the day. "Indeed," Celestia replied as she looked down at the mayor who illegally built a town, stole the inhabitants' cutie marks after indoctrinating them into her cult, avoided her taxes, didn't pay for a building permit, or a medical license. But worst of all, this mayor attacked her little prince and somehow managed to convince him to spare her from life in prison. Oh, how she must have tortured him with her evil spells in order to let her go free. Or even worse, she seduced him. How tricky. Starlight Glimmer surely is a clever villain. But Celestia is clever AR, all she has to do is catch Starlight slip in her act, and then blam. Straight to the bottom of Tartarus. All she had to do is watch her, wait for her to fumble, and keep her eye on her at all times. And then, her little prince Blueblood will come back to Mama with tears of joy in his eyes, crying and hugging her as he thanks her for freeing him from this harlot. And she will hug him back, and whisper to him that there is no need to worry, Mama will always love him and always support him, no matter how old he gets. Princess Celestia smiled. And Starlight Glimmer once again regretted her past actions. "We're sorry," Luna cried as she hung onto my shoulder, tears rolling down her face as she wailed. "We only drank one glass of what I ordered, but now we were back in the alleyway, slowly making our way back to the docks. How was I supposed to know that Luna was a lightweight? And I mean really lightweight. And she's also a crying drunk, the worst kind of drunk to deal with." I sighed to myself, why couldn't you be a party drunk, like me, or at least a sad drunk? They're still easier to deal with than a crying one, I asked her, receiving wails and cries of "I'm sorry," as a response. There, I rub her back as she kept crying, "Everything's okay. But it's our fault." She cried louder, her voice bouncing back in the slight echo of the alley. "It's because we didn't join you in investigating Starlight that you disappeared," she cried, her tears staining my fur. "If we didn't tell you to investigate her, none of this would have happened." I stopped walking and grabbed her cheeks, pushing her off of me and forcing her to look me in the eyes. "Wah!" she voiced from between squished cheeks as I forced her to look at me. "It was my choice to pick up the missing persons case, you didn't do anything," I told her, ignoring her tears staining my legs as I held her cheeks. But we. You didn't do anything wrong," I told her. "If you want to blame anyone, blame the police for not picking up on Starlight before we did." "But we. No. If we. Nuh-uh. Bulletin. No ifs or buts." I squish her face tighter, causing her to mewl in discomfort. "I might not look it, with my charmingly good looks and all, I tell her, but I'm a grown-ass man, Luna, I can make my own choices, and sometimes I make mistakes, and that's fine. She whimpered between my hooves, her tears slowing down. We can all play the blame game, thinking about how things could have been better, but we can't do anything but live with what we have, I tell her. It's our choices that define us. I chose to follow the missing pony poster, it was my choice to join the police in confronting her, and it was my choices that led me to the predicament that followed, I explained to her. You didn't do anything, I chose it, and choices have consequences, some good, and some bad. I smiled as I started moving her cheeks around my hooves, causing her to make funny noises. You get it? It was my choice, not yours, so stop taking the blame. I weep, but Luna whimpered from between her squished cheeks before she once again started crying uncontrollably. I sighed to myself, yep, you're still drunk, don't know why I bothered. Reaching the docks with a now sleeping princess on my back was far easier than with a crying princess on my shoulder. Celestia looked at the two of us, before sniffing the air and raising an eyebrow. I didn't know she was such a lightweight, I explained, and she nodded as if I explained everything that happened in the past half hour in perfect detail. And soon, with a glow from Celestia's horn, Luna and I found ourselves back at the castle, followed soon by Celestia teleporting in, and a loud crashing noise as a fourth pony landed in another room, likely flinging stuff onto the floor as a result. Celestia looked at where the sound came from with a small smile on her face. Whoops! Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Illusions and Pirates 1. 2 days passed since I returned to Canterlot Castle, and now it's time for me to get some actual work done. I read through the Nautical Science Lessons book, so next time I meet the Chancellor of the EEA I'll be ready to take my test, but I'm not talking about that. Cosmos, I need to find clues as to who she is and why she's trapped in a gem. Luckily for me, I have the largest source of magical knowledge in Equestria just down a flight of stairs and a hallway from where I sleep. The Canterlot Castle Royal Library is the Royal Library of Canterlot Castle. Crazy, I know. But if anywhere in Equestria will have information on Cosmos, then this is the place. And to my amazing astonishment, I was wrong. There's nothing. No mention of her magical crystals 101, no line about her in seals and curses, the complete collection, and not even a drawing of her head in 101 Weirdest Creatures of the World. This place was useless for finding Cosmos' other body parts, so that idea fell flat. But something that did catch my eye was a line in Magic Theory by Clover the Clever. Specifically, a line about creating images via magic, or more succinctly, illusions. Now, I might not understand all this mumbo-jumbo about magical theory and the arcane hoopla. I was a nautical science student, not a quantum physicist. But I did play video games, and I know how powerful illusion magic is. Sure, Sneak Archer is the best build in Skyrim, nobody will deny that, but it's fun to run around as an illusion rogue, stabbing people in the back with sharp daggers. In the game, at least. In the real world, I don't think I'd enjoy stabbing people in the back, it's just not me, you know? But it's a totally different thing to learn the magic for the sake of being able to do more than move objects with a glowing narwhal horn. I mean, it's illusion magic, it's not like it can break anything physical, so there's no problem. What's the worst that can happen? Princess Celestia smiled as she stretched her back in the morning. Her sun was up, the birds were singing, the smell of the salty sea brushed by her nostrils, it was a wonderful morn. Wait a minute. There's no sea close to Canterlot. Heading to the window, Celestia looked outside, and to both awe and horror, Canterlot Castle was in the middle of the ocean. She looked back at the bed she just came out of, and asked herself if she is willing to deal with this so early in the morning. And she came to a conclusion, quickly. Princess Celestia. We came here as soon as we got your letter, what happened? Twilight Sparkle asked her teacher as she and her friends entered the throne room. It was a surprise for Twilight to receive a letter requesting her presence at the castle, and being told to bring her friends with her on such short notice. Twilight wasn't sure what to think. Did something go wrong? Is Princess Celestia in danger? Is Nightmare Moon back? So she left Spike alone with Aloysius to clean a mess he made in the library while she and the girls went to Canterlot Castle to meet with the princess. Twilight, Celestia started as she looked down at her student, not surprised that she managed to reach her castle. The castle has been sent to the middle of the ocean. Your job is to find out why and how and bring the castle back to its place in Canterlot. Twilight nodded her head in affirmation, ignoring the blank stares from her friends. Excuse me, Your Highness, her good friend Applejack started, but the castle is already in Canterlot, we didn't pass any ocean to get here. Celestia blinked slowly. Good luck, Twilight Sparkle, I know you can do it. Celestia smiled and turned away from the girls, intent on catching up on sleep. Leaving the six bearers of the elements of harmony alone in the throne room, confused as to what she was talking about. Whoa! Are those ghost pirates? Only to quickly look at the window Pinkie Pie was staring from as the sounds of cannon fire and waves entered their ears, followed by the smell of salt and smoke. And looking out the window at the back of the throne room, their eyes expanded. No longer were they on Canterlot Mountain, instead they were floating in the middle of the ocean, like an unmoving island, slowly being surrounded by see-through green ships and a skeletal crew of green ghost pirates. Whoa! Awesome! Rainbow Dash exclaimed as she watched two ships of ghosts battle it out, cannonballs flying everywhere as wood splintered and sails billowed. Wah no, Rainbow Dash, this is not awesome. Some pony managed to change the location of Canterlot Castle from the inside, creating a one-way entrance with no exit. Twilight shouted at her friend, who tilted her head in confusion about whatever nerdy words she was talking about. Oh dear, this is a big problem, right Twilight? Fluttershy asked her as she stared in horror at the pirates boarding each other's ships, blades swinging. A big problem? Fluttershy, that is an enormous understatement. Twilight exclaimed, causing her shy friend to duck into herself for comfort. If we don't stop this somehow, then people will keep entering the castle, without being able to leave. After a few days, they'll run out of food and clear water. And after that even worse. Applejack heard enough. You heard, Twilight girls, we need to find the cause of this. Twilight, what do we call this? A spatial cage. This spatial cage. And once we do, we'll fix it. Applejack yelled with a smile. Yeah, let's do this. Rainbow Dash joined in the excitement. Twilight nodded with a smile on her face as she saw her friends getting themselves ready to figure out the cause of the spatial cage. Are you sure you don't need help? Starlight Glimmer asked her boss as she watched him try, and fail, to change the coloring of a small illusion he created on a table in the library. No need, he told her as he focused on the scene he created. Many ships were trying to fire on two smaller ships, as they sailed between them and robbed and pillaged. You won't be able to help either. This is a dramatic reenactment of Captain Bartholomew Roberts' capture and escape with the richest ship in the annual Portuguese treasure fleet, he explained to her as if she knew who that captain was and what those ships were. Okay, I'll just guard the door in that case, she said and walked away, ignoring his grumbling about how the ships shouldn't be green, or see-through. Chapter 24, Illusions and Pirates 2. Okay girls, let's split up and find the source of this spatial cage, Twilight called out to her friends as they stood in the throne room, thinking of a plan to solve this disastrous issue. Pinkie Pie, I want you to go to the West Wing, find anything that's suspicious that could help us figure this out, she told her friend, receiving a joking salute from her pink pony pal. Rarity and Rainbow Dash, you go ask the guards in the barracks. If any pony has an idea of who could be behind this, it's them. She told two of her other friends, receiving an of course, darling, from Rarity and leave it to me. From Rainbow Dash. Applejack, I would like you to question the staff, they know the way around the castle better than any pony. If the perpetrator is hiding somewhere, they'll know where it is. She told her orange friend, receiving an okay partner, in response as she readjusted her hat. And finally, Fluttershy, you and I will be searching for the source of this cage directly. If we find it we can disable the spell, and free us from this trap. She told her final friend, who nodded meekly and took a few steps closer to her. Ready, girls? She asked her friends, getting a chorus of affirmatives in all different manners. Then let's stop this spell! She cried, and the elements of harmony split to begin their search. Starlight was blank-faced as she stared at the view outside the large windows from the hallway leading to the Royal Library. She saw ships of intricate build, waves of water slamming against their hulls, and cannons firing from 2 larger ships towards 3 smaller ships as they sailed between a fleet of smaller ships. Starlight looked back at the door of the library, and opened it a smidgen, peeking inside to see her boss still staring intently at the little illusion he made on the table, grumbling to himself about the colors not being right. She looked back at the ships and boats outside the window, then she looked at the illusion that Blueblood created on the table. Then back to the window. And back to Blueblood. Over and over, she looked at the 2 groups of ships and sails, one outside the window, and the other on a table in the library, before reaching a very important conclusion. Blueblood isn't in danger, so I don't need to do anything about this. She closed the door to the library, and sat on the floor, trying to relax. Ah, Miss Glimmer, so good to see you. She stiffened as she turned her head to see Princess Celestia smiling down at her. I see you enjoy sitting on the floor, as you should. Follow me, she told her and started walking, forcing Starlight to walk swiftly after her. Sorry Blueblood, but you're on your own, she said in her head. Don't get into a fight while I'm with your aunt, she might actually just kill me if you do. Her legs moved faster to catch up with the tall princess. Pinkie Pie is many things. She is an element of harmony. An earth pony. Joyous and fun. Pink. A good friend. And so much more. However, one thing that Pinkie Pie isn't, is good at following orders. Even if the consequences of not following them are dire. So, when she was told to explore a portion of Canterlot Castle to find clues as to what might be causing the spatial cagey thingamajig that Twilight was blabbering about, she asked herself a very important question. What are clues? So when she saw the large set of doors in the middle of the hallway, with no pony around to guard them, she saw a set of options in front of her. Does she, A. call one of the guards over to ask them what is inside the room? Does she, B. go and tell Twilight that she found a big set of doors and that she wants to check out what's inside? Or does she, C. move on and continue her investigation? If you chose one of these options, you are wrong. Because Pinkie Pie clearly chose D. enter through the doors without asking. I thought you said you would be staying outside, I said as I turned to see Starlight walk back into the library. Only that it wasn't Starlight that I was looking at. Oh, I didn't know you were in here, I would have knocked if I knew. Hi, my name is Pinkie Pie. I'm looking for an evil wizard who cast an awful mean spell on the castle to bring it to the middle of the ocean with ghost pirates because pirates are bad and so are ghosts sometimes, but I don't know, I never met a real ghost. Hey, that thing you got there looks like these ghost pirates. Are you an evil wizard? Oh, did I say my name was Pinkie Pie already? Because it is. I blinked at her words, my mind empty of responses to give to the pink earth pony. Oh! She suddenly exclaimed, I forgot. It's rude to ask for someone's name before introducing yourself, you know. She said and stared at me with lidded eyes. You should have introduced yourself before asking my name. It's Pinkie Pie, by the way. What's yours? Did I say my name already? It's Pinkie Pie if you're wondering. She smiled and nodded her head as if she did a good job and is proud of her accomplishments. I stared at her blankly before I asked my question. Who are you? The pony quickly opened her eyes wide in shock. Did I forget to introduce myself? She mumbled something to herself before wiggling her curly hair around as she rubbed her head before she looked me straight in the eyes and told me. I'm Pinkie Pie. Yeah, I'm too sober to deal with you, I said and stood up from the chair I was sitting at, turned off the magic powering the small illusion I tried to create, and walked out of the library, ignoring the steps of the pink earth pony following me. Look! The city is back! One of the staff members of the castle cheered as he saw that the endless ocean and fleet of ghost ships that surrounded the castle was gone and the normal view from the castle was back. Cheers rang out around the castle, and Celestia was happy to see that her student once again managed to solve a problem and save the day. But Princess, Twilight tried to explain, we still don't know how that spatial cage showed up, or who cast it. It is fine, Twilight, Celestia told her student, leave the rest to the guards, she smiled. But the perpetrator is still out there. Twilight tried to get her princess to see reason, but she was ignored, forcing Twilight to groan as she went to search for her friends. Hey Twilight! I don't really understand what happened, but we did it. The first to be found was Rainbow Dash, who had a victor's smile on her face as she flew loops near the tall ceiling of the hallways, soon followed by Fluttershy and Applejack, and later Rarity after a few minutes of searching. She was talking with one of the maids about the dress codes for the staff. Now everyone was gathered and ready to return to Ponyville, everyone except for Pinkie Pie. I didn't see her anywhere, Applejack said as the group started looking for the last element of harmony. Excuse me dear, Rarity called out to a purple and aquamarine mare who stood outside a door, have you seen a pink earth pony nearby? She has a large head of hair and a bouncy personality. The mare stared at Rarity before silently pointing her to a specific room nearby, her eyes unblinking and twitching. Oh, thank you. The purple-haired unicorn told the mare as she opened the door. Wowie, this thing is delicious. How high of a percentage did you say this was? Only to blink as she saw her friend Pinkie Pie, standing on one leg as she balanced on the backrest of a chair, an open bottle in her hand. It's only 12%, it's simple wine after all, not anything advanced. Rarity quickly turned away from the door and hid by the wall as she saw the other pony in the room, sitting regally on a sofa, an expensive glass in hand as he slowly sipped from the wine, his muscles at ease as the drink went down his throat, his golden hair reflecting the sunlight coming through the window like a field of golden wheat, his white coat smooth yet rugged. A beauty in the streets, a beast in the sheets. Rarity had to stop herself from squealing in excitement from being in the same area as the prince of her dreams. He can't be allowed to see me, I needed to be at the gala, she thought to herself as her plans for the best night ever came to mind. I need some pony else to get Pinkie Pie away from him, and not ruin my chances in the future. Rainbow Dash? No, she's a bit too obnoxious, she will definitely make me look bad. Fluttershy? She's too quiet and feminine, she might accidentally steal him. Twilight? No, she must have some sort of history with him already, being a student of Princess Celestia means that her chances to get with Blueblood are too high. Applejack. Rarity blinked before she giggled to herself in a voice she would never publicly be caught making. Before she made her way to search for Applejack. It wasn't long before the mare who went by the name Pinkie Pie was asleep on a couch, an empty bottle of wine in her grasp as she hugged it closer to herself, a snot bubble blowing from her nose as she mumbled in her sleep some unintelligible words before giggling in her sleep. And Prince Blueblood could do nothing but stare blankly at the pony who, according to Princess Celestia, was a national hero who saved the nation multiple times. The prince looked at the sleeping pony, and then at the half-empty bottle next to him, then at the emptied wine glass near his sofa. Before he picked up the entire bottle and chugged its contents before making his way back to his room, intent on catching some early sleep. Applejack sighed as she found Pinkie Pie, sleeping with a bottle of alcohol in her grasp, a soft smile on her face as the snot bubble above her nose grew larger and larger. She groaned as she picked up her sleeping friend on her back and made her way back to the rest of her group. You need a diet, she mumbled quietly to the sleeping Pinkie Pie. Pop! And then grimaced as she felt something sticky and wet roll down her neck. Yuck! Cosmos smiled as Prince Blueblood once again appeared in her prison dimension. Before you say anything, he told her as he took his place of lying on the void next to her, "Check this out." And with a glow to his horn, a small screen appeared in front of him, followed by a weird remote with colorful buttons and 2 joysticks. "Here," he said as he passed her the illusionary controller, "this should be working because I'm asleep. You should have seen me try something like this awake." He smiled at her as another controller appeared in front of him. "Is this?" Cosmos wanted to ask, but was stopped when the prince chuckled to himself before looking at her from the corner of his eye. "I thought it was boring to just sit here and do nothing all the time, so I learned a new spell." He smiled as the screen he created started showing a room made of stone. On a throne in the middle sat a skull wearing a crown. 2 bubbles floated above the throne. One held a pale-skinned, dark blue-haired human-looking girl, while the other held what looked like a toaster with a face. A tanned man with green hair and a pair of glasses slowly approached the skull, before the screen changed to showcase a night sky and a sea of clouds beneath it, with the title of the game he put on. Cosmos smiled widely as she looked at what her prince did for her, before she turned to him with a wide smile, and swore to herself that she would one day repay him 100-fold for what he did to her here today. But with a flurry of emotion going through her non-corporeal heart, she could only simplify the things she wanted to say to 3 short words, words that she knew she couldn't say right now. So she settled with 2 other words. "Thank you." Blueblood just chuckled and pressed the green button on his controller. Cosmos looked at him go to the 2-player option on the screen before she smirked. "So, you wanna go out with me now?" "No." "Haha. Shut down once again." Cosmos smiled widely at the routine of questions she built with him already. She turned her head to her controller, and her 2 antelope horns glowed a weak pink, as she tested the buttons and joysticks of the Illusion Dream controller. "You know," she wanted to say, "maybe being stuck here isn't so bad," but she didn't. So with a glow to her horns, she pressed the button with the letter A and joined the game. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, A Gala Isn't a Simple Party. 1 week remained before the Grand Galloping Gala, which meant I still had a lot of work to do, and not much time to do it. Quickly, read groggily, rolling out of bed and landing on my hooves, read face, I stood up and quickly grabbed a shower. After a good 10 minutes in the warm water, read 40 minutes, I exited the shower, brushed my teeth, combed my hair, and tied it in my usual bun. After putting a dusting of makeup on my face to look presentable, I wore my white collar and adjusted my glasses in front of the mirror. Grabbed a clipboard with this month's work and flipped the papers until I reached today's work. As soon as I left my room on the celestial spire of the castle, right between the stairs leading to Princess Luna's tower and the door to Princess Celestia's room, I walked across the corridor and pressed a small button hidden behind a vase which opened up a hidden door in the wall, and I walked in. Canterlot Castle is filled with hidden paths and secret rooms. I have spent months searching for as many as I could, and even now I'm not sure I've found all of them. No, let me rephrase that, I know I have yet to find all the secret rooms and passages. These secret passages are used by me as a quick way to traverse the large building. From the hidden passage I'm currently taking leading to a corner of the library, to a secret magical greenhouse hidden behind the pond of Celestia's exotic animal garden. But those paths don't matter at this moment. There are 7 days left until the Grand Galloping Gala, and everything needs to be perfect for the donation goal to be reached. What many of the ponies who wish to come to the gala fail to acknowledge, is that the Grand Galloping Gala isn't a regular party or celebration. It's a gala. This means that while the gala is in progress, donations to several of the Crown's non-profit charities will be given by the rich and elite in order to inflate their ego and give them the thought that they are helping poor orphans in need while actually doing none of the work. That way the Crown ends up helping those in need without using taxpayer money. Reaching a dead end in the hidden passage I tap on the wall 3 times with my hoof, causing the door to open, revealing itself to be the back of a bookcase which opened like a door, leading me into the library. Quickly and silently making my way to the door out, I pause as I hear 2 sets of hooves pass by on the other side of the door. "Do you really need another suit?" one of the ponies asked, her tone tired as she walked behind the lead pony. Of course I do. I paused as the voice of the second pony registered in my head. I can't arrive at the gala wearing my regular tuxedo collar, I need a full-on redesign for the occasion. And with the knowledge of the lead pony, the mare become recognizable. But why? Starlight Glimmer asked as she walked behind Prince Blueblood. Because the gala is an important gathering of some of the most powerful and wealthiest ponies in Equestria, Starlight, the prince told her as he stopped walking just outside the door, causing me to quickly move to the side in order to remain hidden in case he opens the library. To regular ponies like you, it might seem like a big fancy party, Starlight scoffed, but Blueblood continued. Should I get the Blueblood Foundation up and running next year, I'll be needing good connections independent of the crown, be it to reach a shipwright that will help me reach a good design for my cargo ships, or to get in touch with a diamond dog trading company to work with. The prince told his bodyguard. Okay, so it's for connections, but why diamond dog? I already knew the likely answer, but I kept quiet in order to hear the prince's response. Because of the import taxes used in Griffonia on naval trade, he told her, and I nodded my head in agreement. Cannonia doesn't have import taxes like Griffonia, which makes it so that trading with Cannonia, and from Cannonia to Griffonia via a land route is both cheaper and more profitable than trading directly with Griffonia. After a few more minutes of talking about naval trade and the importance of connections, Blueblood and Starlight walked away, leaving the coast clear for me to leave the library and make my way to the throne room. Seeing Celestia already sitting on the throne once I stepped hoof into the room, I quickly opened my mouth and started telling her what her schedule for the day was. After Celestia was updated on what she should expect for the day, I quickly made my way into another hidden passage leading to one of the exits from the castle in order to make my way down to the city for a late morning coffee. With my clipboard tucked away in a small bag, I left to get a quick brunch. After returning to the castle, I once again quickly entered another passage leading to the hallway for Celestia's study. Grabbing my chair in the neighboring room, I started my job in earnest. From reading reports to responding to letters from different officials and governors. After once more explaining to the mayor of Seattle that he doesn't need to fear a Viking invasion of his city and that the ship that he keeps on speaking of left the port without docking, an alarm I set on a clock indicates that it's 5 in the afternoon, and day court is officially over for the day. Making my way to grab an early dinner, I spot Princess Celestia hovering over Prince Blueblood as he walked in my direction covered in blood. I think I'm cursed, he grumbled as Celestia hugged him tightly. This is the third time in a row that me leaving the castle ended with blood. I ignored the comedic moment of family warmth as Celestia only hugged her nephew harder as I continued my walk to the kitchen. I paused as I looked at a certain painting, that was just slightly tilted to the right, but I held back from correcting it, knowing that doing so will open another hidden door, one that I have yet to explore. Making my way to the kitchen, I tell the staff what I want to eat and take a seat at the table. Getting special made food is a nice perk of being one of the higher ranking workers of the castle. This perk is only shared by the different heads of staff and the royal family. As I waited for my food, I spotted Prince Blueblood walk into the room, Princess Celestia no longer hanging off of him, and his new bodyguard seemingly with her. After he gave the staff his order, a small smirk on his face as they exclaimed at his bloody appearance, he too took a chair at the table and sat down. Directly across from me. Raven Inkwell, he nodded at me. Prince Blueblood, I nodded back at him, plunging the room into a comfortable silence as the two of us waited for our food to be ready, the only sound being that of hurried movements on the other side of the door leading to the kitchen. After our food arrived, I quickly ate my portion and left, nodding to the prince after he nodded at me once more, and made my way back to my office to get some last-minute work done. Once the clock hit 23:30, I left my office and made my way back to my room, intent on once again waking up early and continuing my job. It's a busy job being the secretary and right hoof mare of Princess Celestia herself, but I make it work. If only the Grand Galloping Gala wasn't such a pain to manage each year. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, the GGG1. So the Grand Galloping Gala is happening this evening, I say after the character I was playing got thrown off the ledge of the platform he was fighting on, Cosmos's character struck a victory pose and the scoreboard popped up. That's the fundraiser to keep orphans warm in winter, right? Cosmos asked as she levitated an illusion of a soda bottle towards her mouth. Yep, I respond as I stretch my back and replace the illusion of the video game with that of a tropical beach, laying down on the soft sand of this dream/illusion. And all the rich ponies are going to be there? Cosmos asked as I levitated her off the sand before placing her gently on a folding beach chair facing the setting sun. I wouldn't be able to do such complicated illusions outside of this dream prison for a long while. It's only thanks to me being asleep and technically dreaming, that I can interact with these illusions as if they're real. Yep, all the rich people are going to be there. I took a sip of coconut water straight from the source as the green nut levitated in my magic, a straw piercing the meat of the fruit. What's your plan? She asked as she too took a sip from the coconut, another straw piercing the other side of the fruit. First I need to wait for everyone to be there, and for that, I'll arrive 30 minutes after opening, I said. That will both make it so that the ballroom will be filled with enough ponies to start a conversation, and I will not look like I hurried to get there, even though I live in the castle. And then, after arriving, I'll make a talk with Chancellor Naysay, and get some sort of schedule ready for my nautical science exam, I told her, already imagining how much money I'll make once my future shipping company is all up and running. Then, I need to get speaking with Rain Cloud Dazzle. She's the chief manager of the Cloudsdale Weather Factory, so she definitely has a ticket. What does the Weather Factory have anything to do with the plan? Cosmos asked as she looked at me from the corner of her eye, her head still facing the false sunset. It's not her job at the Weather Factory that I'm interested in, it's her husband, the head of the Shipwright Designer Club. I could get in touch with him or the club on my own, but having her recommendation will make working with them much easier in the future. They will be the ones who will help design the cargo ships using the technology of modern equestria. Trying to make an Earth cargo ship will be a massive waste of resources, and also an incredibly expensive task that would require the creation of several new types of engines. Cosmos hummed in acknowledgement, and then what? To be perfectly honest, those two are the only ones I need. Everybody else at the gala will be a nice bonus, I chuckled lightly. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Philadelphia Golf Association might come in handy in the future. Maybe, Cosmos also chuckled, her eyes still glued to the setting sun. The soft sounds of the waves splashing on the beach filled the empty space of the dream prison as the two of us sat in silence. Blueblood. Yes, Cosmos. Do you miss being a human? Hearing her question, I sat silently in thought before quickly reaching a conclusion. I miss human culture, I miss human food and human television, human games and human science, I said, my eyes now also staring at the false setting sun, slowly lowering into the fake ocean. However, I added, I don't miss sleeping on a ratty couch, I don't miss spending days without sleeping in order to get ready for a college exam, I don't miss having to work several jobs in order to scrounge enough money to eat something that wasn't dorm room slop. I don't miss bouncing from foster home to foster home, from city to city. I stopped talking, silence returning to the two of us. I'm actually happy I'm here, I whispered, before quickly correcting myself. I'm not happy I have hooves and walk on four, I'm still a human through and through. But here, as Prince Blueblood. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the air and opening my eyes once again. The fake sun has set, and the beach is now illuminated by the endless sea of stars and nebulae that were all around the dream prison. I have a warm and comfortable bed, I said, not even sure if Cosmos was still listening. I have good food and an entire source of information in the Royal Library. I can cast magical spells that would have been seen as nothing more than fantasy back on Earth. I have enough money to never need to scrounge through several jobs at the same time ever again. I crack my neck, stretch my back, roll my shoulders, and stand up from my beach chair. I lift my arm high above my head, my fingers making bone-snapping sounds as I stretch them for the first time in a month. My bare feet leave soft indents on the sandy beach. I stretch my legs as I crouch down, my khaki shorts covering my white skin, and a blue and white Hawaiian shirt wrapped around my torso. I moved my golden blonde hair to behind my ears so I could see better before looking down at the dismembered head that lived inside of a crystal shard. As Prince Blueblood, for the first time in my life, I have people I can consider friends. I smiled down at my dream companion with my icy blue eyes. Cosmos simply stared up at me silently, before smirking to herself and letting out a whistle. Look at you, she smiled as she looked at me, or at the human Blueblood me, handsome devil you. Hey, I exclaimed as I held my arms crossed in front of myself, hands off the merchandise, you can look but you can't touch. Ha 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 ha. Cosmos laughed, soon joined by my own laughter. And the two of us laughed on the fake beach, until I woke up, leaving Cosmos alone in the dream prison, waiting for me to go back to sleep. Starlight Glimmer, you will be joining me at the entrance to the ballroom, Princess Celestia told the unicorn mare in front of her. What? But I'm supposed to. Starlight wanted to argue, only for Celestia to shut her down. I will not allow you into the gala, Blueblood's bodyguard or not, I will not allow a convicted criminal near the other guests. She told her, you will be staying with me, outside, greeting the guests for the entire evening. Celestia smiled at the mare. I hope you enjoy standing outside doing nothing, you'll be doing a lot of that tonight, and for the millionth time since Starlight Glimmer struck that deal with Blueblood in the caves of Yakyakistan, Starlight regretted her life choices. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, The GGG2. Starlight. Look at you. Starlight Glimmer scowled as she looked at herself in the mirror. A black suit was covering her front half, while a pair of black sunglasses rested on her eyes. She looked at her boss and asked him a very important question. Can you talk with Celestia about this? Blueblood looked at her, confusion written on his face. Talk about the sunglasses at night, or about the suit that simply doesn't fit your color scheme? Neither. Both. Starlight growled in frustration, about how she's treating me. Starlight. You know I consider you a friend, right? The prince asked her, receiving a slow shake of her head in reply. Of course, being forced to carry you in the freezing north is part of the reason, but it mainly stems from me punching you in the face, and you not running away at the first chance you got. It was Starlight's turn to stare at the prince in confusion. The moment we reached Yakyakistan, you had no reason to come with me, but you did. And so allow me to tell you, not as your boss, or as a prince, but as your friend. Blueblood leaned forward in order to be at eye level with his bodyguard. Whatever complaints you have about Celestia, drop them. Starlight widened her eyes in shock. But... She wanted to yell but was cut off. Let me explain. For all intents and purposes, Celestia doesn't see you as my bodyguard, she wasn't there to see you blast that monster in the tunnel. As far as she is concerned, you are still a cult leader trying to escape punishment. He explained to her in a calm and reasonable tone. Just give her some time, it's been barely 2 weeks, he smiled before he gently pushed her away from the mirror she was using to see her new outfit, and besides, having Celestia be slightly miffed at you is much better than spending years in a jail cell. He rolled his shoulder as he looked at his new suit. A white and blue striped shirt, covered by a white vest with blue pockets, lined with gold trimming, and a white coat, inlaid with a blue fabric lined with gold. The red and green gem fragment he found in the ruins of King Tarkus IV was placed in a breast pocket, taking the place that would normally have went to a rose flower. Tying it all off with a blue tie around his neck, held by a gold button in the shape of his cutie mark. As far as Starlight could tell, the suit he wore cost as much as the entirety of all the building materials she collected to build our town. After looking himself over in the mirror, and moving some of his hair to the side, he smiled at his reflection. So just give her some time, okay? He smiled down at her, before turning around and taking his leave. Only to quickly walk back into her room, and remember, you can't steal anybody's cutie mark, and left again. Only returning once more, I'm serious, I can't help you if you steal a cutie mark here, and leaving once more. Just to once again come in, I'm very serious about this, I get it. Starlight yelled at him. Blueblood frowned at her, his body still halfway through the doorway. Yikes, you don't need to shout like that, he said with a roll of his eyes and left. Finally leaving Starlight with time to think. Boom crackle boom. Only for the fireworks to signal that the Grand Galloping Gala has officially begun, and Starlight doesn't have time to sit around doing nothing up here, she's supposed to be busy doing nothing down there. Shit! Starlight quickly ran to the ballroom where the gala was taking place. Ah, the Grand Galloping Gala, a once-in-a-year party of high society, a magnificent fundraiser to help those who cannot help themselves. I heard you organized everything in this year's gala, didn't you, Raven? I say as I look down at the garden connected to the ballroom hosting the gala. Next to me is Raven Inkwell, the second most important pony in Equestria. I did, she answered simply, also looking down at the guests slowly arriving at the gala. So, may I ask, why are you not joining them? I ask her, my eyes searching the crowd of ponies until I spot a certain Pegasus that I'm looking for. I don't want to, Raven said, her eyes glued to the crowd of ponies below us, so small they look like bugs from the tower we're standing in. I see, that is a perfectly valid reason, I respond to the Secretary of Equestria, but should you decide to come down there, you simply must save me a dance. I smile and walk away, intent on making it to speak with Raincloud Dazzle, the chief manager of the weather factory. And as I walked away, Raven Inkwell kept silently staring at the ponies down below, only barely turning her eyes and catching a glimpse of my back. Miss Raincloud! I call out to the Pegasus mare, her light blue coat and grey hair turn to look at me, and a smile appears on her aging face. Prince Blueblood, to what do I owe the pleasure? She asked as she watched me steadily walk towards her. I assure you, Miss Raincloud, the pleasure is all mine. I smile and shake her hoof. I heard that your husband is a member of the Shipwright Designer Club, is he not here with us tonight? I ask her, receiving a shake of her head. He's back home taking care of the kids, she smiled gently, but don't confuse him for any old member of that club, he's the head. She said with a wider smile on her face. Step 1 of the plan is already going well, with Raincloud Dazzle in good graces, that leaves only Naysay for later tonight. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Starlight tried her hardest to stop herself from frowning as she stood behind Celestia, her eyes looking over the crowd of ponies coming and going around the gala. Is that a dragon? Princess Celestia. A purple unicorn in a very sparkly dress said as she ran up the stairs to speak with the princess. Twilight, Celestia smiled at the mare, it is so lovely to see my star student, she told her. I am so excited to be here, we have so much to catch up on, the mare, Twilight, told the princess, and Starlight couldn't help but listen intently to the duo. Don't blame her, this is probably the most interesting thing that will happen this evening. Well, I want you right by my side the entire evening, so we'll have plenty of time together, the princess told the unicorn, and Starlight couldn't help but question if Celestia really did want the mare by her side, or if she just wanted someone who wasn't her next to her the entire evening. You know, I could be somewhere else right now, not bothering you, Starlight wanted to say but held her tongue. Blueblood might be her boss, but Celestia is the ruler of Equestria, making it so she is her boss's boss. Hearing Celestia's words, the purple unicorn quickly took a spot standing to the left of the princess. That's what I hoped you'd say, she smiled at her, and Starlight couldn't help but make a gagging sound as she saw the sweet puppy dog eyes on the mare as she looked up to the princess. Oh, I didn't see you there, I'm Twilight Sparkle, Princess Celestia's pupil, the mare, seemingly hearing the sound Starlight made, quickly turned and introduced herself to her. Starlight wanted to ignore her, make sure this evening passes by faster, but the sharp smile on Princess Celestia's face pushed her away from that decision. Oh, ahem. She coughed, I'm Starlight Glimmer, nice to meet you. She ended with a question, looking at Celestia for her response. Receiving a serious nod from the princess, Starlight took a few steps back and returned to her spot looking at the guests. Blueblood must be having the time of his life, she thought to herself. This is horrible. This is absolutely catastrophic. This is a disaster of an unimaginable scale. /I. Why did nobody tell me that Chancellor Naysay wasn't coming to the gala? Could this night get any worse? I yelled in my mind, my face a perfect mask of a calm and collected prince. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, The GGG3. Things were going so well. Rain Cloud Dazzle agreed to give me a good word to her husband, making building my future company much easier. But Chancellor Naysay isn't at the gala. And if he's not here, I'll need to speak with him another time, which wouldn't need to happen if he was here. But that's okay, that's fine, good even. I'll just schedule a talk with him for next week, get the test out of the way, build my ship, get some workers, strike some deals, and bada bing bada boom. Business. In the meantime, I'll just mingle around with the rich ponies, donate a bit or two to the fundraiser, and talk about whatever topic these ponies find interesting. And if I'm lucky, I'll manage to strike a deal with someone who has ties to Canonia or Griffonia. Yes. I can still make this night productive. And with these thoughts in mind, I walk out of the garden and back into the ballroom, intent on making my moves, only to pause when I spot a stand selling food being handled by an orange earth pony. I walk over as soon as the Pegasus from the Wonder Shots or whatever they're called leaves the stand, a full pie held in his mouth. Nice to meet you, partner, I didn't expect to get another customer so soon. The pony said with a smile on her face. Not a customer, just here to ask some questions, I tell her as I look over her stand, seeing apple-based products on the small shelves. I point to one of the unlabeled bottles. What's that? This is apple juice, freshly squeezed and bottled this morning, she says with a smile, and I nod my head, pointing at another product and getting a similar response. Apple food, fresh from today. How much for an apple fritter? I ask her. 2 bits. That's kind of cheap for a fundraiser, isn't it? Not 5 bits. I ask with a frown, confused as to why she would sell her food for so cheap. I understand that the charities involved here are all non-profit, but they still need some sort of profit this evening to help the orphans. Isn't 5 bits too expensive for an apple fritter? She asks back with a small frown. Isn't 2 bits too cheap for charity? I ask her, how will you make the money back? There isn't much food in your stall, and not all of it will be sold this evening. This is for charity, it's fine to make the products more expensive than they should normally be. I explained to her what I thought was common knowledge in business and marketing. By making it so the profit from your products is given to charity, you can increase the price of select goods by saying that the extra cost goes directly to the charity you work for. 2 bits is the price of a normal apple fritter. If you sell a charity apple fritter for the same price, you are actively losing money because the profit goes to the charity, and not back into the business. Non-profit charities don't give away all of the profit they receive in sales, they keep the cost of the materials and goods in order to recuperate for the next event. If you give away everything you make, you'll run out of money. And say what you want about non-profit charities, you need money to run them. Instead of seeing a nod of understanding and agreement from the mayor, I am given a head tilted in confusion with a single eyebrow raised. And then she asked something that made my terrible mood from earlier, the one I've tried thinking positively of in order to salvage the situation, return like a sledgehammer to the back of the knee. Charity. I didn't know what to say to that. Is she not part of one of the charities here? Did she really just open up a food stand at the Grand Galloping Gala, ask for money, and not be a part of one of the charities? This has to be a joke. So I laughed. Ha ha ha, that's a good one, I tell her with a smile on my face and a hearty chuckle exiting my lips. You really got me there, he he he. I'm talking about the charity you're working with. I'm not working with a charity, she told me in confusion, and the smile on my face evaporated in an instant. I'm selling these apples to help my farm. I stare at her blankly for a few more seconds before turning away and heading to look for a super-specific pony. Raven Inkwell expected her night to continue as it had, simply staring at the ponies down below until the gala is over and she can go to sleep. However, it seemed that fate had different plans for her. "Prince Blueblood," she said in order to get the stallion in front of her to stop speaking, "can you repeat your question, please?" Gladly, the prince said and recounted the events that brought him to her. "So my question in this regard is, did you give the mare a permit and nobody told me? Because as far as I can remember, the Grand Galloping Gala has been a non-profit fundraiser to help the downtrodden. And it's simply that having the lady selling her food for her own apple farm, doesn't really scream charity, let alone non-profit." Raven took off her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Was she orange?" she asked, receiving a look of amazement from the prince. "She was. Do you know who she is?" Raven groaned at the incoming headache. She wasn't supposed to do her job tonight. Princess Celestia gave her the evening off to enjoy the gala. So much for an evening off. "I do," Raven said and started walking in the direction of the ballroom, followed closely by the unicorn prince. "Applejack," the mare in question turned her head to see her good friend Rarity walk up to her. "Did you perhaps see a blonde stallion with a white coat?" "I did," Applejack told her. "He said something about my prices and charity before wandering off." "Do you know him?" Rarity nodded her head before smiling regally. "In fact, I do. That stallion is none other than Prince Blueblood, Princess Celestia's nephew, and also the most eligible bachelor in Equestria," she explained with a smile, her mind depicting the handsome prince smiling at her as he takes her on a night she will never forget. "How dreamy." "Ahem. Did you perhaps see where he went?" she asked. "Not really, he went back inside after asking me a few questions," Applejack told her before a question came to her head. "Hey, Rarity." "Yes, Applejack. Is my food too cheap?" Rarity paused for a moment to think her question over, before shaking her head and giving her friend a quick answer. "I'm not too sure, dearie. Anyway, I need to find him. See you soon," Rarity said before making her way back into the ballroom, intent on finding Prince Blueblood, leaving Applejack outside with a set of unanswered questions weighing on her head. Chapter 29, The GGG4. Starlight couldn't help but cringe as she looked at Twilight Sparkle trying to start a conversation with Princess Celestia, only for another guest to arrive and greet her instead, forcing the poor mare to sit by and wait for them to leave, only for yet another pony to take their place. "Just walk around the gala and come back later, when the guests are done greeting the princess. Why is she still standing here? This is the most obvious course of action." Princess Celestia, it is so wonderful to see you." Twilight was interrupted once again, and Starlight started to really feel bad for the younger mare. PSST, she tried to catch her attention, but either she wasn't heard, or was ignored by the purple unicorn, seeing as Twilight didn't turn to look at her. "Welp, so much for trying to be nice. Have fun standing around doing nothing all night." "Excuse me, Miss Applejack." Applejack turned to see who called out to her, coming once more face to face with the blonde pony from before. "Hey, Rarity was looking for you, did you talk to her yet?" she asked the unicorn, getting a confused look in his eyes as a response and his lips silently mouthing Rarity. "Ahem." Applejack turned her head once more, staring at a slightly shorter earth pony who almost seemed to blend into the background, even with the red dress she was wearing. It might sound rude, and so Applejack wouldn't say it, but the mare honestly looked like a background character from one of those comic books Big Mac used to read. "Sorry, I didn't see you there. How can I help you?" Applejack asked the lady before rattling off the wares that she was selling, from apple fritters to apple pie, caramel apple, and apple fries. "Can you please show me your permit?" she asked, and it was Applejack's turn to once again be confused. Excuse me. Your permit? The waiver you signed? Any document on your person that pertains to the handling of this here food stand? Just a second, Applejack told her and quickly ducked behind her stand, opening a small drawer and taking out a printed document. Here. The mare took the paper and read it over, a neutral frown on her face as she combed the wording of the document before handing it back to Applejack and lifting her glasses up her nose. I'm going to need to ask you to take down your stand, she told her, and Applejack gaped in shock. Excuse me. She yelled at the two white ponies in front of her, causing the so-called prince to speak. I really don't know how things work in whichever town you arrived here from, but it is the proper procedure to sign waivers and gain a permit if one wants to open up a foo. Applejack quickly interrupts him. I know what permits are, gosh darn it, I'm asking why you need me to take the stand down. She yelled at the unicorn. He took a step back with an offended look on his face, looking at her from his higher point of view as if she said something so unbelievably stupid he was in awe. Because you aren't allowed to sell on Canterlot Castle grounds. Now it was the mare who answered, her tone clipped and businesslike, the type AJ wasn't used to dealing with. Especially on their home turf. But Applejack tried to interject, only to pause as she heard a familiar voice screaming loudly. Turning their heads to look at the source of the sound, Applejack smiled when she spotted one of her friends coming to help her in this situation, followed immediately by a confused frown when the friend she was looking at started sprinting full tilt in her direction, which turned to horror as the missile of a pony didn't seem to be slowing down at all. Oh no, she heard the unicorn say in a defeated tone before the friend-shaped missile crashed into him, throwing the two ponies into a tangle of limbs on the ground. Don't worry, Applejack. I caught the evil ghost pirate wizard. The pink earth pony said loudly as she stood on top of the downed body of the blonde unicorn, the crowd of onlookers staring in silent shock at the scene. The silence was broken by one of the nearby guards tackling Pinkie Pie onto the floor and placing cuffs on her hooves. You are under arrest for assault on the member of the crown. The guard yelled before being joined by two other Pegasus guards and flew away, carrying the cuffed earth pony away as the crowd stared in shocked silence. Don't worry. The silence ended once again when the white earth pony turned to Applejack. She's not in any real trouble, she then grumbled under her, and Applejack could pick up the word, elements of harmony. Somewhere in her grumbles. And I hope I don't need to ask you again to take down your stand, Miss Applejack. This castle has a strict set of rules that all guests must adhere to, national heroes or nobility matters not. She told her before moving to the downed prince and picking him off the ground, placing him on her back and effortlessly carrying him inside as he groaned in pain. And that's how it happened, Your Highness, we did as you asked and kept a vigilant guard on the prince. A red Pegasus said as she and her two friends saluted the princess of the night. The threat has been taken care of and placed in a cell, an orange Pegasus added, followed by a nod from the third and final, green Pegasus. Very good. Princess Luna said as she looked down the window of her room at the top of the castle, staring at the many ponies walking around the gala like little ants. But ma'am, the green Pegasus said, won't she simply be released tomorrow morning because she's an element of harmony? Luna sighed at that question and shook her head slowly. Alas, we can do nothing on the subject of Pinkie Pie's importance to the nation as the element of laughter. However, we are assured that she will learn her lesson to not how do you say this? Glomp Prince Blueblood in the future, she said with a serious tone of voice, causing the two smaller-built Pegasus to almost burst out laughing at the princess's usage of modern terminology. You may return to your prior duties now, Luna told the three Pegasi, receiving a quick salute from the trio before they flew out of her window and returned to the duty she assigned them. Applejack. The pony in question sighed as she turned away from sadly packing up her stand, to look at the pony who called for her. What can I do for your rarity? She asked the purple-haired unicorn, who was busy looking at the ponies around as if searching for some pony. I heard that Prince Blueblood was seen here again, do you know where he went? Rarity asked her, and Applejack looked at the small path of ruined grass from where Pinkie Pie tackled him into a roll. He went inside, Rare, she told her, receiving a quick and thankful nod before her friend once again left her. Maybe Spike still wants to hang out. Chapter 30, The GGG5. Deep below Canterlot Castle, sits a dungeon, capable of holding some of the most dangerous criminals in the nation. For hundreds of years, this dungeon stood empty and unused, seeing as all criminals powerful enough to be held here were already on their way to Tartarus, and so the Canterlot dungeon stood empty. Until now. Stay here and someone will get you tomorrow, don't leave, a royal guard told the menace held in the dungeon, sitting on a small wooden bench near the wall, looking at the walls of chains and cages. Okie dokie. Pinkie Pie said, already wearing a black and white striped jumper and a heavy ball and chain around her ankle. Good, the guard said and left her alone in the dungeon. You forgot to lock the door. She called out after him, but he ignored her as he exited the dungeons, not bothering to lock the pony up. I mean, I don't want to be chained up, Pinkie said to nobody as she stood up and started wandering around the empty dungeon, her only source of light being the few rays of moonlight peeking through the window leading to the steep cliffs below Canterlot, making escape for anyone who can't fly, almost impossible. I understand that some ponies see me as a party freak, but I'm way more of a vanilla gal, she continued speaking as she continued walking around the dungeon, peeking into different cells and admiring the cages and chains. She stared at a wooden horse sitting next to an Iron Maiden. I know what that's for, but the modern state of entertainment has made it so this device will be more synonymous with the adult entertainment genre than the torture device it was meant to be. She kept walking, exploring every nook and cranny of the dungeon, before she made her way back to her cell and sat down, her chin resting on her hoof as she waited. Oh yeah! She suddenly had an epiphany, we already stopped the pirate wizard, I didn't need to tackle him. Pinkie then thought a bit more about what she said before her bored face turned to horror as tears started trailing down her cheeks. He gave me wine. He's my friend now. And I hurt him. She cried, promising that once she was out of this dungeon, she will apologize to him with the best apology party she will ever make. He, that's a Pinkie promise, right Pinkie? She asked out loud, before speaking with a deeper tone, that's right Pinkie, by the way, did you do something with your hair? I did, thank you for noticing. No problem. And she spent the rest of her night holding a conversation with herself. Do they not know what the Grand Galloping Gala is? Raven Inkwell asked as she laid her head on a table, Prince Blueblood sitting in front of her eating from a small bowl of salad. I find it hard to believe that some ponies don't know what a gala is, he said as he took a bite of his salad before asking, on the subject of the gala, how much money did we raise yet? Raven sighed before answering the prince, I don't know, I'll need to check. Blueblood sighed, then it seems that the fundraiser has been a failure, he said as he placed down the bowl of salad he was eating and stood up, please go check how much money was raised, I'll be back shortly. He told her and left, entering one of the corridors leading to the castle proper. Raven sighed once more, her red dress creased from not taking care of it, her hair messily splitting away from her bun, and her eyes tired of working during her day off. It's always the elements of harmony, isn't it? She grumbled quietly as she made her way to see how much money was raised. And she blanched when she saw the number of bits raised and started looking for why so few ponies donated. And that's when she saw it, a blue-colored Pegasus with rainbow-colored hair, subtly dropping the signs calling people to donate near the Wonderbolts, only to swoop in and catch them, making herself seem impressive to the Pegasus, without placing the banners and sign back up. She just tucked them away to the side. Raven was having none of it. Excuse me, Miss Rainbow Dash, she called out to the mare as she walked in her direction, her face set in an angry frown as she saw all the hard work she did in order for the gala to be perfect get thrown to the side by the elements of harmony. She can rest easy knowing that Fluttershy, Rarity, and Twilight Sparkle have yet to cause a disturbance, but looking at the girl's track record, how long will that last? Did someone call me? The element of loyalty asked and sharply turned her head to see the white earth pony walking up to her. Yes, I'm going to have to ask you to stop dropping these signs and leave them alone, she told the mare, who chuckled in response. Me, dropping them? What are you talking about? Haha, she asked in a wooden voice, her eyes looking elsewhere. I see this is funny to you, but the Grand Galloping Gala needs these signs standing, so if you could please stop doing whatever it is you're trying to do, that would be a blessing. Rainbow Dash nodded in understanding. I see, let me put all those signs back, then you won't have to look like you want to shout. Rainbow Dash said with a smirk, and before Raven could stop her, she was gone. Sounds of crashing could be heard all throughout the gala as the blue Pegasus flew around, placing the signs back in their place but also pushing many guests aside in the process, causing them to drop what they were holding, causing a large mess. But none of the mess was as horrible as when a guest jumped in fright at the sound of the crashes, bumping into the artistic statue of Celestia, causing it to start falling. But before the statue could fall on top of the guest, Rainbow Dash flew and caught it. However, her victorious smile did not last long, as the statue started to wobble in her hold, knocking over the nearby decorative pillars. Ending it all with the statue's head falling off, and landing on the marble floor. The entire crowd stood stunned as they looked at the mayhem of what happened. The door of the ballroom quickly opened, with Princess Celestia herself coming to check what the noise was, followed by Twilight Sparkle and Starlight Glimmer. Another door opened soon after, revealing Blueblood's return to the party. Well, it can't get any worse, Twilight Sparkle said, and Raven felt like pulling her hairs out. Because as soon as those words left her mouth, the door to the garden smashed open, and groups of exotic animals jumped into the ballroom as the yellow-coated Pegasus behind them yelled out in rage, causing the remaining guests to start running around like headless chickens in a panic. And seeing all of it, Raven's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. Soon she was joined by Prince Blueblood, who asked her how much money was raised, and at hearing her answer, his eyes darkened. He walked up to the stage where the musician played their music, grabbed the microphone, and tapped it a few times, causing every pony in the hall to suddenly freeze and look at him. What are you planning? Raven asked as she stared at the prince. Princess Celestia was enjoying the chaos. This was the first time in centuries that the Grand Galloping Gala was fun for her. She got to spend the entire evening with her lovely student. Starlight was also there, but she could ignore her, and that was enough to satiate the boredom of sitting around greeting the guests. But her small smile of enjoyment immediately vanished when she spotted her nephew grab a microphone and get every pony's attention. Attention, could I please have your attention for just one moment? He asked the crowd that was slowly quieting down as the animals relaxed and stopped running. I have some words I'd like to say, he continued, and Celestia embraced herself for what he was going to say. Was he going to tell a joke to lighten the mood? Was he going to do something drastic? What was her little baby planning? Rarity was starstruck as she looked into the ballroom, Applejack by her side with her mouth agape as the two watched Prince Blueblood quiet everyone down and calm the situation. He really is the perfect prince, Rarity whispered as Applejack looked on in awe, her eyes wandering to her closed stand before looking back to the prince. This is the Grand Galloping Gala, Blueblood said, his words being heard by every single guest at the party, a once-in-a-year event where the richest and most successful ponies in Equestria meet to dine and talk while raising funds for the downtrodden. He continued, this year, the funds we are raising were all going to go to keeping orphans warm in the winters of rural Equestria, he said, his eyes looking down at all the ponies below him. However, this year we have only managed to raise the high amount of 11,000 bits. That is barely enough to install 2 heaters. It was then that his horn glowed, and an illusion appeared above his head, showcasing a group of fillies and colts playing in the snow, warm coats and hats on their body as they rolled snowballs and made snowmen. Because of how little we raised tonight, the scene he was showing changed. The colts and fillies happily playing in the snow were replaced by small and haggard children, shaking in the cold as they tried to warm themselves under old and ratty blankets, filled with holes and moth bites. these same children aren't going to be able to play with their friends outside, they'll be too busy worrying about the cold to make these irreplaceable childhood memories. 11,000 bits, he repeated the amount. With 11,000 bits you can barely fix up one orphanage, that is not nearly enough for these young boys and girls. The scene he was showing once again changed to showcase the young orphans playing in the snow, their eyes full of life and their coats healthy and full. The scene changed to the orphans sitting at the dinner table, eating warm soup cooked on a brand new stove, with bread from a brand new oven, and finally getting tucked to bed on their new mattresses, sleeping with their new blankets and pillows as the brand new heater keeps them warm. I can't believe I am actually saying this, but think about the children. Across the ruined ballroom, many guests looked at each other and then at the box of donations, standing in the corner almost empty. Because I find it hard to believe, that from the ponies here, Blueblood continued, from the richest and most successful ponies in Equestria, 11,000 was the most we raised. He looked at all of them before pulling out a book from under his suit and tearing out a page, showcasing a blank check to the crowd before he pulled out a pen and quickly wrote the relevant information on it, folding the paper and levitating it into the donation box. It's that easy, he said. In fact, you don't even need a check, every bit counts to these children, he told the crowd as he looked down at them, many of whom were unable to meet his disappointed gaze. And after a minute of silence, he closed his speech. That is all I have to say. Have a wonderful rest of your night, may you have a warm winter, and think of the children. Before he walked off the stage, walked up to the secretary of Equestria, pulled her up, and slowly guided her out of the ballroom, her body barely responding as she stumbled her way. After hearing the speech the prince gave, nobody dared utter a word, the only sound being the few animals eating from the catering. Applejack, having listened to the prince, looked back at her stand, and took out the small pouch of money she made. It wasn't much, not nearly enough for what she planned to do with the money. But after hearing his speech, Applejack could understand why he wanted her stall closed. You need this more than I do, she whispered as he placed the bits she made into the collection box before walking back outside and picking up her stall, leaving the castle. Rarity, seeing her friend's act of generosity, decided to follow suit, and took off her necklace, placing it in the donation box. And seeing the ponies place their expenses in the donation box, the other guests started to follow suit, leaving behind bits, checks, and even jewelry. And as Princess Celestia watched the events in front of her unfold, she smiled brightly. What a wonderful son I have! Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Grand Galloping Aftermath. Months of hard work, ruined, Raven Inkwell mumbled to herself as she walked aimlessly around the castle, Prince Blueblood walking behind her to make sure everything was okay for the distressed secretary. Months of planning, timing, dealing with those infuriating caterers. We had a gold statue of the princess for crying out loud, she continued to mumble, her hair disheveled and her once pristine red dress now crinkled and dirty from dust and animal footprints. And all because of those elements of harmony. Sniff. Raven sniffed her nose, tears pooling in her eyes as she stopped herself from crying. Blueblood couldn't look at the scene in front of him. Not only did it make the most powerful non-royal pony look like a pitiful mess, Blueblood simply couldn't deal with the emotional situation. Neither as a human nor as a pony. He couldn't deal with Princess Luna when she started crying about her freedom a month ago, and he can't deal with Raven who just had months of work thrown to the side. Do you want to get some hot cocoa? He might not be good with emotional situations, but he is good with kids. Being an orphan makes it easy to deal with the little buggers. Sniff. Sure. Raven sniffed, lifting her glasses to wipe the tears from her eyes. Come on then, I'm sure the chefs wouldn't mind. He said as he slowly rubbed circles into her back as the two made their way to the dining room of the castle. In the city of Canterlot, a small baby dragon was just finishing his fourth donut of the night. He slammed his tiny claw on the counter of the store, causing ripples to form in his cocoa, as he demanded another donut from the store owner. I think you've had enough, the pony behind the counter told the young dragon, who sulked into the counter, a frown on his scaly face. The bell above the door to the shop rang, indicating another person walked in. Twilight Sparkle, haha, the shopkeep laughed as he saw one of his long-time customers walk in. Long time no see. The dragon turned his head to look and saw all his friends enter the shop, their hair a mess and their dresses ruined, some even had pieces of jewelry missing. The dragon leaped off his chair and jogged up to the girls. So how was the gala? How was your best night ever? Entering the kitchen of the castle, I call over one of the cooks that haven't gone to sleep yet. Your Highness, what can I do for you? He asked as he ran up to me. Hot cocoa, now write it down, I told him and started listing off how it should be made. Regular hot cocoa, cover it in whipped cream, add a wafer bar into the whipped cream, grind a bar of chocolate above it so it sprinkles onto the cream, then add a tiny bit of whipped cream at the end of the wafer, place a marshmallow on that cream, and heat the top of it with a tiny torch. Make 2 of those. I told him and walked back into the dining room, taking my seat across from Raven Inkwell. So, I started, are you feeling better yet? I asked the mayor, unsure of how to act. I'm an orphan, a petty officer in the Navy, a nautical sciences student, and now I've also been transmigrated into the body of a unicorn prince in a world full of magic. I do not do emotional talk. Raven looked at me with lidded eyes before sighing and resting her head on her legs on the table. Not really. She mumbled, and I think that means the conversation is over. I mean. Oh, so there's still a conversation to be had, shit. Do you ever get the feeling that nothing really goes your way? She asked quietly, her head still resting on the table. I took a moment to think over her words before coming to the conclusion that I should let her keep speaking. Go on. It's like, no matter how hard you work for something to happen, no matter how perfect everything is, something will make sure it's ruined. She sighed again. Oh, who am I kidding? You don't know what I'm talking about. And why would I not know? I asked her, more to keep her talking than anything else really. It's because, she took a moment to think her words over before sighing again and closing her eyes as her head rested on her front legs. It's because you're a prince, you never worked hard, there's always someone to make things easier for you, she explained, and I frowned slightly. Do you know why I don't work hard? I asked her, which by looking at her reaction, was not a question she expected to hear, so I continued. I wasn't always a prince, you know that right? I asked her, and she nodded slowly, her eyes now looking at mine. You see, before I was a prince, I was an orphan. Her eyes widened at that, just like the ones we're raising money for. Yes, I nodded at her. I know how hard it is to live a comfortable life, I know how annoying working hard only for all your work to amount to nothing feels like. I continue, my eyes not leaving hers, making sure she understands how serious my words are. I don't do hard and serious work much these days precisely because I know how horrible it feels to see all your hard work amount to nothing. I don't work hard not because I'm lazy, but because I'm tired of working hard. I explain, when Celestia took me in as my aunt, I knew I could for the first time in my life just relax, and take things easy. Never again would I have to force myself to work hard. But the trade deal you're working on. She tried to bring it up, and so I explained. Just because I don't need to work hard, or that I don't like to work hard, does not mean that I cannot. I am fully capable of working hard, I am simply not forced to do so. I smile at her before I start speaking of my plans for the trading company, opening better trade with Cannonia and Griffonia, how that will allow for the cheaper construction of the Pony Yak railways, and the world will be more connected than ever before. It's all steps towards globalization. Once the entire world is connected by trade, communications will be much easier, leading to an economic boom. I tell her, fields like science and engineering will advance centuries forward in the span of several decades once the world is connected. Raven looked at me with wide eyes, the tiredness gone from her face. So it's not about money? She asked. Oh, it's about both. Connecting the nations of the world into a global network of trade is not going to be cheap. I smile at her before looking at the chef bringing over our hot beverages, levitating one towards myself and one to Raven. A toast, I smile and lift my mug, Raven lifting hers to match me. A toast to what? She asked. To working hard. I smile and clink my mug with hers, letting a bit of cocoa splash between our two mugs. To hard work. She followed, before taking a long chug from her mug, before pulling it away with her mouth covered in whipped cream. I smile slyly at her and levitate over a packet of napkins. So it wasn't the best night ever? Spike asked as the girls sat around a table and ate their donuts. He got mixed responses from the girls. Hey Twilight, I want to try something, Applejack suddenly said, causing the group to look at her. What is it that you want to try, Applejack? Twilight asked her friend. Those friendship report thingies that you write for the princess, I would like to try one. She told her, causing Twilight to exclaim in excitement. You learned a lesson? She asked with a squeal, causing the group to take half a step back. Something along those lines, Applejack said, and soon Twilight had a note and a pen ready. How do I say this? Applejack started, before grunting, and just coming out with it. You should read the rules of an establishment and not make assumptions about what you can and cannot do, she said in a matter-of-fact voice, before continuing, and if the staff ask you to do something when you're breaking the rules, don't argue with them. She finished, looking at Twilight signing the impromptu friendship lesson before passing it over to Spike to blow away in a gust of magical dragon fire. Only for the gust of flames to stop just outside the shop as Princess Celestia walked in, followed by Starlight Glimmer in a black suit and sunglasses. I am glad to hear that you learned something today, Applejack, Celestia smiled as she joined the group, Starlight walking a step behind her. Tonight was the best grand galloping gala ever. Princess Celestia! The group exclaimed as the princess walked up to their table and stood next to them. But Princess, tonight was awful, the gala was ruined and it all closed early, Twilight said, but Celestia smiled at her. Oh, Twilight, the grand galloping gala is always awful. She told them. It is? Twilight asked. That's why I was thrilled you were all attending, she told the group. I was hoping you would liven the mood up a bit. Sure, the night didn't go as you planned, but thanks to your work, our charities managed to raise several times the estimated funds. But that Blueblood fellow was the one who talked about the charity, Applejack said, receiving a look from Rarity as she called the prince a fellow. And he wouldn't have given his rousing speech if you didn't make a mess of the evening, Celestia smiled at the girls. It is thanks to both him and you that tonight was such a huge success. She said with a cheer. Starlight, grab yourself something to eat, we'll be staying here a while, Celestia told the purple and aquamarine unicorn bodyguard she had accompanying her for the evening as she tossed her a small bag of bits. And consider that your pay for the evening, she smiled at her before a mischievous glint appeared in her eye and she said, and get ready for some lessons in bodyguard duty starting tomorrow. Starlight froze, and woodenly turned her head to look at the princess, and nodded, before walking to the counter and ordering herself some snacks. Wait a minute, Rainbow Dash suddenly piped up, I think we're forgetting something. If you forgot it maybe it's not that important, Spike said, and Rainbow Dash nodded. Hey, maybe you're right. Deep below Canterlot Castle, in a cell with a small window overlooking the cliff below the city, a certain pink pony sneezed loudly before wiping her nose with the sleeve of the white and black striped prison jumpsuit she had on. Hey, I think somebody's talking about me, she said before giggling to herself. I wonder what they're talking about, she said and leaned back on her prison bed, the ball and chain dangling from her ankle resting off the side of the mattress. Cosmos turned to look over at the prince once he returned to her space. So, how was the gala? She asked as the space around her turned from the flat plane of stars and galaxies into a flat river going through the middle of a city. It was a mess, Blueblood grumbled as he changed his body from pony to human and stood on the flat water of the river, his steps causing small ripples in the river. Your illusions are getting better, Cosmos said as she saw all the tiny details he added to the scene, from the stars in the night sky to the lamps on the roads above them. Several gondolas were docked and tied to little poles at the side of the river. You know, he said as he illusioned onto himself a white and blue suit before he looked down at her, just ahead sitting on top of the river as if it was solid ground. I never got to dance this evening, he smiled down at her, before with a wave of his hand, she found herself more than a meter above where she was, with a mirror floating above her. I know it might not be to your liking, and this is only a temporary solution, you still are only ahead so don't expect any sudden anime power-up or the like, it is an illusion after all, he told her as she looked at herself in the mirror. Her head was the same, seeing as it was the only part of her body that was real here, but everything else about her? With a purplish red-skinned human body, with long slender arms and legs, and perfectly manicured fingernails. Covered in an elegant flowing purple dress with a slit near the bottom for her reddish-purple high heels. Ending it all off with a necklace around her neck, holding the red-green crystal shard that she was trapped in hanging on. You gave me a human body? She asked with a whisper as she tested her fake body, moving her hands and feet around, touching her face and widening her eyes at how real everything felt. It's not a real body, and it will disappear when I wake up again, Blueblood explained to her, and it only could work here because of the dreamlike quality of this space, but that's not the reason I gave you the body. Cosmos turned to look at him before she widened her eyes as the moon rose in the sky above him, making him look like a perfect Prince Charming as he took a few steps towards her and stretched out his hand. Slow music began to sound around them. May I have this dance, milady? He asked her with a smile. Instead of responding to him, Cosmos jumped into a hug and wrapped her new arms and legs around him, causing the prince to stumble around the river trying not to drop her. We have limbs! She cried as she hugged him tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Ha ha ha! She laughed loudly before grabbing his shoulders and looking into his eyes, her legs still wrapped around him. Will you go out with me? She asked with a smile, and as soon as he opened his mouth to respond she quickly pulled her head in. And kissed him. Passionately. For a long time. Blueblood fell onto his back, the illusionary river splashing his body with fake water as he floated on top of it with wide open eyes. Hey! He voiced blankly, his mind working overdrive trying to reboot. Haha! Cosmos laughed, shut down yet again. Before laying her body on top of his, closing her eyes, and hugging him tightly. And it was with the happiest smile she ever remembered having on her face, that Cosmos fell asleep in the arms of her very own Prince Charming. And with his eyes staring up at the fake night sky above the illusionary Seine River in Paris, Blueblood said the first words that come to his mind. Hey! Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Donation. What are you doing? Starlight asked her boss when she found him standing in the middle of the ballroom, surrounded by piles upon piles of childish costumes. Looking up from a list he was looking at, Blueblood started at Starlight in confusion for half a second before realizing what she meant. This? Well, the Grand Galloping Gala really pulled at my heartstring, you see. He told her, and Starlight nodded, waiting for him to continue. And so, seeing as Nightmare Night is the nearest holiday, I thought it would be a nice idea to spend a day giving away these costumes to orphanages around the country. Starlight looked at him before looking at the huge pile of costumes on the ground. And how are you going to get to all those places? She asked. Starlight, I'm a prince, he explained to her, I only need to visit one orphanage. And with a smile on his face, he clapped his hooves together twice, and a small plethora of staff members entered the room, and started packaging up the costumes, placing them into neat recyclable bags before tacking on a little note signed by the prince. The crown will do the rest, he told her as if her question was one of the dumbest he ever heard. Now, get ready to leave in 30 minutes, we won't be back till the evening, and with those words, he left the hall, leaving Starlight standing in the middle of a pile of costumes for children as the castle staff around her packed everything up. Luna spat out her tea when she heard how much money was raised during the grand galloping gala. Could you repeat that?" she asked, wiping the fragrant drink off her muzzle. "Of course, Your Highness," Raven Inkwell nodded and repeated the number she had. "After calculating the costs of the jewelry and accessories gifted at the gala, we have come to conclude that we raised an approximate 12 million bits." "We still don't think we heard that right," Luna said. "Could you repeat the number again? Please?" "Of course," Raven nodded, lifted her glasses a tiny margin, and read out again the number. 12 million, Luna repeated the number, her mind lost in thought before she snapped back to reality. "And how much did we raise before Blueblood gave his speech?" 11,000 bits. Raven told her, "We managed to raise more than 1,000 times the initial amount after his speech." 1,000 times the amount? Luna whispered in awe before quickly changing the subject. "And on the subject of Blueblood, where is he anyway?" "Donating costumes for Nightmare Night," Raven told her, intent on finishing up the little conversation and getting back to the rest of her work. "Nightmare Night?" Luna asked, "What is this Nightmare Night?" Hearing that question, Raven Inkwell came up with the perfect solution for explaining the late fall holiday to the Princess of the Night. "I'm sure that Princess Celestia will love to explain the intricacies to you, Your Highness. I am in a hurry to get back to work," Raven told her, pushing her into asking her sister instead. "Or in simpler words," she delegated. "Here we are," Blueblood said as he stepped off the carriage, the Pegasus guards already working on securing it to the ground and getting the bags out of the trunk. Flamefall County Orphanage, he looked at the old building in front of him. 2 stories tall with a roof made of red tiles, a fenced-off garden in the back for the kids to play outside, and 2 large doors at the entrance of the building. "If we continued flying just a few more kilometers north, we would have reached the spot where I beat you in a fight," Starlight scoffed at what her boss said. "If I remember correctly, I'm the one who won," she said matter-of-factly. "Nope," Blueblood smirked, "I knocked you out, therefore I won." "Only because you got a cheap shot in," Starlight said as she levitated the large bag of costumes behind her. "I didn't use magic, though," Blueblood reminded her. "What does that say about you, that you lost to a unicorn not using magic?" Starlight humphed. "Let's say that it was a tie," she said, and the prince dinged the doorbell to the building. "Say what you want, it doesn't change the fact that you ended up unconscious while I didn't," he said as the two of them waited for someone to open the doors. And after 30 seconds of waiting, the door opened, revealing a tired-looking matron with a flower for a cutie mark. "Hello," Blueblood started, "I am Prince Blueblood, and I came to donate some Nightmare Night costumes for the children." The matron nodded her head and invited the two in, the floating sack of costumes levitated behind them. And as that was going on, all around Equestria orphanages were being visited by royal guards carrying sacks of costumes for the children. This event will later find itself in the newspaper, bringing the Unicorn Prince a wave of positive public perception. But that is a story for another time. "That was nice," Starlight said simply as the two sat back in the carriage, taking off to one final destination. "It was, wasn't it?" Blueblood smiled as his mind went back to the last couple of hours he spent at the orphanage, playing with the kids and showing off his illusions. "Those little rascals." "We have one more stop," Blueblood said, causing the purple unicorn to perk up. "We're not going back to the castle?" she asked him, and he simply looked out the window of the carriage in response, his head leaning on his elbow. "Not yet, I have a promise I need to keep," he said cryptically and closed his eyes, taking a nap. Leaving Starlight alone to think over what he just said. Once the carriage landed again, Blueblood immediately got off. "I want you to stay here for a moment, don't leave the carriage," he told her and went to deal with whatever business he had. Once more leaving Starlight alone in the carriage, waiting. "Starlight, come here for a sec, at least the wait was short." "Coming." She called out to him and exited the carriage, before immediately freezing when she saw the mare standing next to Blueblood. Looking at the aging and sickly unicorn next to the prince, Starlight felt tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to ask what was going on, but her words evaded her. "I'll give you some time," Blueblood told the mare before he walked up to Starlight, got her off the carriage, and then walked inside, leaving Starlight and the sick mare outside. "Mom?" Starlight asked. And seeing her daughter for the first time in years, Starshine Campfire cried as she ran up and hugged her dearly. And as he sat in the carriage, waiting for the mother and daughter to finish their business, Blueblood smiled as he whispered, "I told you I'd find your daughter." After hours of talking, traveling, flying, and donating, Starlight Glimmer and her boss, Prince Blueblood Platinum, were back in Canterlot Castle. "Your Highness!" A servant ran up to the prince as soon as he entered the castle. A letter arrived. "Starlight, read what it says," he told her, and skipped the unimportant stuff. With a roll of her eyes and a small grin on her face, Starlight floated the envelope to her and opened it, reading its contents. "Well, skipping the unimportant stuff, your nautical science test has been scheduled for Thursday next week at the Manhattan EEA building," she told him, and then promptly ignored the small cheer that followed from the prince. "I'm tired," she told him, and then went to her room to grab some sleep as soon as she was dismissed. This day was an emotional stimulant. And as Starlight lay in her bed, she thought back to a sentence Blueblood told her last night. "Starlight, you know I consider you a friend, right?" was what he told her, and at the time, she didn't really answer him. How could she? They might have had some fun back and forth, and they survived in a cave without freezing to death, and he gave her a fish to eat, but does that really make two ponies friends? Well, suffice it to say that after today, Starlight had the answer to the question he asked her. "Yes. I do know you're my friend," she whispered as she closed her eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 33, License to Prince 1. New York City, one of the largest cities in the world, isn't that amazing? Starlight nodded her head as she carried Blueblood's bags in her magic, her sunglasses resting in the front pockets of her black suit. "But is it really one of the largest cities?" Blueblood asked her as he looked at the towering buildings of concrete and glass. "What if the Kirin already built a bigger city? Or the Diamond Dogs? The Minotaur?" "It's because of these questions that I need to pass this test," he quickly turned to look at her. "Once I have my degree in nautical science, the Blueblood Foundation Trading Company will be running in no time." He smiled widely at her, excitement rolling off his face as he stared into her eye. "With the company up and running, the Yak Pony Railways will be built lickety-split. And do you know what that means?" Starlight rolled her eyes and asked, "What does that mean?" "Well, I'm glad you asked, my dear Starlight Glimmer," Blueblood said as he put on a voice. "It would mean that my name will be on everything, from the railways to the trades. When somebody thinks of a prince, they'll think of me." He smiled widely and spread his front legs out as he stood up on his back legs. "And then what?" she asked the prince. "And then?" he repeated as he stood down on all fours. "Then I'll probably go to the spa or something. I haven't planned that far ahead," he told her simply before turning his back on her and marching onward to the EEA's Manhattan branch building. And as the two walked down the street, Starlight swore she could hear Blueblood whisper something along the lines of "Scrooge McDuck's vault of gold," before giggling to himself. She decided not to question it. "Chancellor Naysay, it is so good to see you." Starlight put on a nice smile on her face as her boss and friend went ahead and greeted the head of the Equestrian Education Association. "It is as always a pleasure to see you too, Your Highness," Naysay said before nodding his head deeply at the prince, almost imitating a bow. "Let us not waste any more time out of your very busy day. Let us start this test as soon as we can so that you may return to more important work," Blueblood told him and walked into the building behind the Chancellor, causing him to quickly turn and follow after him, leading him to the location where he will be taking his test. And as Prince Blueblood took the first portion of his nautical science exam, overseen by the head of the EEA. Somewhere in the Canterlot Castle gardens, a certain statue shook. And that was the written portion. Now if you would please follow me and not run ahead, Naysay said after the prince turned in his papers after 2 hours. The trio of ponies walked out of the EEA building and into the nearby Hooflin River, where a medium-sized boat was already set up for the next test. Look at her, Blueblood whistled as he stared at the boat floating in the water in front of him, big enough to fit comfortably 50 people without getting crowded, built like a yacht with several stories connected by a staircase at the sides, its hull painted a dull grey but lined with vibrant yellow, almost like a giant hawk on water. It wasn't an amazing boat, and he has definitely seen better back on Earth, but he knew to appreciate what he saw. This is your next test, Naysay said, and with those 5 words, he managed to get the prince's full attention. You will be taking act as the captain of this ship, where you will need to sail it to a designated point we have marked on a map inside, Naysay told the prince. I will be accompanying you in order to grade you as you go along. If all things go well, you will have your degree by next week, the Chancellor told him, and Blueblood started shaking in excitement. And so, the trio of unicorns boarded the boat and got into positions. Blueblood at the cockpit, Naysay watching him from behind the door, and Starlight hanging back, taking this chance to relax. And as soon as Blueblood closed the door to the cockpit and turned on the lights, the sky started to rain brown. And Manhattan was flooded with chocolate milk. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, License to Prince 2. Make sure everything is in order, check, I whispered to myself as I went around the cockpit of the small ship that I was to be using for the test. Flick on the lights, check. Taking a quick look outside the window, I can see that it started raining. Hopefully, that won't be an issue. Check, check, and one more thing, I whispered as I laid my legs on the desk of the cockpit, one hoof inching towards the steering device of the ship. It's different from an Earth ship as this was designed to be sailed with only one pony in the cockpit, as opposed to the larger ships that require an entire crew just to make sure the ship is heading in the right direction. Using a mixture of magic and technology, the sailor can sail this ship like a driver in a truck. Or in other words, this boat is just a very big truck on water. I flick a small switch, and a microphone next to me starts to light up with a green light. Attention, this is your captain speaking. Do you smell that? Starlight perked up when she heard the Chancellor ask the question. Smell what? She replied, taking off her sunglasses and snapping them to the collar of her suit. I don't know, Naysay replied slowly, but something smells off. He took a sniff of the air around him, slowly walking away from the door leading to the cockpit of the ship. Attention, this is your captain speaking. Starlight perked up when she heard Blueblood's voice through the speakers of the ship. We will be traveling from this here Hooflin port to the designated spot. All passengers are advised to stay inside the ship for the duration of the voyage. Starlight turned to look at the Chancellor, seeing him with a scroll levitating in front of him, a feather quill writing down words as he nodded his head while the prince continued to speak. Any injuries sustained during the voyage are of no fault of the Blueblood Shipping Company and hold no legal ground in court. Starlight grimaced as the prince said those words, turning her head back to see the Chancellor smirk to himself as he noted down more words. He hid his smirk and raised an eyebrow at her when he spotted her looking, causing Starlight to quickly shrug her shoulders at him. Please enjoy your voyage, and a second of static, Blueblood was off the speakers, and Starlight decided to hang back, and let him do all the work. It's just a nautical science degree, how hard can this test be? And as soon as those words were spoken in her head, the boat lurched forward as a wave of sweet-smelling brown water pushed at it from the back. Wah! The Chancellor exclaimed as the scroll he was writing in was tossed off the boat, swallowed by the brown water. This rain is going to be a problem, I grimaced as I placed both my front legs on the wheel and spun the boat away from the shore of the river. Wait a moment, I narrowed my eyes as I looked out the window of the cockpit. Where's the shore? Looking out the window, the river the boat was docked in was practically gone. How? I yelled as I quickly let go of the wheel and kicked open the door behind me, ignoring the yelp of surprise from the Chancellor. Starlight! Naysay! Get in here! I shout and run back to the wheel, flicking a few switches on the way. Blueblood! The entire city is flooded. Starlight tried to tell me, but I shut her up. I know. But this doesn't make any sense. I yell loudly as the sound of the brown rain hammers on the deck of the ship. This rain just started. There's no way the river should have flooded so quickly. My prince! Naysay rushed into the room after Starlight. You need to get this ship to the sea, away from the city. I nod my head and flick another switch before grabbing a lever and pulling upwards. And the boat started to move. Clean Squeak was walking around Manhattan with her son. The two were recently given the all-clear from the hospital and told that her son's broken nose was pretty much fixed. You're lucky that Unicorn knew first aid and got to you quickly, otherwise you would have had to spend another few weeks, was what a doctor told them when they visited. And now she was in Manhattan, her son wearing the stained scarf he got around his tiny shoulders like a hero's cape as he skipped beside her, talking about all the things he wants to buy before they move to their new home. That was 2 minutes ago. Pib! Pip, can you hear me? Pib! Now she was screaming in fear as the street that was just a few minutes ago as dry as any other, was now flooded in a sweet-smelling brown liquid. Mom! Over here! She could vaguely hear him over the heavy rain, its sweet smell making her nauseous as she swam through the flooded street in his direction. And so focused was Clean Squeak on getting to her son, that she didn't see the trash can lid flying at her until it hit her right in the face. She wanted to call out to her son, but her eyes started to get heavy as her head came below the brown waves, and in the distance, she could faintly hear the sounds of other ponies swimming toward their loved ones in this sickeningly sweet river. Pib! I'm sorry. Clean Squeak wanted to save her son and try to make up for her mistake at the art museum almost a month prior, but instead, she closed her eyes as her lungs filled with the disgusting liquid. Only to quickly open them with a cough as she found herself laying on the wooden floor of a boat, a unicorn with purple fur standing above her with a look of relief before the mare ran away, her horn glowing aquamarine as a lifebuoy levitated after her. Mom! She coughed more as a small white and brown blur impacted her chest as her son hugged her tightly, the scarf he wore around his shoulders now dripping wet and sticking onto his coat. Pib! You're all right! She cried as she hugged her little boy close to her. What happened? She asked as she quickly pulled him away from her in order to look him over, ignoring the ache in her lungs. The prince saved us again! Her son cheered joyfully, and it was then that Clean Squeak noticed that the two of them weren't the only ponies around. Be it laying on the floor, on chairs, on couches near the windows, or even running around wearing life vests. All around her, ponies were crying or moving, as if cogs on a well-oiled machine. All of which stopped when the speakers turned on with a second of buzzing static. Everyone, this is your captain speaking. Chancellor Naysay wasn't a very physically active pony. His job didn't leave him with much time to train his body, and his magic took care of any problems his lack of physical strength would have brought. And never before today, did Naysay regret not training his body. But now as his legs ached from holding on to the chair he sat on as his magic flicked around switches and clicked on buttons, Naysay started to regret his lack of muscles. 2 mares, an earth and a uni at 1:30, Naysay quickly stood up as the prince said those words, rushing out of the bridge of the ship and into the rain, his legs shaking as he held on to the railings of the ship as his magic burned in his horn as the 2 ponies the prince pointed out to him found themselves floated onto the ship. Everyone, this is your captain speaking. Naysay took a moment to catch his breath as Blueblood's voice came over the speakers of the ship. The direct line to the sea has been blocked by a giant bowl of fruit, so we will be taking a path around it. He grimaced as he turned his head in the direction the boat should be taking. And sure enough, where previously the path to the safety of open waters was clear, now stood a blockade of a giant porcelain bowl with pony-sized berries laying in it. Anyone not taking part in the rescue operations, please stay indoors and away from the entrances, make room for those we pick up. and try your best to take deep breaths. Naisei started to move his legs, the frown on his face more pronounced than it was in years as the situation only kept getting worse and worse. Splash! Turning his head sharply to the back of the ship, he sees a large pink fin emerge from the river of chocolate milk and swim in the direction of the ship. Splash! And as the creature leaped out of the river before diving back in, he saw it. A giant shark made of marshmallows. And just because it was made of pink, sweet, fluffy marshmallows, didn't mean that he was willing to let it get anywhere near the ship. And so with aching legs and shaking breath, Chancellor Naisei ran back to the bridge of the ship, made his way into the cockpit, and told the prince what he saw. Fuck! And although he wouldn't use those words, he couldn't help but agree with the prince. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I yelled into the microphone as my horn glowed blue, buttons and switches around me moving in my magic as I spun to wheel in my hooves. Change of plans. Everybody inside right now. Grab onto any bolted down furniture you can find, and hold on tight, this is going to be a bumpy ride. I quickly turned the boat to the left, narrowly avoiding a pair of large pink jaws from clamping onto the back of the ship. In the meantime, why don't we all sing a song? Starlight huffed air as she used her magic to pull more and more ponies onto the ship. Her suit was wet and sticky with the sweet milk from the rain, and her blue life vest hung over her suit as she continued running around the ship, making sure every pony was safe. In the meantime, why don't we all sing a song? She made a sour face as her boss said those words over the speakers, the ponies inside all looking at each other, unsure what to do before the speakers once more sounded static and Blueblood returned to speaking. Look alive, Starlight, he told her over the speakers, raining brown from the sky, but the shark won't quit. Clean Squeak and Pip Squeak perked up as Prince Blueblood spoke through the speakers of the boat, joined by plenty of the other ponies inside. You're here with me, Prince Blueblood Platinum, I'll be your captain, your rescue, the one that saves you. Sailing over these waters to keep you live, a living hero for the masses. Clean rolled her eyes as the prince tooted his own horn a bit before hugging her son closer to her, his scarf wrapped around him like a blanket. Antimatter for nature's plan. A certain white and blue unicorn mare nodded her head to the words the prince was saying before with a flare of her horn. A DJ's booth appeared before her and she started flicking a few buttons. A smile on her face and purple glasses over her eyes. Louder than Princess Luna and twice as shiny. A grey earth pony blinked when she saw her friend and housemate pull out a DJ's booth. With a purple flick of her horn, a cello appears in her grasp, and the earth pony immediately understood what she must do. This one's for all you out there, the prince said through the speakers as all around the ship. Ponies that had the talent took out musical instruments, others grabbing onto tables or windows to tap, stomping their hooves on the floor. All you city queens on country kings, listen up. I smiled widely as I spun the ship away from another leap from the pink shark as I sang a mixed-up version of a popular song from Earth, The Future is Bulletproof. The aftermath is secondary. It's time to do it now and do it loud. My smile widened, and it only widened further when I spotted Naisei take a step back. I must have looked like a demon with a smile this wide. Killjoys, make some noise! I yelled into the speaker, and my ear-to-ear toothy grin almost split as I heard the sounds coming from below me. Around the flooded streets of Manhattan, the ship sailed quickly, turning sharp corners with an unnatural preciseness thanks to the Unicrons on board, and dodging the leaps and bites of the large marshmallow shark that chased after it thanks to the expert handling of the captain. And any ponies that holed themselves in the buildings and towers of the city that saw the boat, couldn't help themselves but join the song that was heard leaving the ship. N-A, N-A-N-A, 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 N-A, N-A-N-A, 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 N-A, N-A-N-A, N-A-N-A, N-A-N-A. N-A-N-A, N-A-N-A, N-A-N-A. Left, right, right again, sharp turn left, now it's straight forward for 100. 50, 10. Sharp right. I whispered to myself as I steered the ship across the flooded streets of the city, bobbing my head to the music and singing as the ponies down below started singing the lyrics to the song as if told by magic. I won't question it, it's cool. Boo-hoo-hoo-om. Shit. Shut up and sing it with me. Starlight quickly ran to the window to see what the source of the loud explosion she heard was, only to balk when she saw the city getting farther and farther away as a river of chocolate milk flew through the sky, ignoring the laws of gravity, and carried the boat with it. Miss Starlight. She turned to see the Chancellor running in her direction. Come quickly. He told her as he passed by before continuing his run. N.A., 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 from Mall Security. As the ship left the city of Manhattan, growing farther away from the safety of the open seas than before as the river of milk and chocolate carried it through the sky, a pink and fluffy predator swam after its escaping prey. N.A., 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 to every enemy. There! Help me shoot it away! Naysay yelled as he held on tightly to the railings at the back of the ship, the wind flapping his cloak around as one hoof held tightly to the medallion around his chest. Fine. But you better not punish Blueblood for what's going on. Starlight yelled at him as her horn started glowing with an aquamarine light. Punish him! Naysay exclaimed in shock as his horn started glowing orange, never the thought. He more than passed his test with this performance. He yelled as he aimed a spell at the giant pink shark that followed the ship. You ready? He yelled over the wind, his horn glowing brighter as the spell readied itself. Yet! Starlight yelled, 3, 2. Naysay counted down. 1. The two of them said together. Fire! And a powerful beam of magic left their horns, orange and aquamarine swirling together in a spear of arcane power. N.A., 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 we're on your property. The pink marshmallow shark didn't know what was going on. 1 minute it was a simple bag of sweets in the grocery store, not a thought in its non-existent mind. The next moment, it was living, it had a mind of its own, and it was curious. Curious to see the world outside the plastic bag that used to be its home, curious to experience life as more than just a bag of marshmallows. And so it swam like the shark it was always meant to be, in the flooded river of chaos and magic, after the first thing it saw. A boat carrying ponies, the creatures that ate all of its sweet and fluffy siblings, cooked them over a fire or plopped them straight into their mouths. And it was with new purpose, and newfound emotion, that the shark swam in revenge after the evil ponies. It swam through the streets of chocolate, and now it swam through the river in the sky. There they are, it thought to itself, its pink and fluffy eyes locking onto two of the marshmallow-killing monsters on the boat as they aimed their horns at it. Before a magical beam of orange and aquamarine power drilled into its fluffy body and the shark exploded, its sticky and sweet body splattering onto the ship as giant blobs of warm and sticky marshmallow. Standing in V formation. I grinned wide as the shark that followed us blew up behind me, my legs steering the ship over the river as it slowly came down to the ground, closer to a town below us. Discord was having the time of his life. He was free from the statue, the elements of harmony were unable to work together, and his chaos was already spreading all across Equestria. N.A., 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 drop like a bullet shell. He frowned as he stuck a finger into his ear as he heard something coming from somewhere. Something that sounded like a song. Coming from above him. Discord turned his neck to look up, and his eyes widened at the shadow of the ship falling toward. Why, he might have been a powerful spirit of chaos, but even he wasn't expecting to see that, and that was the reason he didn't move in time as the ship crashed onto the ground in front of him, and its momentum kept carrying it forward. Directly into his face. N.A., 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 dress like a sleeper cell. The ponies on the ship sang as it kept moving, dragging a crack into the floor and carrying the Draken Equus in front of it. Stop, stop, stop! Discord yelled as his body was dragged along with the ship, hitting trees and signs along the way. N.A., 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 "Nah, nah, I'd rather go to jail." The ponies kept singing, not hearing his cries of pain as his body was stretched along the boat like an improvised torture technique. It wasn't long before the ship dragged its way out of the town of Ponyville and into the nearby lake, the chaos spirit glued to the front of the ship like a bug on a windshield. "Then be in purgatory. Cut my hair. Gag and bore me. Pull this pin. Let this world explode." And with a loud crashing sound, the singing was over and Discord dragged himself off the front of the ship, plopping into the lake below him. Finally. What was that? He yelled in exasperation as he pulled himself ashore and twisted his own body like a towel, letting the water drain out of him. "But at least I can not get back to oh no," Discord tried to say with a smile before it disappeared from his face, replaced with a frown as a beam of rainbow harmony magic blasted into him, leaving a stone statue in his place. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have landed in the Ponyville Lake and are close enough to shore to safely swim over. Any ponies who are unable to swim across safely are to be carried by any Pegasus that are able, seeing as this ship didn't come with life rafts, mares, and children first. To everybody listening, stay healthy and safe from now on. This is your captain, Prince Blueblood Platinum, signing off." Chapter 35, Chapter 35, License to Star. "There he is. No time to waste, girls, let's blast him." Twilight Sparkle shouted as her friends and her ran after the ship that fell from the sky and dragged Discord away from them. "Yet. Let's teach this mean badu what friendship really is." Rainbow Dash yelled as the element of loyalty around her neck started glowing, same with the other elements of harmony as the magic of the elements activated, releasing a large beam of rainbow harmony magic straight into Discord's stupid face, turning him into a statue of stone and fixing all the chaos he's done in Equestria. And Discord was stopped. "We did it," a white pony with golden hair said as it exited the ship, stepping onto the deck and looking over the many ponies swimming away to shore. "So close," I thought to myself as the pony took steps toward me, "just a few more steps and I will finally avenge my siblings for all you monsters have done." And as the white-horned pony took steps nearer to a pile of my flesh, stuck to the side of the ship, I pounced. As nothing more than a pink and fluffy blob, just a pair of jaws filled to the brim with sharp, jagged teeth, flying through the air like a ball thrown by a professional athlete. I opened my pink jaws, ready to take at least one of these monsters down with me. And then an explosion of rainbow magic hit me. And the marshmallow shark was no more. Dash equals. "Your Highness," I turned my head to see Chancellor Naysay approach me, his hair oily and stuck to his face, the cloak he wore was torn in several places and stained with sweat and chocolate. "Congratulations," he told me as he grabbed my hoof and shook it. "On what?" I asked confused. "I failed the test, I didn't reach the designated spot," I told him. "Look around, we're in the middle of a lake." "So?" Naysay asked me, and I couldn't help but blink. So? This means I need to retake the test." "No you don't," Naysay said as he let go of my hoof and pat my shoulder. "You managed to sail this boat through a storm of magic, over a river flying through the sky, through flooded streets in a crowded city and even more." He continued, "The ship is still working, no pony was injured, Your Highness, you saved the lives of who knows how many ponies today, and you did so with nary an incident of your own fault." I blinked at him as he continued speaking to me. "What I'm trying to say, is that you passed. Congratulations Captain Platinum, your degree will arrive in the mail soon," and with an orange glow to his horn, he teleported away. Starlight looked at me in amazement. "You passed?" she whispered. "I passed." I repeated her whisper, a smile stretching on my face. "You passed." Starlight cheered, and I ran towards her and picked her up in a hug, twirling her around. "I passed." "Ha ha ha." I laughed loudly while swinging Starlight around as I twirled on the deck of the ship, narrowly avoiding stepping in the remains of the marshmallow shark. "Take that Mother Nature." It'll take much more than this to take me down. Ha 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 ha. And the prince got his license. Mom! Pip Squeak cheered happily as he swam in the crystal clear waters of Ponyville Lake. Look at me. I can see you, dear, Clean Squeak called out to her son as he swam back to her, his eyes glued to somewhere else. Mom, shhh. He told her as he exited the waters, shaking his body to flick the water off, before he started running in the direction of a familiar white unicorn. Prince Blueblood. He called out to the stallion as he ran toward him, the blood-stained scarf from he got at the museum whipping around. The prince turned his head and his eyes widened as he saw the colt rushing toward him. Hey kid, how's it going? I'm all good. Pip said loudly as he stopped next to the prince before he fidgeted with his neck as he took off the scarf. Here, I'm returning it, he told him with a smile on his young face, and the prince picked up the scarf with his magic. You know kid, the prince said as he looked at the scarf, the sky blue knitting and the brown stains of dried blood creating a sort of contrast that stood out vividly. I think you should keep the scarf, he told him and tossed him the scarf, the wool landing on Pip's head. Really? Pip asked with wide eyes as he held on tightly to the oversized scarf. Sure, it has your blood on it, it's practically yours now, the prince told him before walking away, leaving the colt to look at the brown stains on the scarf with wonder. Mom! He yelled over to Clean, I'm keeping the scarf. Okay. His mother yelled back as she picked herself up from the shore of the lake. And the Squeak family was happy. I'm sorry. I heard someone yell before quickly turning my head, my eyes widening as I ducked to the ground, avoiding the pink missile that was headed in my direction. Don't jump at me! I yelled at the pink mare as she stopped her dash with a cartwheel, turning around with a flip and staring at me. I'm going to make you the best apology party ever! She yelled before throwing something on the ground, leaving a cloud of confetti that hid her away as she disappeared like some sort of pink, loud ninja. Pfft! I turned my head to lock eyes with Starlight, the traitor trying her best to stifle a laugh. What's so funny? I asked my bodyguard who simply shook her head and mouthed don't worry about it. I turned away from the purple unicorn, not noticing the rainbow-colored pile of confetti on my head, nor the white mare looking at me from the distance. Pinkie Pie was planning a party. Cosmos perked up when her prince appeared in her dimension again. You wouldn't believe what kind of day I just went through, he told her as he illusioned a sofa and a television, a shelf of video games appearing next to him as he took a seat. Wanna talk about it? Cosmos asked, biting her lip as she looked at her darling think of what to say. Nope. He said as he illusioned another sofa next to him before levitating her to sit on it. What do you wanna play this time? He asked her, and Cosmos took a look at the shelf he made. How about this one? She asked as she made her horns glow, slowly levitating a disc from the shelf. Battle Block Theater, nice choice, he smirked as an Xbox 360 controller appeared in front of the two of them, the disc shooting into the television as it turned on. Cosmos didn't mind that he didn't want to speak about his day, she was just happy that she could spend time with him. Knowing full well that if anything were to happen that will stop her prince from visiting her, she wouldn't hesitate to break out of this dimension herself, find the reason for why the prince is missing, and tear it limb from limb, atom by atom, leaving nothing behind as she destroys whatever it may be that holds her happiness away from her. But she would never tell him that, she's a pretty lady after all, both elegant and cute, regal and adorable. And as long as her prince is happy, she's happy. And she will keep him happy. No matter the cost. Cosmos is totally normal. Rarity frowned as she saw Prince Blueblood speak happily with Pinkie Pie, a smile on his face as he joked and laughed with her. But I'm the one who's supposed to be with him, she whispered as Pinkie Pie walked away from the prince, her spot taken by Applejack, her smooth country charm entrancing the prince, her traditional family values wooing him into her hooves, as she held Prince Blueblood in her arms, her Stetson hat leaning down to cover her face as she leaned her head toward him. But I'm the one he's supposed to love, not you. Rarity whispered as her heart broke, seeing Applejack kiss the prince, soon joined in by Pinkie Pie as she sauntered her way into the kiss, her soft and smooth curves glistening under the setting sun as she leaned into the prince, pushing Applejack aside as she took her turn with the Prince of Ponies' lips, his elegant yet rough looks melting into her as the three ponies rolled on the ground, smiles and sweat, lust and love. No. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Rarity cried silently as she saw two of her best friends steal the stallion of her dreams away from her. This isn't how it was supposed to go. She cried, closing her eyes from the sight in front of her. Hey Rarity! She opened her eyes quickly, looking toward the pony who called out to her. You were too passive. Applejack smiled at her as she held the prince's cheek in her hooves, a cruel and mocking smile on her face. If you want to win, you have to take life by the reins. Pinkie Pie joined her, the two earth ponies smiling cruelly at the element of generosity. You need to be active. The two of them yelled at her before they went down on the muscular white stallion between them. Rarity wanted to throw up, Rarity wanted to scream, Rarity wanted to curse them all for how unfair it was. But all she could do was cry. I'll show them active. Rarity was having a nightmare. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Nightmare Stars 1. Princess Celestia has a very important job she must do every morning and evening. Raise and lower the sun. It's less of physically moving the celestial object and more of giving it a little push to keep it cycling in the sky. No pony wants the sun to stay in the sky forever, the moon needs its time too. And so every morning, as soon as she wakes up, Celestia lowers the moon and raises the sun. And now that her sister is back from her 1,000-year-long sentence on the moon, Celestia only has the sun to worry about. All she has to do is wait for Luna to lower the moon. Celestia smiled as she looked out her window, at the full moon in the sky above Equestria. Just wait for Luna to do her job. Any day now. It's just a simple push. Luna! Celestia yelled. Starlight had a very simple morning routine. Wake up, brush her teeth, style her hair, wear the suit she was given, scowl at the pair of black sunglasses for a minute before attaching them to her collar, and then check in on her boss. Breakfast comes later. First, she needs to make sure her boss hasn't been assassinated in his sleep, or whatever else excuse the princess will give to make her time as a bodyguard just a tiny bit less simple. Usually, the room is locked because he's having his beauty sleep. On some rare occasions, he's awake long before anybody else, either working on his plan to start his Blueblood Foundation, or reading from the old magic book he picked from the library. But one thing that's consistent, is that he never sleeps past 10:30. On her way to Prince Blueblood's room, Starlight noticed that the moon was still in the sky, even though it was already long past the time for the sun to rise. But Starlight, as has become almost second nature during her tenure at the Canterlot Castle, has chosen to ignore the weirdness of the situation, lest she goes crazy. Luna, you need to take the moon down, Celestia told her sister as soon as she found her on the roof of the castle, gritting her teeth and moving her legs around as if trying to physically drag the moon from the sky. We're trying, the Princess of the Night said as she once more cast her magic, and growled in frustration when it failed, seeing as the moon was clearly still in the sky. Then try again, Celestia patiently told her younger sister, ignoring the young princess mockingly repeating what she said in a dumb voice. We're trying. Luna told her, her brow furrowed as the spell to move the moon once more failed to work. It's not that hard, Celestia told her, causing Luna to quickly turn to look at her in disbelief. Not that hard? If it's not that hard, why don't you try it then? She asked her loudly before sitting down on the roof with her legs crossed, pouting at her older sister. Very well, Celestia smiled before illuminating her horn with magic as she cast the spell herself, one she got used to after 1,000 years of moving the moon on her own. And then frowned when the spell failed for her. So she tried again, slowly growing frustrated with each failed attempt. Try again, Luna told her, a mocking grin on her face as she smiled up at her sister. Celestia scoffed and proceeded to sit down next to her sister and think. It was then that a letter magically appeared in front of her in a puff of magical smoke, courtesy of her dearest pupil, Twilight Sparkle. And so she opened the letter, moved her head to make room for Luna to read also, and combed through the letter. Rarity is the purple-haired one, right? Luna asked as she read through the letter. That is her, yes, Celestia answered. You think her disappearing has anything to do with the moon not going down? Luna asked, and Celestia couldn't help but nod. If everything that went on recently has taught me anything, it's that if we don't know the cause of the problem, those girls are somehow always in the middle of it. She said, and Luna nodded her head before standing up and spreading her wings. We'll race you to Ponyville, she said with a smirk before she flew off, not even waiting for a response. You cheeky bugger, Celestia smiled before quickly joining her sister in flying to Ponyville. Although, Celestia paused mid-flight, I'm feeling like I'm supposed to do something. Oh well. And continued her path. Sitting in her office, Raven Inkwell sneezed. I hope the princess isn't going to leave without telling Anna Pony, she would have said, but instead she wiped her nose with a tissue paper. Just because she's alone doesn't mean she's going to start talking to herself. Starlight waited in the hallway outside of Blueblood's room, waiting for him to wake up so she can go and grab breakfast. And she waited. And she waited some more. And she took out a small book from her pocket to read as she waited. And she finished reading the book, so she placed it back in her pocket, casting a spell to remind herself to grab a new book when she gets the chance. And Starlight continued waiting for her boss to wake up and open his door. And then the clock in the hallway struck noon. And Starlight burst through the door, to find the room empty. Shit! When I woke up, it wasn't on a soft mattress and a comfortable blanket, but in chains sticking out of a wall, inside of a small stone cell. If I wasn't still in the body of Prince Blueblood, I would have thought I switched bodies again. Well well well, look who's finally awake. A voice echoed around the cell I found myself in as hoof steps were heard coming towards me before I finally saw the face of the mare who most likely kidnapped me. Dark purple fur with long flowing purple hair, glistening like stars in the sky. A pair of gorgeous blue eyes shone like crystals beneath a crown adorned with a beautiful blue diamond, making way for a long black unicorn horn. A choker on her neck, adorned with yet another diamond. And a cutie mark of, could you guess it? Diamonds. You look even better than in her dreams. The very tall mare smiled at me in what I assume she thought was a flirtatious look. And as I looked at the smirking unicorn, from behind bars in a cell, my front legs tied to the stone wall behind me, without even a single article of clothing, I asked the first question that came to my mind. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Nightmare Stars 2. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? The words echoed around the room soon after they left my mouth. The smirk on the mare's face looked crooked, as if she didn't expect me to use those words. The mare furrowed her eyebrows as she stared down at me, my back against the cold stone wall of the cell. I am Nightmare Moon, she said, an air of faux gravitas surrounding her as her clear blue eyes stared directly into mine. No you're not, I told her. Nightmare Moon is Luna, and you look nothing like her. The unicorn scoffed at my words. And what would you know of Nightmare Moon? You are but a simple unicorn, barely fit to be called prince, she sneered at me, and I moved my head from side to side as I tried to think of how I can keep this discussion going. Because while this crazy nutjob thinks she has me captured in this secure cell, I already have a plan to escape. According to Clover the Clever, a good way to make a unicorn's magic more potent, is to remove outside interference during the casting of the spells. Most commonly, the removal of movement. If a unicorn is sitting still, barely moving, their spells would end up more powerful than if they were to cast the spell in motion. However, with this unicorn keeping her eyes on me, it would look suspicious if I stopped moving as I put my plan to fruition. So that leaves the removal of a sense that would keep the mare from catching on to whatever I'm doing. So I closed my eyes and smirked at her. I may be a simple unicorn, sure. But I'm more of a prince than you're ever going to be. The words leaving my mouth hopefully had the desired effect on the mare. I'll have to trust my other senses to do the work for me in this discussion. Because if moving is out of the question, the next best thing is to remove my eyesight. And as my eyes remained closed, a subtle glow emitted from the bottom of my horn, hidden underneath my hair, as my escape plan started coming together. Nightmare Moon? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Nightmare Moon was defeated months ago, you can't be her. The mare hummed from the other side of the bars, clueless to the hidden usage of magic I was performing. And how do I convince you that I am indeed Nightmare Moon? The mare asked slowly, the clopping sound of her hooves echoing on the stone floor. Nightmare Moon is at her core, Princess Luna. And so, if you can tell me something that only Princess Luna would know, that surely must mean that you are telling the truth, correct? I ask, my eyes still closed and a smirk on my face. The spell I was casting was working wonders on doing its job, just a few more minutes. HOH? And how would you know that what I tell you is only known by Princess Luna? Are you secretly a fool? Did you not think of this line of questioning beyond the first step? The mare asked, a high and mighty tone in her voice as she most likely looked down at me as if I was nothing more than a bug. Joke's on you, the spell is almost finished. You see, my dearest aunt, Princess Celestia, likes to spend her days talking with me about the past. When she was far younger, I smirked as I told the dark purple unicorn. And in one of these stories of hers, she told me an interesting tidbit that seemed important enough for her to remember. And that is? The mare asked, and I smiled as I knew I got her attention. Just a few more seconds. It was a minuscule thing, nothing that the history books would consider close to relevant enough to note, meaning that only those Celestia told the story to should know it. I smirked wider, my remaining closed as my lips stretched from corner to corner, the rush I feel whenever I place myself in mortal danger slowly moving through my body. What is it? Do not make me force the question out of you, Prince. The unicorn spit the title out as if it was grime, and as my spell neared its final moments of completion, I knew that if I fail in my coming escape, I might die. 10 seconds left. My question is. I paused for dramatic effect. 5 seconds left. Out with it already. The mare claiming to be Nightmare Moon yelled, her patience growing thinner. 1 second left. And with my smile wide and the spell I readied finishing its job, the hidden glow from my horn disappeared, leaving not a trace of any magic happening. And I opened my eyes and asked. Celestia and Luna were guests at the wedding of Lord Thelos, a Minotaur prince, I told the mare, her blue eyes glaring at me from behind the bars, and for perhaps the first time in a while I was glad that Celestia spent hours of her week talking about her boring past with me. What color was the dress that Luna wore to that wedding? And I watched as the gears turned in the unicorn's head. If she answered correctly, then she is indeed Nightmare Moon, likely in the body of a different pony, seeing as the cutie mark is different than Luna's, not even counting the lack of wings and different styles of hair. However, if she doesn't answer, that means that she isn't Nightmare Moon, and is instead using the already existing reputation of Luna's evil alter ego in order to push her own agenda. And no matter what the answer may be, I will be getting out of this cell and punching her in the face. The second option, of her not really being Nightmare Moon, is the best case in this situation because that would mean that it's not a poor pony having her body taken over by the nightmare, controlled like an evil puppet. If it is indeed Nightmare Moon, and for whatever reason she's back, then I don't really stand a chance against her, let alone without permanently injuring whoever she's gotten under her control. The dress Luna wore to Lord Thelos's wedding. The mare repeated the question, her eyes moving to the ceiling as she became lost in thought, her tongue moving around her mouth as she licked her teeth before a smile spread on her face. Lord Thelos was so angry at us back then, wasn't he? She asked out loud as her eyes returned to me, and the smile on my face lessened as the answer to the question became obvious. The dress we wore that day was yellow, and Thelos hated yellow. The smile on my face disappeared, replaced by a thin line as I stared at the tall unicorn smirking down at me. "It seems our time here is up, Prince," she said mockingly as she turned her eyes away from me, likely having something more important catch her attention. "Be a good pet and sit tight, why won't you?" She smiled back at me as her horn glowed a pale purple and I felt my cheek being grabbed, as if squeezed. Before the unicorn who was under the control of the evil that stewed inside Princess Luna's heart left. Now alone in the cell, I waited until her steps could no longer be heard. Before I smiled widely, my eyes gleaming with excitement, as I said out loud. "And the Oscar goes to Blueblood Platinum," as the chain that tied my legs to the wall fell apart at my feet, a quick glow of my horn and the bars that held me in this stone cell burst out of the walls, levitating in the air in front of me as I took a step outside my cell. I looked back at the metal bars levitating behind me before an idea came to mind, and with a blue glow in my horn and the sound of scraping metal hidden behind a soundproof illusion, the bars were gone. Replaced with 10 sharp metal rods, crude spears almost. And as the 10 metal spears levitated in front of me, I cast another spell, one that I spent the last few weeks working on almost every night. And under an illusion I disappeared, as if invisible. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. And so I left my cell behind me, my body and the 10 spears I floated around now silent and invisible. Illusion magic is broken. I laughed out loud, not a sound leaving a 10-centimeter wide illusion on my body and spears. Now, I looked at the stairs that Nightmare Moon walked to, the only way out of this prison. Let's kick some ass. Chapter 38, Nightmare Stars 3. Raven Inkwell was having a regular day. At least, as regular a day the most important non-noble pony in Equestria can have when the moon is still in the sky during what is supposed to be the middle of the day, but semantics. Blueblood is missing. Correction, Raven Inkwell was having a regular day until exactly this moment in time, when Starlight Glimmer, criminal on parole, bodyguard to the prince, an ex-cult leader, barged into her office and yelled those words. Raven Inkwell was no longer having a regular day. So let me get this straight. Captain of the Royal Guard, Shining Armor, the stallion in charge of the security of the crown, said as he listened to Starlight and Raven explain the situation. What you're trying to tell me is that Prince Blueblood has gone missing. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna left the castle earlier today without notifying any pony, and now we need to locate the princesses to alert them that the prince has gone missing. Did I get that right? Pretty much, Starlight nodded her head. So can you get your men to start looking already? Shining Armor leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. Finally, something interesting was happening that didn't involve simply arresting people. He could actually do something today instead of sitting in his office all day and going over documents. However, on the other hand, Prince Blueblood is kind of annoying. He never used his name correctly, always changing it to something like Twinkling Shoulder Pad or Sparkling Shield. Which, while keeping his name of a form of shine and a piece of armor, was still annoying. But he was also a prince of Equestria, and it was his job as the captain of the Royal Guard to protect him. Also, Celestia will actually banish us both if we don't find him. Starlight added with a straight face, causing Shining to quickly lean forward in his chair and agree to the two mares' job. Find Princess Celestia, got it? He said quickly, you can count on me. Hearing those words, Raven couldn't help but interject. Like how we counted on you to protect the prince last night. Shining flinched back as if injured, or like that time we had to count on your guards to stop anything from happening during the grand galloping gala. Shining once again inched back, as if struck by a mighty blow. Or like how we counted on those 3 guards who were supposed to protect the prince a month ago, Starlight added, and got the attention of both other ponies in the room. You were the one who assaulted them that time, please keep your words relevant, Raven told her, before looking back to the captain, but she is correct, your recent track record of doing your job is less than stellar. Yet, Shining Armor said sadly before standing up from his chair and going to the door of his office. I'll go get the carriage ready, and he stepped out, leaving the two mares alone in his office. Welp, Starlight said, trying to lighten the awkward mood that the captain left in his wake, at least he agreed to help, right? Raven stared blankly at Starlight, causing the unicorn to chuckle awkwardly before standing up from her chair. I'll just be taking my leave now. Wait. Starlight paused, turning her head to look at the secretary of Equestria, the right hoof mare of Princess Celestia, one of the most important ponies in the world. Look away from her, trying and failing to hide the blush on her face. Oh no, Starlight thought to herself. I wanted to ask you, Raven began, and Starlight started panicking as the question she was about to be asked started playing in her mind, and the mare didn't know what to do with it. Sorry, I'm not interested, Starlight said quickly, trying to stop the earth pony from embarrassing herself. Look, I'm trying to say this as easily as I can, but you're just not my type, and I don't see you that way at all. There, that should ease her burdens. Do you think Blueblood would agree to grab a coffee with me? Raven Inkwell squeaked out, her voice so quiet the only reason Starlight was even able to hear it was the awkward silence that filled the room. And the two mares silently stood in Shining Armor's office, one too embarrassed that she jumped to such a wrong conclusion and ended up making the situation much more unbearable than it should be. And the other, silently sitting in a chair, refusing to make eye contact, her entire front half flushed with embarrassment, red like a strawberry. Okay. So I got the carriage set, are we ready to go? Shining Armor asked as he loudly entered his office, before pausing when he noticed the awkward silence. Did I do something wrong? He asked as he watched the secretary of Equestria stand up from her chair, eyes glued to the ground, walk towards his bookshelf, press her hoof on one of the carved branches decorating the side of the shelf, before silently entering the doorway that appeared in the wall next to it, closing the hidden passageway behind her. Leaving Shining Armor and Starlight Glimmer staring at the wall she just entered. I didn't know that was there, the captain whispered to himself as he stared at the wall, no sign of a hidden passageway anywhere. Come on, we don't have time, Starlight said, turning back to the door and walking out, turning left at the corridor. The carriage is that way, Shining Armor called out to her, his head pointing to the right side of the corridor. Starlight turned around and walked in the correct way, I knew that. And you have no clue where she could have disappeared to? Princess Luna asked 5 of the 6 elements of harmony. No, Twilight Sparkle said, her eyes full of worry for the safety of one of her friends. She always tells Sweetie Belle if she's going somewhere, but this time? Nothing. It was like she just vanished. And not only that. Rainbow Dash picked up where Twilight left off, her cat, Opalescence, has refused to move from her bed, scratching and hissing at us as if we were going to hurt it. Please, Princess, please bring Rarity back to me, a young unicorn filly told the group, her friends hugging her for comfort. Seeing all the ponies worried for the safety of their friend and sister, Luna knew that she had to do something, and if everything that happened in the last year taught her anything, it's that Rarity going missing will somehow tie into why the moon is refusing to lower. Of course, Princess Luna told the filly, Sweetie Belle, we will find your sister, there is no need to worry. And as the group slowly calmed down, a plan for investigation slowly coming together, all of it was thrown out of the window when Fluttershy of all ponies pointed at the moon and yelped in fright. Because imposed over the surface of the moon, looking down at them, standing over the white canvas of the moon's surface like a painting of ink and shadows, was a tall unicorn mare. A mare on the moon. And one whose mane was eerily similar to a currently missing unicorn. And as the ponies gaped in shock at the sudden turn of events, one pony piped up. Well, I think we found Rarity, she said, ignoring the glares that were then pointed at her. What? Too soon? Pinkie Pie asked once she noticed the glares of the group. Too soon, she nodded and turned her head back to the mare on the moon. Looking out of the window of a flying carriage carried by 3 Pegasi guards, starlight glimmer and shining armor stared in shock and awe as the moon seemed to slowly descend toward the earth, not like it was going to crush it, but more like it was going to build a bridge between itself and Equestria. And it seemed to be headed straight to Ponyville. And seeing all of this, Shining Armor, captain of the Royal Guard, the pony in charge of the security of the crown and its people, had one single thought go through his mind. That's where Twilight is. And with an order to the guards flying the carriage, the captain of the Royal Guard and the bodyguard of Prince Blueblood both made their way to the town of Ponyville. Meanwhile, a certain prince was enjoying his time. Seeing the old and archaic architecture of the place he found himself in, he couldn't help but enjoy himself a bit. "I give my life, not for honor, but for you," he sang, his voice unheard thanks to the illusion he cast over himself. The crude spears he made from the bars of his prison cell levitated behind him, banging against each other in a barbaric mockery of music. "Snake Eater. In my time, there'll be no one else," he whistled the tune. "Crime, it's the way I fly to you, Snake Eater. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater." And as he sang to himself, walking down the corridors of the castle on the moon, he came to a stop when a room caught his eye. And the smile on his face widened as he looked deeper into the room. Treasure, bars of gold and silver, gemstones of all shapes and sizes, old tools and weapons, likely thousands of years old, all in pristine condition. Blueblood took a look at the spears he levitated behind himself, before throwing them onto the floor, making sure that no sound left the room he was currently in. And with an illusion over the room to make it look as if nothing was happening, the prince took a magical bag of holding, likely sewn from the finest of cloths and enchanted by the best of magics, and dumped as much treasure into it as he could. "Ha ha ha ha! I'm rich! Ha ha ha!" He was simply enjoying himself, nothing more. "Trade company. I can start a trade empire. Ha ha ha!" Seriously, Prince Blueblood was simply happy to have all this treasure. And as he cackled maniacally laughed regularly to himself, he spotted a gem near the back of the room. A gem that seemed to look like a shard of a larger piece, almost like a puzzle. Red and green. And if his previous smile was wide, his current face was that of a starving man, who after years in the desert, eating nothing but bugs, found the juiciest, richest, medium-rare slice of steak a 5-star chef could cook, and it was all for him. "Hey Cosmos," he whispered to himself, the smile not leaving his face, "you wouldn't believe what I found." And with a flick of his horn, one of the missing body parts of the lady who lives inside the gem he keeps in his pocket went into the bag. And after almost an hour of digging through the absolutely giant room of treasure, the prince filled the bag of holding to the brim and levitated it above his head as he left the treasure room, his spears replaced with high-quality weapons, from golden swords and spears to clubs and axes dotted with gemstones. What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Nightmare Stars 4. How? Princess Luna shivered as she stared up at the moon, slowly descending towards the earth, as the inky black painting of the mare on the moon locked eyes with her. "We defeated her. We blasted her with the elements and everything." Rainbow Dash exclaimed angrily, her eyes glaring at the moon up above. "Oh no!" Luna took a step back before stopping as a white hoof rested on her shoulder. "Luna?" Celestia asked, a worried look on her face as she stared down at her younger sister, "Is everything all right?" Luna stared up at her sister, before taking a look at all the ponies gathered. "Let's speak somewhere more comfortable," she told them all and turned around, her hooves carrying her to the Ponyville library. Soon both princesses, the remaining elements of harmony, the baby dragon, and the 3 fillies, stood inside the library, waiting for Luna to explain. "Something is happening," Luna started once she had everyone's attention on her, "something we had hoped would never come to pass." "Did you eat too much broccoli?" Pinkie Pie jumped with a question. "Sleep through your alarm? Use salt instead of sugar? Accidentally wear your shirt backwards all day? Realize your mom was right about everything." Luna blinked in surprise before shaking her head. When we were trapped as Nightmare Moon, we thought we could show every pony how special we were by making them fear us, she explained, her eyes looking elsewhere as if lost in memory. The nightmare forces somehow knew exactly what to say to convince us. To give us their energy and hate. Luna continued, ignoring the fillies mouthing the words nightmare forces. After our curse was broken by the elements of harmony, Luna continued her story, we believed the forces of darkness would wither and die. But we were wrong. Legend says that if the nightmare forces can harness enough strength through the cycle of the new moon, they are granted one more chance. One more chance to what? Twilight Sparkle, the element of magic asked. To claim what Nightmare Moon promised an all-powerful kingdom of their own. Luna shouted, standing on her hind legs and spreading her front legs and wings wide, an image of the sun appearing behind her before being covered up by the inky and shadowy clouds of the nightmare, creating a pseudo-solar eclipse of nightmares blotting out the sun. Then it's time for action. Rainbow Dash yelled, her blood pumping as the thought of kicking the ass of Nightmare Moon and saving Rarity appeared in her mind. But why take Rarity? Applejack interjected, what does that gobbledygook care a flying feather about us? Luna took only a second to think of the answer before taking a deep breath and telling them, together you possess the elements of harmony, which have defeated the dark forces before. The three fillies in the room once more mouthed the words dark forces, confused as to which type of forces they're really called. Now they will come after all of you, the only ponies who can defeat them. And destroy your home. Ponyville. The ponies all exclaimed in shock before they started moving around in a hurry. We need to go get Rarity home in a jiffy. Applejack exclaimed loudly, followed by Rainbow Dash complaining that she was trying to get the rescue started all along. But how do 6 ponies and a baby dragon get to the moon? Fluttershy asked. Okay, hear me out, Rainbow Dash said, we get an enlarging ray and shoot me with it. Then I'll carry you all to the moon and surprise, a million ponies jump out and stomp those moonies to bits. Don't you little ponies worry, Princess Celestia told the group, I know a way. At the top of a tower, connecting to a castle on the moon, Nightmare Moon frowned as something started interfering with her magic. Larry, she said calmly, a beaked figure covered in wispy and smoky shadows materialized next to her. Oh glorious nightmare, the nightmare creature asked, his shadowy hands rubbing against each other, what is it that you called me for? The unicorn that was Nightmare Moon looked from her tower and to the earth below, why has the moon stopped its descent? She asked, her eyes not leaving the small town near the ever-free forest. I shall go and check right away, Larry, or as he would call himself, Shadow Fright, told her before his body dissipated into a cloud of black wind as he flew away. Leaving Nightmare Moon alone atop the tower. This is just a regular lasso, Applejack said as she looked at the rope that Princess Celestia brought. It's not just any regular lasso, she told the group, as her horn started to glow gold, a miniature sun forming from the golden aura at the tip of her horn as the rope started to levitate and grow. Before the rope became so long, it wrapped around the moon, halting its descent and creating a path for the ponies to reach their friend. You all go ahead, Celestia told Luna and the elements, I'll stay here and begin to prepare Ponyville, good luck. Staring at her older sister, Luna smiled, thank you. What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Rainbow Dash yelled at the group before flying upwards, making sure to stay close to the rope. You heard her, girls. Let's move. Twilight Sparkle yelled as she stepped onto the rope, slowly balancing her way up. And as the group walked up the long rope, the 2 Pegasi and the Alicorn flew. They soon made it close enough to the moon that they could see the clouds of shadows that were made of the mare on the moon, hiding the castle somewhere underneath the inky darkness. And when they reach the castle, they reach Rarity. Only that tragedy struck. And with a snapping sound, the rope that held the moon broke, throwing the ponies and dragon down toward the moon. Making fast work, the Pegasi and Alicorn quickly caught the falling ponies, Luna's horn glowing as her magic tried to catch all of them, just a little longer. She called out. Soon, the blue glow from Luna's horn enveloped the group, slowly guiding their fall into one of the dark spots of the moon. Great, Rainbow Dash grumbled loudly as she bumped into a rock under the pitch-black darkness of the nightmare cloud. Finding rarity in pitch black? No problem at all. Let us take care of that, Luna said, and with a glow to her horn, the darkness fled, letting the group see where they were. However, now they'll know where we are. And who is they exactly? Twilight asked the princess. When the nightmare energy came back to life, it needed a form to take, she told the group. Unfortunately, the peaceful inhabitants of the moon became its victims and are now trapped under its spell. Fluttershy gasped, how could they do that to sweet little animals? Luna answered, they aren't sweet anymore. Hey, Larry! How's your day? A nightmare creature asked his co-worker, who quickly turned to him and slammed him into the wall, his arms taking the form of large mallets. It's not Larry, you idiot! It's Shadow Fright! The leader of the nightmare forces, the nightmare that orchestrated the revival of Nightmare Moon and the kidnapping of the two unicorns, yelled at his underling before pausing as he felt a group of ponies enter one of his nightmare clouds. Actually, Larry, I mean Shadow Fright, turned to look at his underling. I have a job for you. The white-eyed and flat-faced moon creature gulped as his red-eyed and beak-faced boss looked at him.